Hello and welcome to MLQ Championship 2023 here in Des Moines, Iowa. We have an incredible slate of games ahead of us. We have 12 teams fighting for the Benepy Cup. A lot of teams in new places, a lot of teams looking to do things for the first time ever. And we're starting with an exciting one here on Pitch 1 between the New Orleans Curse, fourth place finishers in the South Division with a 4-8 record, and the Detroit Innovators, fourth place finishers in the North Division with a 4-7 record. It's a matchup of young versus old, of youthful athleticism versus strategic experience. We're going to be here, break it all down, but first we're going to be going to the starting lineups, a quick break on the stream, and then we'll be back to talk. And we are back. MLQ Championship 2023 is about to begin, and we have a fun one here between the Detroit Innovators and the New Orleans Curse. As I was saying before we got here, Noah, this is a matchup of the youngster, but this Detroit roster featuring a ton of college players from the University of Michigan off that USQ Final Four run, and from Michigan State, a young up-and-coming program, has a lot to show and a lot to prove here.
Yeah, I think both these teams left a lot on the field in the regular season and are more talented than their records suggest, and I think we've got a really good one here today.
Looks like you're about to get underway. It's going to be an incredible matchup in the dodgeball game as well. We'll talk all about that in a second, but we are live. It's going to be an easy win there for Trammell. They're going to get quad ball control, quick beat, but no problems there, and it's going to be Ben Mertens, head coach of the New Orleans Curse for the first season in the job, taking over possession of the quad ball. And
done a really good job with this New Orleans team. I think brought a lot of shape to the offense here.
Yep. It's a diamond here on offense. Spicer has the ball on the side, then gets to Mertens. Mertens has a huge lane to clear through. Nobody steps. The dunk right over the top of George Deering. A quick 1-0 lead, and there are dodgeballs flying everywhere. Ryan Sue trying to make a play off of That's failure to stop, but can't get it done.
Yeah, it looks like it's be a no-blooder situation right now for Detroit if they can take advantage of it.
Yeah, but slow here from Deering. Deering's going to let, I think, these dodgeball players get back in the game. It goes over to Markland. Over the top here, Madeline.
Yeah, and this New Orleans team really tall at the hoops, and we know Detroit likes to take a lot of mid-range shots. We'll see if New Orleans has an advantage trying to defend those.
It's a no dodgeball situation. Pucciarelli's going to have a chance to press here on Markland. Goes across to Pratt. Pratt throws high, and it's going to go over that midfield line. And obviously this year in MLQ for the first time ever, there are no resets. You can never go back across midfield once you've done it once. So it's going to be too easy of a turnover there from Detroit.
And a really heady play there by Josh Mansfield to recognize the turnover was coming, turn and find the Detroit beater, and able to retain the dodgeball.
Mansfield, even for a team finishing 4th in its division, has been one of the most dominant beaters in the entire country. Played more shifts than almost anybody and has kept a positive plus-minus on a 4th place team. Ben Merton trying to take advantage of the no dodgeball situation. Charlton Trammell leading the way, puts it through. Trammell, the second lead scorer on this team behind PJ Mitchell, getting started early here.
Yeah, and Charlton Trammell not at the last series in Kansas City, I believe. And I think that those games were really close. And Charlton, one of the best New Orleans players in the break, as we just saw, finding a space by the middle hoop to be able to finish. And a really good tap beat there by Josh Mansfield to start the break for New Orleans.
Yeah, and so far it's been all dodgeball control for the combination of Pucciarelli and Mansfield. No answer so far from Brodeur and Sue. They're trying to isolate Pucciarelli, but she just makes a grab there easily enough. It's going to be a pass out to Pratt. Pratt gets it back to Madeline. Madeline has some space to take. Tries to step up, eats a beat, throws it high. It's a loose ball. Oh, Ryan Sue, the aggressive beat on the offensive side, is actually going to get Markin going towards the hoops. No dodgeballs around. Puts it through. Detroit is on the board. A heads-up play there by Sue.
Really aggressive, really good. You were saying that this dodgeball matchup is going to be something to watch, and now it is Detroit with dodgeball control after a really impressive play there from their beaters.
Yeah, and, you know, what we've kind of seen from Ryan Sue since coming back from that DA camp, which we're working under Max Havlin, started to play with that constant go attitude that we see from Max Havlin all the time. And right now is forced a no dodgeball situation in a press, but the defense can't hold up. It's a beautiful cut there by PJ Mitchell. You know, sometimes when you have the press, you need to make sure those marks hold. They couldn't do it there.
Yeah, somewhat of an inexperienced play right after a fantastic play from Sue, who chased one of the chasers away from the play. Didn't go to the quad ball first.
Yep. But they do keep dodgeball control. They're down 3-1 early here from New Orleans, who's really gotten out scoring in a way that's eluded them, I think, sometimes during the season. Deering has the ball on the far side. Trammell's in the zone. It's a 2-2 here from New Orleans. Over to Markland. Markland has the only goal so far. Sue, a forced throwback there, forced a no dodgeball situation. But Trammell, with the green headband, is able to make the legal goaltend there to shut the door. But again, a really nice dodgeball play to briefly force no dodgeballs.
Might be for dissent there on. I assume it's for dissent. I'm not sure. We can't hear the call from the field.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the way Crystal Comp tends to ref these games, it usually will be from dissent.
And a blue card there, certainly appropriate instead of a yellow. Obviously, the yellows stack. The blue cards do not stack. We're going to have. It's going to be a person-up situation for New Orleans here as Mertens takes the ball up the field. And I do think this is the best quad ball lineup for New Orleans. They've got a lot of people that can handle the ball and move the ball really well as the ball goes out to Spicer on the right.
Yeah, Mertens now has it back up top. Deering is the one in the green headband off of the foul. It is a blue card, so it's only 30 seconds. There, it's a Ben Mertens mid-range shot. And, you know, that's something I think we've seen at times from the New Orleans offense. It gets passive even with control or with their dodgeball players kind of pushing it. You know, we've seen this team put their hand through the hoop 3 times, and this time they didn't.
Yep.
Oh, and Ryan Sue just outplayed Pucciarelli there and created a no dodgeball situation. There's also going to be a foul against New Orleans. So, really, Detroit just took it all there. It's going to be a nice beat on Trammell there. Opens up Madeline coming back into the play, who goes end to end. And with a hype dunk.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to talk about here from the referees, I think. There was a miscommunication about whether Mansfield was beat at the halfway line. Mansfield dropped the ball late, allowed Pucciarelli tried to make the throw, didn't throw it back to the hoops far enough, which is where Sue got the retained possession of the dodgeball. Yep. And something to look for, this New Orleans defense in their set defense is very good as they collapse towards the hoops. They're
So ultimately, it's not going to be a foul that's going to make much of a difference here. It was, as you mentioned, the confusion around Josh Mansfield, but because the goal happened, the card, which is just a blue card, will be abated anyway. But a really nice turnaround from Sue and Brodeur here after really getting dominated in the first few possessions.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. They've done a really good job of covering, as you said. And it looks like Mansfield's going to take a sub here.
Trammell bringing the ball up. No dodgeballs in the play yet for New Orleans. Sue, though, maybe learning a lesson, doesn't press the advantage. Mike Sanders now into the game for Mansfield. Sarah Kneeling into the game for Pucciarelli.
Also an experienced beater pair.
It's going to be a triangle and one here from Detroit, but a real size mismatch between Pratt and Mitchell. We'll see if New Orleans can isolate that. Right now it's going to be Spicer coming in off the wing, but Mitchell couldn't do anything because Ray Brodeur was all over that pass.
Yeah, it looked like Spicer didn't recognize the beater flowing from the hoops towards PJ Mitchell.
Deering looking to run. Takes the mid-range shot, goes over the top hoop. I think Trammell might have gotten a hand on it. Pratt has it now over to Markland. Markland has a ton of space to drive into. PJ Mitchell did get beat. And Markland puts it through. Markland's second of the game, and we are all knotted up at 3, though there is a call on the play.
Yeah, it looks like there was an errant beat, and the ball went flying off the pitch for New Orleans, which is why there was no bludger situation for so long there for their defense to try and hold on to.
Yeah. So now the question will be, because we've seen New Orleans move out of its first beater shift, at some point Sue and Brodeur are also going to need to take a sub. Can the Detroit hold up the beater dominance that we've seen from them over the last 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, and score currently is 3-3.
We'll see what offensive ideas New Orleans has here as we start to see some defensive shifts coming out of Detroit, who looks like they might even be looking at maybe a mark defense on this possession.
Yeah, and New Orleans hasn't taken any subs in the quad ball game yet. Obviously, as we said, New Orleans showing up to champs with 12 players. They've been short all season, 13 being about their average, just 12 here.
Yep. Mertens and Trammell playing pass the ball right now on the far side. Deering trying to get an arm on Mertens. Can't, so Mertens going to get into the lane. Floats one, though, way over. And we're starting to see a lot of just wasted possessions here out of New Orleans after some clean possessions early in the game.
Yeah, and that has been the story of the year, right? Lots of turnovers for lots of ball carriers for New Orleans. If they can make some of those possessions connect, they'll be really strong. We saw that early. And looks like another no-bludger situation.
Yes, Sue just created that in transition. Jack Levy into the game. Such an easy pass to Lucas Markland. It is the first lead of the game for Detroit. It's 4-3, and it has been all Ryan Sue and Ray Brodeur.
Yeah, they've done a really good job controlling the game, as you said, since the opening minutes.
Yep. And Jack Levy, one of the star offensive players for this Detroit team, in transition, just hitting the very, very easy pass to Markland, who already has a hat trick and has been a big contributor here early.
Yeah, just hanging around the hoops in good positions, exactly where you want to be as playing as an off-ball chaser.
Mertens is in the lane, is looking for another press attempt.
Yeah, it looks like the beaters triggered some kind of trap there for Detroit.
And I think it's going to be an early enough beat. No, 26 has not been called beat. That's Dylan DeLee, freshly subbed in the game. DeLee with a head of steam. Couldn't get it through the hoop.
Yeah, really strong defensively there from Detroit to hang tough and bother DeLee enough to force the miss. But nice drive there from New Orleans. More physicality, I think, is what is going to be the answer.
Ball down. Robert Butler also checked in for Detroit.
High step there from New Orleans.
Takes the ball up top. The end. Ball's just going to be turned over to Andrew Miller.
Yeah, another turnover here for New Orleans. Sort of been the story of the game since their last score.
Yeah. And this is, I think, maybe their first time having dodgeball control since their last score.
Mm-hmm.
They were able to get on that possession. That's a big change because Josh Mansfield might be able to start taking over this pitch a little bit now that they got it back.
Yeah, immediately came in and influenced the game, wresting bludger control back at the Detroit hoops.
Butler has the ball. Levy dodges a beat from Mansfield. Mansfield is trying to anticipate the pass there. Smyers has on the far side. Smyers floats it high. Oh, going high is Andrew Muller to put it through 5-3 Detroit.
Really nice play there from Detroit to be able to find the floater over the defense.
Yeah, it's something we've seen a lot on attacking these 2-2s. It's getting the ball to the wing, driving in to force the space, and then just floating those passes as everyone else is collapsing around the hoops. It's really hard for 2-2 to get the numbers to stop that kind of play.
New Orleans back with the ball. Detroit with control.
Mertens passes the ball over to running. Pucciarelli makes a beat on Smiley, but it's an answering beat there from Swanson. Swanson's able to get a beat on Mertens as well, but now it's a head of steam. I think it's going to be called beat, DeLee. Yeah, it will be.
Yeah,
and
I think our assistant referee had the call there.
Yeah, I think the card's going to come out this time. The last time, I think there was some talk about whether Dooley got beat, but this one took a pretty solid beat to the side and just played through it.
Yeah, very clear.
So things going from bad to worse here for New Orleans. They've also, once again, lost dodgeball control and a chance on a power play here to go up 3, which would be the biggest lead of the game for Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit looking much more organized than New Orleans, especially on offense, which is sort of the story of what we've been talking about. It's sort of plagued New Orleans all year. It has been their offensive capabilities and their ability to coalesce that.
Butler gets the ball over to Levy. Levy has a lot of space, loves to take that shot. Oh, and it's a great beat. Josh Mansfield really needed to at least get a skim there on Muller. That was probably going to be a goal.
Yeah, ends up being a very nice beat, and the ball is coming back into play here.
What I've noticed is this New Orleans defense has just been leaving giant driving lanes for anybody who wants them. And not necessarily that Detroit's taking advantage of all of them, but they are there.
Yes, and that's, I think, a lot to do with the absence of
Marcellus.
Yes, Marcellus, who's one of their best point defenders, really maintains integrity up top of the defense.
More triangle and one here coming out of Detroit. Butler, the point defender, and Smyers is marking behind against running. Janoski gets beat by Swanson. Oh, and the backhanded beat there to force the turnover. And it's going to be no dodgeballs. Butler running down the field. Pucciarelli's trying to trail back. Did they get Levy? The call is no, and it's very easily put over to Muller. Officially, Detroit has the biggest lead of the game. They lead 6-3.
Yeah, New Orleans taking a timeout now. Good decision there to take a timeout, slow things down, and figure it out. There were 2 missed beats there by Mansfield trying to get bludger control back that led to the no bludger situation, the press from Detroit and the no bludger situation going the other way.
Yeah, and it's been all Detroit. I believe this is a 5-0 run since it was 3-1 New Orleans. And, we can talk about the dodgeball control, but that is what it is, and it has at least been going back and forth more for the last few possessions. It just seems like Detroit has better offensive ideas right now than New Orleans has.
Yeah, Detroit clearly has a plan, and it's executing properly, and New Orleans doesn't seem to have a plan on offense.
And, of course, we want to thank you all for joining us here on the stream. We're out here in Des Moines, myself, Ethan Sturm, alongside Noah Schwartz. This is pitch 1, our indoor pitch for the weekend, which we're very happy about. But pitch 2 also has action going on all day today. You can also find that on our YouTube channel. Right now, it is the Minneapolis Monarchs taking on the Charlotte Aviators. It's 5-1, 6.5 minutes in to that one.
Yeah, and just a really quick shout out to this facility. We're here in Iowa, and the facility we have is amazing, and I'm really excited for a long weekend of really intense quad ball.
Yeah, and we've got 12 great teams dueling it out here for the MLQ Cup. A lot of teams in new places. We've talked about Boston having to come up from the play-in bracket this year for the first time ever. And even talking about teams like this, I mean, this is a New Orleans team looking for its first win at MLQ Championships since 2016. Last year was the first time they'd qualified since 2017. This Detroit team is so young. This is a program that's been snake-bitten so many times throughout its history in MLQ. It looked like they might get snake-bitten again at North Division Championships. Cleveland was on the brink of knocking them out. In Game 3, Cleveland needing 1 goal to knock Detroit out, Detroit needing 2 to survive, and them coming back and getting those goals. It's a lot of teams fighting, and I think this kind of new meta, this no-reset meta, has really changed the game from being about being so patient and so optimal to actually having to find ways to actively try to break down defenses, and it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, allowing defenses to press and use the halfway line as an extra defender is always really crucial, I think.
Charlton Trammell bringing the ball down. Ben Mertens, I believe, took his first sub off of that timeout. Mitchell has the ball up top. It is going to be switched to a box. That's the adjustment they've made. And running is able to put that one through. Really nicely done. And, yeah, it seemed like they just were not getting good attack angles out of their diamond. A good switch up there in the timeout to switch to a box to try to attack this defense, and they get immediate results.
Yeah, and a really good feed there from P.J. Mitchell to running. Mitchell and running, especially at the base of this defense, have been really good this season. And we'll see if the point defense can hold up here, which has, I think, been the problem defensively for New Orleans, has been the integrity of the point defender.
Madeline back in the game. Mansfield trying to win an exchange with Smiley, but loses badly. And it's just, if it's going to count, it was called no good. But I was going to say, it's just been so easy, those driving lanes and then those cutting lanes.
Something we've seen from New Orleans all season is is the ability to close out around the hoops, and we haven't seen today. The hoop defenders may be a little slow to step as well.
Pucciarelli trying to take an exchange there with Swanson. Does so. All the dodgeballs briefly on the ground. A big hit there by Madeline.
Yeah, perhaps a hit from behind. It's not going to get called. Looks like they're going to say they wrapped from the front.
Now Madeline looking to run. I think will slow it down. And that's one thing we haven't seen a ton of in this game, physicality from point defenders on either side of the ball. So it's good to see someone kind of changing that up because, like we said, if you can just constantly drive the lane, these 2-2s really collapse very quickly.
And Trammell there with a crafty move to try and use Pucciarelli as a bit of a pick. That's not going to be good. That's going to go out. That's going to be a turnover. To try and use Pucciarelli as the beater as a bit of a pick, and Murray did a good job there of stepping through it and making the wrap.
Yeah, Deering fired that one off from 10 yards out. You know, given how easily Detroit's been able to break into this defense, I don't think that's necessarily the looks they want to be seeing. It'll be interesting to see if Coach, who is on the field, kicking Madeline, has anything to say about that.
And Veronica Spicer back in the game from New Orleans.
Trammell bringing the ball down. Trammell floats it high. Trammell can't get it to go.
Yeah, another individual effort from New Orleans. We've been hammering this point home. Just maybe a little bit too individual. We've seen a lot of their goals come off of assists, not from single player scores.
Right.
And just a quick sub there for Mertens, who comes back into the game.
I think we'll see a lot of that from New Orleans, just given their lack of depth. It'll be interesting to see how both of these teams play the flag runner game. Detroit's had more success. New Orleans had more success with it, but is without TJ Goalie, without Marcellus Lewis, some of the players who do a lot of seeking for them. Detroit, basically between these two teams on these rosters, only 2 total catches. So it'll be interesting to see who focuses on it, who doesn't, in a game that's going to be very competitive. Right now it's Deering trying to shake off Spicer. Dodgeball helps them with that. Madeline tries to get over to Deering, but another waste possession. The possessions are just getting a little sloppier here on both sides as we get deeper into this one.
Yeah, and it looks like the dodgeballs just got disconnected from the ball carrier there for Detroit, and New Orleans able to press and force the turnover. Really good patient press from New Orleans there, not throwing their dodgeball to create the turnover.
Yeah, it's Ray Brodeur back in the game, but not alongside Ryan Sue as of yet. I believe that's Dustin Minnick who has subbed in. Be interesting to see how long that split continues, or if Sue's going to try to get in the game soon, or if they're trying to maybe hold them for flag runner on pitch play. Mertens bringing the ball down.
Mitchell behind the hoops, Trammell out wide with Spicer on the other side.
Trammell's got some space on this wing, floats it all the way over to Spicer. A perfectly weighted pass out of Charlton Trammell. It's a 2-0 run out of the timeout for New Orleans. They're right back in this game 6-5.
Yeah, we've got a good one. You can see that when the teams move the ball effectively and have dodgeball control, that's where they're going to be most effective. And so far, Detroit has done it better, but we've seen New Orleans be able to create offense in ways that they really haven't seen so far this year.
Brodeur clears out Spicer as the pass goes deep into the corner. That's Margolis, who gets it back to Deering. Brodeur eats a beat from Mansfield, but all that's going to do is create a no dodgeball situation, which Deering's able to take advantage of, dunks it through 7-5.
Yeah, it's going to be no dodgeballs the other way for New Orleans. The beater's working hard to clear people out. It's going to be a pass to Mitchell. Mitchell's going to put his hand through the hoop or not. He's going to get stuffed and make a bounce pass.
I think we might be getting back contact. So Detroit sending 2 players to the box for back contact on PJ Mitchell as they were trying to keep him away from the hoops. Might not be worth it when all is said and done because this goal is going to stand and they'll still end up with 1 player in the box afterwards.
Yeah, and we'll see if they reset PJ Mitchell to where he was when the back contact happened.
I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to matter. There are 2 defenders, both of them are out of position, and there are no dodgeballs on Detroit's side.
And it will be a dunk. You're right. It did not matter.
I was going to say, I think the only key on the play was Veronica Spicer getting out of Mitchell's way in time. So the power play goal is good. 1 player comes out of the box. It's Madeline, but Markland will stay in the box. It is a 1-goal game here. Mansfield looking to press high. Does win an exchange with Minnick. Does immediately press Deering out of the play. Did Madeline dodge that beat from Pucciarelli? Pucciarelli's thought no, but Madeline can't take advantage. And I think Pucciarelli could possibly end up in the box for the response to it.
Yeah, a really good press there from Josh Mansfield. The backside beating from Pucciarelli, leaving a lot to be desired. Even more to be desired, Kagan Madeline not able to finish on a wide open hoop.
Yeah, I think they got stuck between an overhand shot and a sidearm shot and didn't really execute on either.
Yeah, always the best place to put the hand through the hoop.
Okay, so I believe the referees did decide that Madeline was beat at the beginning of that play. That is how this was resolved. So credit to Pucciarelli for getting the job done. Trammell bringing the ball down. Still a power play here for New Orleans. Looking to even up the game. Big hit there. Trammell the ball behind to Mertens. Mertens floats one high. Madeline comes down with it.
They are going to call beat there on Madeline. They've been giving out that blue card for play after beat. I wonder if we're going to see it again.
And then Josh Mansfield, Ben Mertens. So now both coaches at some point have gotten blue cards for talking back to the head ref.
Yeah, and the addition of quite a while ago of the blue card, I think, is a really important one in the sport. Allows for referees to do exactly this: give cards and penalize players for dissent without allowing them to be stacking.
Right, exactly. Butler back into the game. Sue back into the game. Important for Detroit. Really did a good job with him out the field. 7-6. Detroit's still in the lead. Still have a chance to make something happen here. Markland has the ball on the far side. A ton of space to run into because they have that player advantage, but the floater gets knocked down by Mitchell. And again, that's not when Detroit has been passive is when New Orleans has gotten stops. The opportunities have been there all game.
And now we have subs from in the beater game from New Orleans. It is Sanders and Sarah Kneeling back in.
Sanders a big dodgeball block there to get dodgeball control back for their team, and PJ Mitchell has it up top. Mertens did serve their 30 seconds. No damage done. Janowski back in the game.
And we'll see if New Orleans tries to change the point of attack here.
Yeah, I mean, the place I think they want to look to here is Mertens, who has Mike Sanders kind of ushering them in, but will Janowski see it? Madeline tries to make a strip, can't quite get it done. Mitchell has it up top. Mertens is begging for the ball there, and Mike Sanders, as we've said, has the play set up. Mitchell just doesn't seem to see it. Now Brodor's back in position to deal with it. A floater to Mertens. Mertens puts it through. That play was being set up for a solid 20 seconds.
Give credit to Mike Sanders. They're able to maintain bludger control on an island and create an open lane for Ben Mertens. PJ Mitchell eventually finding him for the score. Really well done them from Mertens, who was patient, and Sanders, who was really stout.
Yeah, really nice to use that weak side to get a dodgeball player over there.
And now it's Sue going behind the hoops with the bludger, with the dodgeball for Detroit. Trying to run a 1.5 from behind.
Levy's back in the game. Janowski gets cleared out. Levy has some space, though Trammell's inside their keeper zone. Sue coming back into the play now. Right at the line, a floater all the way back to Pratt. Pratt gets it over to Butler. Hits off of Nasta, but no damage done. Butler just whips one sidearm. A beautiful, beautiful dime there dropped by Butler, who's usually a beater, but Trammell's looking to go right the other way. Trammell responds. We've got a game going now.
And that's Trammell is so important to this team for exactly that reason. He is by far their best player in transition and really understands when to run and when not to. And we saw him just get by the 3-on-1 to put it in a really nice goal.
Yeah. If you remember from last year's championship final, there was a dime dropped by Taylor Crawford finding Andrew Steinberg for Boston. That one kind of gave me the same kind of vibe. A ball kind of on a rope there all the way across the field, perfectly weighted. But like you said, Trammell with the response, we are all knotted up. Pratt's taking every inch of space there in the far corner.
Yeah, Detroit really trying to spread out this 2-2 zone. Like you said at the beginning, they're really trying to spread the zone out to allow for space inside.
And Muller and Markland have just been eating in those spaces. And here Muller's looking to get to a hoop again. Levy sees him. Levy gets it across, but a really nice play by P.J. Mitchell. Butler came up with it first. A big tackle by Ben Mertens, I think, saves the goal.
And we have a lot of it was definitely shoulder to shoulder, but it looks like we have a player down.
Yep. It's going to be Pratt down there for a minute. Getting up under their own accord, though.
Looks like they're going to be okay. A lot of chaos in the beater game here. The stoppage and play is going to allow Sue to sort of get back into it.
Yeah, and I don't have a clock in front of me, but according to the scoreboard, at least we are definitely rapidly approaching the 20-minute mark I believe this will be the 20-minute stoppage. And if so, I mean, we've got a competitive game here to start off day one.
We did think this game was going to be competitive. We thought these were two teams that sort of their records didn't tell the whole story in terms of their talent. And I think we're sort of getting that here. We're seeing the good, the bad, and the ugly from both teams, I think. Detroit doing a really good job at times of running a really patient pass-first offense. I think the pairing of Sue and Brodeur is as good as advertised. Really gave New Orleans problems sort of to the early mid-game portion. But after the timeout, New Orleans has responded really quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And we are into the 20-minute timeout. And, yeah, I mean, one of the nice things about the way this play-in bracket is structured, it's obviously a double elimination bracket. It goes until there's two teams left, and those two teams are the ones that get promoted to the championship bracket, to the quarterfinals this evening, it gives that a little bit of room for error at the start, right? You're not in that much of a worse position if you lose this one than you are if you win it, because it is a tough bracket to play through. And, I feel like these teams have kind of felt things out. I think Detroit started the slower, but then once they start getting into their groove, you really start to see really good offensive ideas on how they want to attack New Orleans' 2-2. And I think 2-2, while we have started to see a lot of other defenses work their way in, I think 2-2 will be the predominant defense of the weekend. So to see Detroit have these really good ideas, the ability to use their height, find the Mullers and the Marklins of the world, I think will pay dividends throughout this play-in bracket.
Yeah, and on the New Orleans side, I think we've seen some really bright moments and some really creative moments from their beaters. I think the New Orleans team really relies on those two beater pairs that we've seen so far today. And we've seen some moments where they descended into chaos a little bit and allowed the game to get more wide open than maybe a 2-2 defense wants to get. But I think the most important thing for New Orleans has been how they have scored their goals so far today. It has not just been fast breaks. There has been more coalition between the quaffle players.
Yeah, for sure.
The quad ball players.
And then if I'm in either of these huddles, what I'm really saying is we've had good half-court offensive ideas against the opposing defense, so let's not rush these possessions, because I feel like a lot of the worst possessions we've seen in this game has someone basically, if it was a basketball game, heat checking from the 3-point line just at the start with 24 seconds left on the shot clock. And I don't think these teams really need that, because yes, the beaters have been doing some good jobs pressing, but overall there's definitely been space to be taken. There's been time to be used to kind of set up your offense. So I don't think we need to see that much of that from either, because I don't think I've seen someone hit a shot really while taking those shots.
Do you think which team do you think has the advantage going into flag runner on grounds?
I think this is purely a strategic adjustment situation. What are these teams looking to do in this period? That's going to decide who has the advantage, because if one team decides to play quad ball and one team decides to play flag runner and the team playing flag runner can't catch, they're going to be in trouble. Whereas if that team can get a quick catch, they're obviously going to be miles ahead. So are these teams going to play flag runner? What's this going to look like? I think that's going to shape things. Obviously, I think there's a lot to be said for New Orleans' size in a no dodgeball situation, if that is how this gets played out. But obviously missing some of that size, especially on the defensive side, with Marcellus Lewis not on the roster this weekend.
Yeah, and I think athleticism in the beater game really comes to the forefront in flag runner on ground situations. Are the beaters going to be able to split? Yep.
Yeah.
We apologize. I was listening to the referee give our set score. It is going to be a 140 set score.
Yep. And it's going to be Carson Running, who has the only catch on roster this weekend for New Orleans. No, not going to be. It's going to be a last-second switch to Yanofsky. Meanwhile, it's going to be Tom Weir coming in to seek for Detroit. Right now, it's almost all dodgeballs over around the flag runner. That's going to give P.J. Mitchell a no dodgeball situation if they want it. Decides to pass it off. DeLee gets it on a bounce back to Mitchell.
And patience here from New Orleans.
Yeah, I wonder if that's by design, because I feel like they could have scored, and now they've been so patient. Oh, no, Brooke Smiley has missed the beat on Ben Merton, so it stays no dodgeball. Pass across, really nicely finished by Veronica Spicer. Her second of the game. New Orleans has a lead, 9-8.
Yeah, and it looks like Detroit is going to go more aggressively after this flag runner than New Orleans. Yanofsky playing defensively and just looking to try and sneak a grab by.
Yeah, I think honestly, New Orleans is trying to have its cake and eat it too. They're playing defensively in the flag runner game, but also using their dodgeballs over in the flag runner game. Levy's going to hit the lane. Levy floats across Smyers. The hoop says no. Picked up by Mertens. This is going to be a chance to run. No dodgeball still. A big hit there.
Oh, Mertens gets up. Looks like more damage done to Detroit.
Yeah, Markland goes down. It's the hit originally by Butler. Might have come off Broom, but had to come out of the play. Mertens just keeps on trucking. 2 quick goals for New Orleans. And this is what I was talking about. You know, New Orleans is so good in these no dodgeball situations. So Detroit, a team who has not necessarily been great at catching flag runners this season, has now put all of their eggs in the basket of trying to break down 2 defensive beaters and a defensive seeker to try to get to that flag runner. Meanwhile, they can't necessarily contend because they're not as large and physical as New Orleans in the quad ball game.
Yep. Definitely interesting to watch. And Markland able to come off under their own power.
Yep.
And Mansfield patrolling the center of the pitch right now, trying to force a turnover. Does force a turnover. Really good play there by Mansfield. And now it's going to be Mitchell coming down the other way.
Yeah, Mitchell over to Spicer. Spicer has a hat trick.
A great run there from Veronica Spicer, filling the correct lane and finishing really quickly. That's 3 goals now for Veronica Spicer.
Deering is getting some time at the flag runner now, but the Mansfield is able to clear. And, you know, something we've talked about is that in some of their toughest losses, specifically the KC series where they needed 1 win to finish 3rd, the thing that was kind of getting in New Orleans' way is that I think they committed a little bit too much to trying to catch some flag runners and failed to do so. It seems like this is a team that, especially down some of their seekers, knows what their identity needs to be. And so far it's been a 3-0 run in this period. And Josh Mansfield, I think, is going to be able to set up another press, makes a big beat on Sue. Pass across there. It's going to be Ahern who has it. Ahern gets over to Madeline. Madeline can't handle it clean. It's going to be another stop. New Orleans looking to go. Deering does, on that defensive possession, get some time with the flag runner, but can't get it to go. Yanofsky seems perfectly happy to just play defensive, even with no seeker around from Detroit.
And it looks like it's a turnover here. It's a turnover here from New Orleans.
And then a block there on the Mansfield beat. Big play there by DeLee to slow things down. It's going to be Smyers who tries to make a move. DeLee, though, is everywhere on the defensive possession, picks up the rebound, looking to run. Think they might have to slow down because they lost Spicer, who was the only one running with them.
And lost bludger control, but New Orleans making a play right now. Sue tries to, and that was a really great play there by Pucciarelli. And the size here for New Orleans has been a problem for Detroit in the flag runner on grounds.
And Mertens finally hits one of those mid-rangers. It is a 4-0 run for New Orleans out of the 20-minute.
And Mertens just took a knee a little bit on the way back to the hoops, and now taking a sub. We'll see what that entails going forward. If Mertens is hurt, that's going to be a big loss for this team. Looks like maybe just a knock.
And I think Detroit has to adjust at some point and get their dodgeball players out of the flag runner game. It's been 4-0 since they started that strategy.
Yeah, absolutely getting run over and losing bludger control. Now the size again, you see a really good play there by Running, who's now going to pick it up and look to run himself. Running also been decent in transition this season. Didn't get hit from behind, doesn't get called.
Spicer has the ball. It is a lot of time now for the first time for Tom Weir. Running, tried to get big there, and Madeline shut the door. Madeline's been one of the big physical presences in this game. Has not been easy to go through.
Yeah, Madeline has looking really athletic on this pitch and looking like probably the most physical player so far.
Yeah. And we see some exchanges, some subs coming in for Detroit. But like I said, if Curse is not trying to really catch, you just need to put your dodgeball players back in the quad ball game, and eventually your seekers can get some time when their dodgeball players have to come with them. But right now, I think they're almost diverting too much time. It seems like they're changing the strategy now a little bit with Swanson coming down into the quad ball game. But that's allowing Mansfield just get behind the play. Levy floats one high to Markland there, not to be.
Yeah, miscommunication we haven't really seen between Markland and Levy so far. Perhaps the game getting a little away from Detroit here. And now it is going to be Trammell coming down, looking a quick pass to Mitchell. He's going to fill the middle lane. A nice dish back.
A huge play. Brodeur is able to get the ball back to Swanson, who's able to make the beat in time to shut down the opportunity. But now it's Levy kind of running quick pace into 2 dodgeballs from New Orleans. And I think that's been the thing. There's nothing harder than properly identifying game situations in flag runner on pitch. That's where I think this experience from New Orleans has kind of taken over this game compared to Detroit.
Yeah, and I really just want to highlight Swanson's patient play real quick. And a really good play there.
Yeah, Pucciarelli was trying to pump fake, lost control of their dodgeball, and because Josh Mansfield was in the flag runner game, allowed a no dodgeball situation, and all day it's been Markland sitting on those hoops. That has to be 4 goals, I think, at this point for Markland of Detroit's 9.
Yeah, and Mertens coming back in. Good to see that for New Orleans.
New Orleans needs 2 goals or a flag catch.
And this is where New
Detroit
Orleans,
needs 5, yeah.
putting games away has been where New Orleans has struggled a little bit. It seems to have been a mental hurdle throughout the regular season, and we'll see if they can close here. They've got a lot of, like you said, experienced players who've had a good game so far today for the most part, especially with flag runner on ground. We'll see if they can close out.
Yeah, as that rip is knocked down. Yeah, I believe that over the course of their KC series, where they had to win 1 game to finish third in the South, they had about 5 possessions where a goal would have won them that game across games 1 and 3. They were never able to do it, and you're starting to see them get a little more passive, right? Charleston Trammell just took a flat-footed shot on that last position, but no, now it's no dodgeballs. Now Trammell's looking to make there, given the game situation.
Looks like it.
Trammell just puts it through, and with New Orleans only needing 2 more, you got to do what you got to do.
And no cards, already no cards for them, so they'll be able to take the yellow without fear of them stacking, without the fear of getting a red card later on in the game.
Yeah, I do think that is their second yellow. They were one of the 2 players who went into the book on that double foul on P.J. Mitchell. They also have a blue card as well.
Yes.
So that is second yellow. Three yellows in MLQ to get a red card. Trammell looking to drive. Trammell puts it through. New Orleans is 1 goal away from their first win at MLQ Championship since 2016. What can Detroit offer here? Janoski's actually making a few plays now at the flag runner. Mansfield is trying to not let Deering close, because that's really the only way I think this goes off the rails at this point, is a flag runner grab for Detroit.
And it has been a dominant flag runner on ground performance for the New Orleans Beaters.
Madeline looking to drive the lane. Hits the floater. Nicely done there. A catch here would suddenly make it next goal wins, but Deering does get beat out of the play. Janoski's getting some time. Mansfield looking to play offense here. It's going to be no
dodgeball situation for New Orleans.
No dodgeballs. Burton's looking to drive. Madeline steps up. Madeline working on 2 yellows already. Does get the wrap. Goes over to Trammell. Trammell ahead of steam. Trammell driving. Trammell dunking. Trammell puts it through. We'll wait for the final call, and there it is. The New Orleans Curse have finally done it. The New Orleans Curse win a game at MLQ Championship 140-100, a 6-2 dominant flag runner on pitch period there from the Curse.
Like we said, first of all, what an awesome game to open up championships. We saw 2 teams that we were really excited about, seeing what they could bring. 1 short roster, 1 super new, youth versus experience. And like I said earlier, we saw the good, bad, and the ugly from both teams. And ultimately, it is the poise, the experience, and the finishing ability from New Orleans with flag runner on grounds to be able to get it done.
Yeah, and it's Detroit really showed, I think, a lot of the high points of this team. We saw good offensive looks. We saw the strength of their dodgeball play, but in the end, it was the strategic adjustments that you have to make in flag runner on pitch, the strategic decisions and risks you have to take. It just seemed like New Orleans pulled the right dials, and Detroit wasn't quite able to. Things aren't over for Detroit, though. They're going to go and probably take on, a team from that Kansas City versus most likely to be Minneapolis matchup, whoever loses that one. It's going to be a tough uphill battle. They've played Minneapolis already tight this season, but we'll see. And New Orleans now, a big test, the Boston Forge waiting for them in the play-in bracket. We'll be broadcasting that one in a bit. We're going to throw to a quick break. For myself, for Noah Schwartz, 140-100, New Orleans opens up MLQ Championship 2023 with a victory.
Back to the Mid-American Energy Company Recplex here in West Des Moines, Iowa. I'm here, Jack McGovern here with Josh Mansfield from the New Orleans Curse. Josh, New Orleans has just won its first game at the MLQ Championship since 2016. You've been there the whole time. How does it feel?
It's been a long time coming. We've had some close ones over the years. It really feels great to be back out here. I know people will call us an old team, but most of these players were not there for our 2016 run that we made. So it's incredible to get a win with this group of players. I know after last year we had a real close one against Toronto, and so I think a lot of us were just coming back in, locked in, not trying to make the same mistakes twice.
Yeah, and last year was the first time that the Curse had been back at MLQ Championship for a really long time too, since 2017, I believe.
Yeah.
So cool that you guys came back this year and not only qualified, but got that win and are moving forward in the play-in bracket. We'll await the winner of, or we'll play Boston next. Josh, you guys started on a 30-10 run, but then Detroit responded with a 50-0 run.
Right.
What were you seeing from them? Like, what were they doing so well in that period?
Yeah, so I think their beaters really took control after the first few minutes, and coming in scouting this team, we noticed a lot of the same tendencies we have. Both very beater led teams. When their beaters are cooking, they're doing well. When which goes the same for Curse. So yeah, I think we kind of our dodgeball core kind of let the game get a little bit away from us there, which put a little more pressure on our chasers and led to that 50-0 run. But yeah, so.
Yeah, but then you guys called timeout. You're an experienced team. You were calm, cool, and collected. You hit them with a goal coming out of the timeout, and then went on a big run and kind of took control of the game. What was working for you there?
Yeah, I think Ben Mertens kind of came over, talked to our chasers, just kind of told us to lock in, stay patient. Don't look for the hard option, look for the sure thing. Which they really started to take away. I think Dylan DeLee really popped on defense coming out of that. That saved us some really big ones. And then honestly, beaters, we just kind of said, hey, let's just focus in, lock down, do what we know how to do, treat it like a practice, and just kind of go out there and play ball.
You guys looked like you were having so much fun out there. Josh, I'm going to let you go. Prepare for your next game against the Boston Forge. Congrats so much, and see you again soon.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jack.
Back to MLQ Championship 2023 for our second game of day one. The New Orleans Curse in game one, a dominant flag runner on pitch scenario to come away with the win, but now they face a very different type of test. The three-time MLQ champion Boston Forge will be taking the pitch for the first ever time in the play-in bracket. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Carrie Donnelly. Carrie, this is a new situation for Boston, and it's going to be interesting to see how they handle themselves.
Yeah, it's interesting because technically this is the worst season we have seen of Boston since their start. But we do have the return of Lulu and Max, their dominant beater pair. So it'll be interesting to see the impact they have now that they're back from their injuries. And this is going to be a game of beating, not to show my bias, but I'm really excited to see how they match up against Mansfield. And yeah, we're going to have a great game.
Yeah, Mansfield and Pucciarelli were very good for periods of the last game. Havlin and Chu, first time together since USQ Championship. We are going to just sign off for a quick second so we can do starting lineups on site, and then we'll be back for Boston versus New Orleans. And we are back here ready to start the second game here in the play-in bracket. Winner of this one is just one game away from a spot in the quarterfinals this evening. Loser of this one has a long road ahead of them. They will need to win 3 straight games over the course of the rest of this morning if they hope to qualify for the second spot. You know, we've talked a lot about Boston already. We've talked a lot about New Orleans. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see kind of strategically what they're looking to do here. But Boston's a confidence team. And, you know, a lot of players in this sport are confidence-type players. And it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of get out on the roll. That'll put them in a good place for the rest of the day.
Yeah, especially after New Orleans has just won their first MLQ championship game since 2016. It'll be interesting to see their momentum against this game-making play with Boston.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, you could kind of see it in Josh Mansfield's eyes and facial expressions and speech patterns, you know, a few minutes ago on the interview. I mean, how much it meant to the team. A lot of these players who weren't even around back in 2016. I mean, our producer, Nick Jablonski, was one of the key players on that 2016 team. That was a long time ago. But with that said, we are ready to go. Charlton Trammell wins the race up, but it's just going to be a kick to no one in particular. Ian Skura, the leading quad ball player on this team, one of the best assist getters in the country. gets us started here. Dodgeball control did go to the combination, though, of Mansfield and Pucciarelli, and they will be up early against Aaron McCready and Serena Montero out of Boston.
Yeah, you mentioned Skura. It's going to be his championship series to really step up because we don't have Taylor Crawford this series. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays without the power of Crawford.
Yeah, an early win in the dodgeball game forces a long shot from Olazaba. New Orleans almost got caught aback by it, but the hoop said no. Able to get a stop there to start things off. A nice start here for New Orleans, and they were able to keep control as well. So a chance maybe to get on the board first. It's going to be Ben Mertens, head coach of the team, running the offense up top. We saw both diamond attacks and box attacks from New Orleans against the 2-2 from Detroit. Here it's going to be Mertens just trying to get in the lane, tries to float, and Zach Doyle is just all playing free safety and picking that one off. A big stop there for Boston. Dodgeball control, though, still with New Orleans.
Yeah, and that stop was just in time because the dodgeball play was getting a little chaotic, so that was a big stop that we needed.
Great ball movement there from Boston, but again, they just settle, this time by choice, for the long mid-range shot. It goes flying high, almost goes off the pitch, and we have a huge playing surface here in Des Moines, so that's saying something. 2 failed attempts here for Boston early. Wonder if the nerves are going to start creeping in. They struggled offensively against Washington in what was the biggest series of their season, and, they got off to that 6-0 start playing Ottawa and Charlotte first. They're 1-5 in their last 6 games.
Yeah, it's not a great trend you want to see when you're up against this New Orleans team who is just riding their momentum.
For sure. A little switch up here. It's going to be Spicer bringing the ball down and sitting in the point of the diamond. Now it's going to come to the wing. Spicer has some space, tries to get it back to Mitchell, and it's the triangle one from Boston. Zach Doyle's just sitting on those passing lanes, but this time Doyle knocked the ball out of play, so it is going to be purple ball. And I should be more specific because they're both kind of purple teams. Maroon ball.
Yeah, and Boston still doesn't have control. And this season, even though it hasn't been their top performing season, they do have one of the top control rates. So it's interesting to see them play with just one dodgeball.
Trammell gets everyone at the hoops in the air with one pump fake, goes near side, hits middle hoop. New Orleans has a lead over Boston here early in this game. Trammell, one of the leading scorers on this team, despite only playing 6 of their 12 regular season games, was only 2 goals short of P.J. Mitchell. Really the main spark plug offensively for this squad. Good to see him getting going early here. Switch up here a bit offensively with Skura being the back point on the diamond for Boston, Doyle on one of the wings. But really the issue has been the dodgeball control, as you mentioned, Carrie, has been all with New Orleans so far. We'll see what they can try to do. It's going to be a switch up here. Skura's going to come back and take the ball off Doyle. Trying to get by Trammell. 2 at the hoops, considering a shot, gets to the keeper's own line, puts it through. Ian Skura, when he's feeling it, one of the best shooters in the game. Good to see him get started early.
Yeah, we'll see how that impacts the confidence here. I don't know if they necessarily expected it to be 1-1 at this time.
For sure, and we saw much more of a drive and dish offense from Detroit trying to attack the zone. So far, it's been 3 shots on 3 possessions from Boston. We'll see if that trend continues. Josh Mansfield trying to win control, does so. Pucciarelli now is going to be in a foot race actually with Montero, but I think is going to win it comfortably. Yes, she does. It is going to be dodgeball control back to New Orleans. Trammell, meanwhile, trying to get by Olazaba. Olazaba, a good point defender, willing to push high. Mertens has to walk a tightrope along the midfield line to avoid the reset. Now being ushered in by his dodgeball players. McCready has the one dodgeball for Boston. Ball goes over to Trammell on the wing. It's going to be an exchange of beats, McCready and Pucciarelli. It's going to be no dodgeballs, but Trammell tries to float one to P.J. Mitchell, and Doyle continues to be all over him. Gets a wrap, and then Athena Mayer standing in the passing lane knocks it down. Good defense from Boston, but Mayer can't get does get to Olazaba. It's going to be Skura now running one-on-one against Pucciarelli. Skura misses the shot from 5 yards out. Does get on the rebound, but I think it's going to be a pile-up, and there's no dodgeballs. Finally, it's going to be Josh Mansfield coming to clean it up. Huge missed opportunity from, as we mentioned, one of the best shooters in the game.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Usually when you have a chaser against a beater, the odds are pretty good, but Skura just didn't get that one in.
Yeah, Pucciarelli just doing enough with the pump fakes, forces the shot over the top of the mid-hoop, and now we get to see what I think a lot of us are waiting for. Max Havlin and Lewis Shue back on a pitch together. They're going to be going up against Mansfield and Kneeling, 2 of the only beaters I think that can claim about as much veteran experience as the pair of Havlin and Shue.
I was about to say, we have the veterans, and Sarah Kneeling, one of the most tenured and oldest players we have in this league.
Yeah. Dodgeball control will start on the New Orleans side. It is still a 1-1 game here. Mertens bringing the ball down. Still going to be that triangle one from Boston, just taking away that look to Mitchell. And it seems like New Orleans has had some trouble making adjustments to that. I think what could do it is passes across the diamond, but right now they're sticking to the shorter passes. Mertens has the ball up top. Olazaba, because there's no real pressure from these drives, is able to just kind of keep shifting in and out. Athena Mayer steps off the hoops there, but gets a hand up big because I was about to say the shot might open up, and now there's going to be an opportunity to run in transition. Max Havlin and Lewis Shue made a play immediately. Oh, and Olazaba's pass to Athena Mayer is not quite clean. Skura, though, gets to Olazaba. Mertens has a wrap, has to come off of him because Olazaba did briefly drop the ball. It goes across to Doyle, and I think Boston's now going to set up an offense because they did get dodgeball control here.
Yeah, it's good that you were paying attention to the quad ball because I was just focused on Havlin and Mansfield going at it. We had some great catches, some good blocks, and it's a fun beater match to watch.
Yeah. All these mid-range shots as Havlin tries to create no dodgeballs, but Mansfield's able to make the block and then make the beat on Mayer. I think we might have a conversation about if Mansfield played through a beat. Wait for the call from head ref Chris Lecomte. Yep, so a big card there because that was going to be another stop off of Mansfield's athleticism, but they say that the beat Max Havlin made did land. It was not cleanly blocked, and now it's going to be a beater power play, which Boston absolutely has to take advantage of after a slow start to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if they don't get this, their confidence is definitely going to be knocked.
Just refs kind of sorting things out here, but yeah, it's been nothing but mid-range shots from Boston and then just kind of sloppy, turnover-prone offenses so far from New Orleans. It's resulted in a very low 1-1 game. Mayer might try a shot here. Mitchell's going to try to get to the middle hoop. Mayer does, and Trammell shuts the door, but Zach Doyle is crashing. A really lucky hop there for Boston. They'll take it. They get their first lead of the day, 2-1.
Yeah, that was a good play by Doyle waiting for the cleanup.
Yeah. Doyle loves to play this game like it's volleyball. Yes, we do play with a volleyball, but a lot of players don't play that way. Doyle, with a volleyball background, loves to. Really a nice grab there to put it through.
It's good to have versatility.
And Havlin looking to take over this pitch. Big beat on Kneeling, then a big beat on Mertens. Shue is just going to run down. Carson Olazaba has no one in front. For the first time in 3 months, we have a Max Havlin goal with a quad ball player assist.
You love to see it.
Oh, and the block on Kneeling there. We talk about confidence. There's not many people who can look more confident on a pitch than Max Havlin and Lewis Shue. Carrie, you've had to play against them many of times. I'm sure you're familiar.
I sure have. I've had to play against them, and I've had to play as them when we're training to go up against them. So it's definitely they are the players to really emulate when you're out there on the pitch, in confidence and in skill.
Quad ball subs for the first time here for Boston. They get a new line out there. It's going to be Greg Bento wearing the green and pressing high here along with Havlin and Shue. It's going to be a full mark defense here. They're really looking to press. Sanders gets beat. Kneeling's on the ground. It's a pass to Mitchell. It's Peter Lawrence who's marking. Ball does go up to Mertens. So good job there by New Orleans dealing with the first press. It's going to be exchange Shue and Kneeling. Now it's another exchange in the dodgeball game. There are just dodgeballs on the ground. Ben Mertens gets to drive because of it, floats it high. But, good job by, I think, the New Orleans beaters there. But we're not going to have a chance to breathe because now it's no dodgeballs going the other way. Peter Lawrence looking to run. Peter Lawrence gets met by Dylan DeLee. Gets it over to Beckman. Beckman looking for Delk as an option. Just is going to take it all the way himself. 3-1 Boston, just like that.
Love that 1-2-3 fake out, too. That was nice.
Sorry, 4-1 here, Boston. The goals are coming fast and quick. But it has been all Boston. But Mike Sanders and Sarah Kneeling able to get dodgeball control out of that exchange.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with that control.
I mean, Havlin was still willing to be positioned probably 12 to 14 yards outside of his hoops, even
That's
without
the
dodgeball
confidence.
control. It really is. It really is. It's a much more spread out defense now from it's hoops defense. Greg Bento kind of chasing the quad ball around. Shue was trying to get behind the play there.
An interesting choice. Kneeling's now going a little bit wider, but Sanders and Kneeling were both going with the quaffle, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Mertens
quad ball.
able to get in the lane, gets wrapped by Bento. Floater does get picked up there by running wrapped by Beckman, floats it over the top. Greg Bento trying to get there first. DeLee actually gets there first. Did DeLee get beat? It doesn't matter. It gets knocked out. A little bit of scrapping there between DeLee and Lawrence, but it's not going to matter. Beckman has the ball. Haviland's trying to lead his players in. Sanders tries to make a play, and a floater over Sierra Delk is knocked down by DeLee. DeLee everywhere on this pitch right now.
That was a great interception from DeLee.
Yeah. Something we saw a bit from DeLee in the first game, just seems to have a really good eye for passing lanes. Haviland and Shu pushing high right inside the line. They're going to have to get back, though. I think, yeah, it's just going to be dodgeball control. A little bit too much aggression there from Boston.
Oh, but Haviland was right there, so we'll see what happens. He's staying in the back, waiting for his partner, Shu.
Yep, no Boston dodgeballs, but Peter Lawrence was able to shut the door with a big tackle on Mertens there, much needed. This is an incredibly high-paced game, basically, ever since Max Haviland and Louis Shu stepped onto this field.
That's what you got to expect from those two, though. That's why we were excited to see them back on the pitch together.
Yep. Bento has the ball on the near side, working with Lawrence. Shu has the one dodgeball. Sanders is going to take an exchange, wins the exchange, in fact. Haviland, though, is able to make a beat on Sarah Kneeling out of that, which I think will mean dodgeball control. No, because he gets an unlucky hop on a kick. Pierre Lawrence just has to rip one because had no dodgeball help, goes high.
Yeah, Sanders and Kneeling have actually been doing a great job keeping control against Haviland and Shu.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, this is a beater core that is much more experienced with the likes of Haviland and Shu than some of these younger cores that they're going to see in the play-in bracket. Mike Sanders played with Haviland and Shu at QCB. Kneeling's, as we mentioned, has been around for so long. So plenty of familiarity to go around. And I think it's paying dividends in, keeping things from getting too ugly too fast. Still, though, a 4-1 lead here early for Boston. Haviland just playing at half field with the team's only dodgeball. Finally just flips it back to Shu. But it's interesting. It doesn't seem like New Orleans had any interest in, getting the ball back behind the hoops given that.
Yeah, they're prioritizing control for sure. They're playing very conservatively on offense.
Mertens found a good look from DeLee, but I've been really happy with the physicality we've been seeing from Boston, shutting a lot of these doors even when their dodgeball players haven't been there to help them.
Yeah, and it's probably that physicality that gives Haviland the confidence to go up and stay in the pressure of Kneeling and Sanders.
Our first time seeing Kieran Collier and Leanne Dillman onto the pitch. Definitely the leading stat getters in this beater core so far for Boston this season, with Haviland and Shu missing a lot of time. Andrew Steinberg has the ball in the back corner. We haven't seen him since earlier in the season. Greenhouse, one of the veterans, with Will Richardson, one of the youngest players on the team.
Yeah, we've been speaking a lot about Haviland and Shu, but Dillman and Collier have been doing a great job, beating and holding really well beater control. And Dillman actually has a plus-minus of 16, which is incredible.
Yeah, especially on a third-place team in a division.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mansfield and Pucciarelli now back into the game with dodgeball control. It has not been an issue of the dodgeball game holding up on the New Orleans side. And that doesn't surprise us. We know how strong this core is. They just can't seem to find much going offensively. Just the one goal and not a lot of good looks beyond that.
Yeah, and honestly, we haven't been seeing that much offensive playing from Boston either. It's been pretty matched.
Yep. Mertens trying to go by Morgan Bertram. Does slip off. That's going to allow him to hit the lane with some space, and Yanofsky has an option. Yanofsky gets it. Will Richardson, though, crashes with his speed and picks up the loose ball. Nice defense once again from Boston. And, yeah, just consistently, making the tackles, getting to the loose balls. Boston has done a good job, and that's allowed their beaters, as you mentioned, to play more free, which they've had to because, again, a lot of dodgeball control from New Orleans and a lot of equal back-and-forth play in the dodgeball game.
Yeah, is this what you were expecting coming into this game?
I really thought that, especially coming straight off of a game as New Orleans was, that there'd be more of a discrepancy in the dodgeball game, and it has not at all been that case. Of course, there is a lot to be said about a team playing their first game of the day versus a team not playing their first game of the day.
Yeah, very good point.
Steinberg over to Greenhouse. Greenhouse has some space, gets up to Richardson. Richardson's going to have a lot of space from Dillman, but Mansfield's just going to beat Dillman off that tap beat. Richardson hits the lane, floats one high. Steinberg's going to be there first. Stepping out is Carson Running. Steinberg might have held that ball too long, and Running with help from Mansfield just takes it right off him. I don't think, in fairness, Steinberg had many passing options.
I was just about to say, he didn't really have a choice there.
Still a 4-1 game here. As for the first time, I think, of the weekend, we're seeing new faces in the dodgeball game for New Orleans.
Yeah, that was a fast sub from Mansfield and Pucciarelli.
Yep, that is going to be Griffin Parr on the field for the first time, as it's going to be a wrap there on Running. A loose ball picked up by Greenhouse. here in Collier looking to run in transition against dodgeball control. Does take an exchange. Greenhouse is just ripping down the field behind him, puts it through. Greenhouse gets his first of the day. 5-1 lead here for Boston. And, you know, for all we've talked about this game being close, it is a comfortable situation so far here for the Forge. They are up 4, and given what we've seen from question marks in the flag runner game for New Orleans, it's a pretty safe place to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll see a timeout here from New Orleans for the second time this morning. And, you know, the first timeout was so good for them. It was coming off of a 5-0 run from Detroit that made the game 6-3, and they came out on their own little 2-0 mini run to stabilize that game. They talked a lot about changing up what they were doing offensively in that timeout. They came out in a box attacking the 2-2 instead of a diamond. I think what's been tough is that New Orleans is really slow to adjust these changes in defense, and Boston's thrown probably 3 different defenses at them already so far today.
Yeah, and that's what makes Boston so powerful defensively is they have all those different looks to pull out of the hat, so they can really keep their opponents on their toes.
Yeah, and, you know, we've talked a lot about this weekend, coming in this weekend, how much strategy is going to matter and how many different defenses we've seen. I mean, we've seen from the Titans, literally just playing different defenses on a possession-ly basis. They're obviously one of the favorites at this tournament. And, you know, I think something we see a lot is that it's so hard because there's so many moving parts in a quad ball game to actively identify constant defensive changes on the fly. And I'm sure it's something you can speak to as someone who's been in these fields. You know, if a team's coming out with a different defense every possession, it's so hard for 6 players to constantly stay on the right page on what they want to do against
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. It really depends on communication between your chasers and your beaters to make sure that you're on the same page offensively to break through those defenses.
So we'll see what looks New Orleans is going for in the timeout. We'll also have to see, you know, how they choose to manage minutes. We've talked about it being a 12-player roster, and we also talked about how a loss in this game means you need to win 3 games in a row to make it to the quarterfinals. So there will be a line potentially, depending on how the scoreline of this game goes, where New Orleans decides it makes more sense to make sure some of their stars are getting some minutes of rest, especially playing their second back-to-back game. Like we mentioned, we just saw Griffin Parr coming into the game for the first time at beater, and we'll see kind of how New Orleans manages these next group of minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. With 12 people on the roster, it is very difficult to make sure that everyone stays fresh, and you're doing so strategically.
Yep. Trammell back in the game here, a lot of the first line in, and it's going to be Veronica Spicer hitting the lane, drawing the defense, getting it over to Mertens. Spicer does get it back, and it's over to Trammell. Already we're seeing a little bit more active feet by the quad ball players. Trammell, though, just decides to end that possession by ripping a 10-yard shot at the far hoop, doesn't get it to fall. In fairness, it is the only goal they've hit in this game, a Trammell shot, but that one was maybe a little bit outside of range.
Hey, it happens.
Dodgeball control, though, still with the pair of Parr and Pucciarelli. They have kept it throughout, though Greenhouse was able to score on the last possession even despite it. Almost all of Boston's points have come in transition. We haven't seen much in the way of a half court. Steinberg there trying to pick out Mo Bertram, just floats it high. Will Richardson does get it, keeps the possession going. Meanwhile, Dillman trying to make a play on Pucciarelli, does make the beat, does get dodgeball control back. Parr's now on their own. Steinberg floats it top. Will Richardson a pump fake, but loses the ball. Charlton Trammell quickly sees that there are 2 dodgeballs on the other side, has to slow it down. It's going to be a press all the way to the keeper's own line. Really nicely done in possession here from New Orleans, but it's lost now, and Harry Greenhouse picks it up. At that exact moment, Griffin Parr made a beat with their only dodgeball, and that means that press is going to be a transition goal. We do have an injury on the field, but yeah, once again, Boston's able to do it with the beater play, pushing into a fast break opportunity, which is really where they've gotten all their goals.
Yes, finally with control, Boston was able to send Collier up and really find those lanes and make it through.
Yeah, and it was good recognition by the whole team. Goal is good there. We do get a substitution. Sarah Nealing is going to be coming in for Alex Pucciarelli. Pucciarelli obviously so important to this team. Along with Mansfield, one of the most possession-heavy players in the entire league. 176 possessions played in the regular season. And obviously, she and Mansfield, as we saw, did such a good job against this Boston core in this game. So we'll hopefully be able to see her back before the end of it, or at least back for their next game.
Yeah, we were just talking about how essential every 12 players are on that team, and now you really get to see it with early injury.
Yep. Greenhouse falls off of Trammell, but I think Dillman must have missed that beat, but Mo Bertram shutting the door with a big tackle, and now it's a gang tackle. Andrew Steinberg and Harry Greenhouse joining the fray. It is going to be Sarah Nealing, though, getting there first with a dodgeball and is going to be able to clear out every single Boston player, which means it's going to be a handoff to running Will Richardson. Oh, and Harry Greenhouse flying off the hoops, knocks down the pass, and then the beat finally comes flying in. Huge defense once again by the Boston Quadball players, and this is something they're really going to be able to hang their hats on going into the rest of the day.
Yeah, I had a big grin, and I was nodding my head when Greenhouse came in on that. And then after a wonderful tackle from Bertram, too, who's really known for tackles and physicality.
Yep. Once again, trying to set up the offense. This third line from Boston's been having success on both sides. The 2 goals to their names are ready. Greenhouse tries to either shoot or pass, but Trammell with the active hands there to knock it down. Does just go right back to Greenhouse, though. Dodgeball control with McCready and Montero.
Yeah, great catch from Montero to regain control there.
Bertram has some space on the wing if she chooses to take it, does so, but Steinberg didn't really cut with her, so now he has the ball in the corner. Nealing just being chased this way and that. McCready makes a beat, no dodgeballs. Will Richardson looking to drive. Will Richardson the floater. Oh, the floater I think was tipped and goes through the near hoop. Right now, it's Boston catching all the breaks. In fairness, they are creating all those breaks, and it's 7-1.
Yeah, you're actually seeing momentum build for Boston after that timeout in New Orleans. Wonder what that discussion was, because whatever it was, they might need to work on Plan B or Plan C.
Yanofsky now in the game for the first time as a beater on this day, has played chaser in both games. Probably has to do with the Pucciarelli injury. Mertens now has the ball, looking to drive. Steinberg makes another wrap. This Boston team is just relentless right now in the quad ball game.
Yeah, you just saw some good beating from McCready as well.
And Mertens gets a playing after beat card, so it just goes from bad to worse here for New Orleans. And I think the wheels are really starting to come off. Harry Greenhouse is going to have another excellent opportunity to drive.
Yeah, there is a beater right there, so let's see if they can make the stop.
Montero's going to make an immediately throw on her, though. It's a rollback to Mike Sanders. Now it's a 2-on-1 against the beater, but Greenhouse just gets there fast enough, gets another one, 8-1. A really dominant shift here out of this fourth line from Boston. It's getting late fast here for New Orleans in this game, but like we said, this is not, New Orleans' championship. They still have a great chance in the lower bracket. We saw how good they looked in that Detroit game, getting that win that's been a long time coming for them in MLQ Championship. Meanwhile, it's a pass to Mitchell. Mitchell gets it back up to Mertens. Mertens served the penalty. The goal negated it.
Yeah, this is a hard this is a hard matchup for New Orleans, and against any other team, it could be a different story, but pulling Boston, they were a dangerous playing round for sure.
Yeah, Trammell gets a little momentum going there, hitting the mid-range shot. Good to see that go. Just to, see a ball through a hoop is always an important thing to be feeling coming into what's going to be, do or die games if they do lose this one. New line coming in here to the game for Boston. It's going to be Bento, Beckman, Lawrence, and Delk.
Bento had a birthday this week.
Yep. Just a couple days ago. Montero, big beat there. Lawrence, the floater, does go back to Beckman. Beckman has some space to drive the lane. Floats it. Greg Bento able to get 2 hands on it. Shot goes low. Beckman cleans it up. Think it beat before. And really, really nice save there by Yanofsky, because Beckman was definitely putting that one through. Got the beat off just in time.
Yeah, Beckman was nodding. It looked like they were expecting that call.
Meanwhile, over on pitch 2, we've had a close one. You can also find that on our YouTube channel. It was 40-40, but Minneapolis has started to pull away on Kansas City. It's now 70-40 at the 16-minute mark. But obviously, you're welcome to stay here with us as well, where it's an 8-2 Boston lead. Trammell looking to drive again. That was the two-handed push shot from 10 yards out. Haven't seen that one very much. Trammell goes down hard as well. I think there might be a talk about the contact, or maybe just a 20-minute timeout call. So, yeah, it was a 20 minutes that started off very slow on both sides of the ball. It was 1-1, 2-1 for a very long time. And then, I don't even think we can necessarily credit the beater game. I think it was the quad ball game that really stepped up for Boston on the defensive end, allowing the beaters to play a little more out of their shell, create some of those transition opportunities, and finally some of those started going. A couple breaks started going on the offensive side, and suddenly we blinked twice and Boston had a 6-goal lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw a couple of turning points. Of course, when we saw Havlin and Shu come in, there was a little bit of momentum gain. But then after the timeout, it seemed like Boston took advantage, even though it came from New Orleans. They obviously got some offensive strategies together and really started pushing forward.
Yeah, I think games like this are just going to be a wake-up call to what I think we've seen a ton of MLQ this season, and what's made me enjoy this season so much. There are just really high strengths on every single team that is at this tournament. Not every team is necessarily complete. They're not going to, be able to put those strengths on display in all assets of the game for 25 minutes over and over again. That might be the difference between our favorites and some of our other teams. But there are no gimme wins in this tournament, and this New Orleans team, their strength is their beater game, and they went up against what's such a good Boston beater game, and they've given it to them for 20 minutes. It's been a back-and-forth affair, and really it's been Boston's physical quadball play that's made the difference. And I think there are no easy wins in this tournament, and really all of these teams are going to have to sell out for every game. And that's why it's so important in this play-in bracket, if you're a team like Boston, to just try to get 2 wins and get out of there and not have to play too many games and tire yourselves out too much.
Yeah, absolutely. This season has definitely been the most with parity across all the divisions. And we talked about how Boston really had to come in and take charge here to gain their confidence going into the rest of the tournament, and that's what they're doing right here.
Yeah, and we talked about how it was good a couple minutes ago to see Trammell make a shot, because sometimes a team just needs to see a ball go through the hoop just for the mental image of it. And for Boston, a team who in recent years, a team who is historically known for just being a seeker factory, who won their last championship on the back of a seeker trio that was just completely dominant. The last couple of years has struggled a little bit more in that aspect of the game. So New Orleans got to see a ball go through a hoop. I think Boston would love to see a hand on a flag runner tail here.
Oh, who wouldn't? Yeah, it was exciting to see Trammell. In combination with Trammell and Mitchell, they have really been a strong force in New Orleans, and you didn't get to see that shine that much this game, so it was nice to see.
Yeah, and again, we talked about how New Orleans had the strategic edge in that game against Detroit, where they were able to just do a little bit more in the flag runner on pitch play, and they also didn't really commit to trying to catch all that much. We'll see how they play it out in this one and how Boston chooses to. I think Boston can choose to more or less ignore the flag runner. I think it's Alex Pucciarelli actually who's going to be wearing the yellow. Fresh off that injury, I think might be more of a defensive seeking, given that I think she seeks so little that she wasn't even sure about the 10-second countdown there. So I think defensive seeking. So Boston can definitely choose to rest on their laurels and just try to score 6 goals. But like we said, the importance of feeling like you can make a grab. Tremple's getting a lot of time here early. Havlin and Shu are 2 of the best in the game at playing both aspects, both the offensive and the quad ball and flag runner parts of the game.
Yeah, and that takes a lot of awareness and experience, really. The people who can split the pitch like that are the ones with the background and understanding of the game and able to turn your head at all times.
Sanders makes a stop there, though, on Skura with a beat. And Trammell and Sierra Delk got tied up there. I think there might be a call on the play. Poland's head to the box. No, sorry, Trammell's head to the box for a jersey pull. So Boston will get a power play opportunity here.
It's always interesting to see the seeker and the flag runner just hanging out by themselves. You don't see it very often, but it makes for a different experience watching the flag runner play for sure.
Yeah, our flag runner still hasn't been caught so far today. Clean game 1, and now looking for a clean game 2. But Tremple's getting a lot more time than I think any seeker got in game 1.
That's true. It's a lot harder for the flag runner without any dodgeball play to protect them.
Poland has the ball up top. Gets it over to Skura. Skura behind to Olazaba. Olazaba to Mayer. Beautiful, beautiful diamond execution there from Boston. Everybody touches the ball. Mayer crashed at the exact right moment. 9-2 Boston.
Yeah, talk about selfless playing. That was some great, great passing, and I always love seeing Mayer put it through the hoop.
Havlin Shu just choosing to play pure defensive quad ball, which I think is fair. A catch is only going to do so much for New Orleans here. You just can't let things start to change in the quad ball game where you've been so dominant the entire way. Will Richardson is subbed in at seeker for Boston.
Yeah, and we also have Janowski now on the flag runner, and they were actually trying to catch, which was good, great.
Trammell tried to rip, I think, a shot. Trammell hits a shot from an almost impossible angle. Hat trick here for Trammell, only scorer in the game so far for New Orleans. That's the kind of one where a defense just kind of has to shrug it off because there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, you can't argue that for sure.
It's a no dodgeball situation extended here for Boston. Olazaba looking to go through the team. Gets it to Skura. Skura to 2. Mayer wide on Delk there, and it's a big hit by... It's a big hit there by Trammell, but I think Trammell's headed back to the box. Trammell has all this team's goals and quickly getting all this team's yellow cards as well. Now on 2 yellow cards, going to have to be careful the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's a walk they now know well.
So another power play opportunity for Boston. They need 5 more goals.
And Havlin was, I saw a beat on that, but the refs did not, and sometimes that happens. That is beating for sure.
Meanwhile, Ian Skura with one of his classic 360s around the hoops, just looking for that one edge, finally gets the corner, puts it through. Havlin, though, for complaining about that beat, is going to get a blue card.
Wow.
Sorry, Havlin is not going to get the card. I believe it's Tom DeMuth, the head coach, is going to get it for speaking, I assume, about that Havlin beat. Someone on the team, though, is going to have to serve that time. It's also going to negate the goal.
Yeah, I was very surprised by that being from Havlin, but, you know, every now and then you lose your cool out there, especially when the calls don't go your way.
So on a coach foul, any player can serve the time. It's going to be Poland who serves it for Boston. And now it's a 5-on-5 or 6-on-6 if you include the seeker situation on pitch.
What do you call that when it's double power plays? Powerless play?
Chaos, I think is probably what you call it out there. Both teams are just down a quad ball player, so really just kind of playing 3-on-3 in the quad ball. We all have to do that in practice sometimes when the attendance numbers aren't there. So
that's true.
Nothing nobody's familiar with. Mansfield back in the game. For the first time in a while, I think it kind of speaks to the fact that they want those legs a little bit rested for what's to come. Does take a beat there from Havlin. Havlin's looking to press, makes a nice beat on Mertens. It's going to be called a turnover. And now Skura's just looking to run. I think every quad ball player is off broom right now for New Orleans. So Skura's just going to drive it in the lane, flips it over to Mayer. Mayer gets a very, very easy one. It is now just 4 more goals needed for Boston.
Yeah, you're really seeing Boston pull ahead, and without Trammell, there is not much going on in the New Orleans offense.
Mansfield loses an exchange there with Shu. Still no catch, though, from Boston. Havlin pressuring high. Ball goes over to P.J. Mitchell. Options are just going to get tapped out here. Roller on the ground. Spicer and Poland fighting for it. Poland gets there first. Poland gets it off to Skura. Big exchange there in the dodgeball game, but Havlin just throws back to maintain control. Skura over to Mayer. This one, though, it can't be called clean, and Mitchell's going to come down with it.
That's always something to look out for when you see Mayer at the hoops. They're most likely going to be passing over there sometime soon.
Trammell on 3 goals and 2 yellows has the ball. Back over to Mertens. Trammell has it pressured high by Shu. Havlin's looking for the passing options. Does get rid of Mertens. Ball on the ground. Olazaba's going to get there first. There's going to be nobody in front of Olazaba. Mertens is able to get back on broom in time, but a nice finish there and a little extracurricular out of Olazaba. Things getting a little heated on pitch. Just 3 more needed for Boston. They almost got all 3 there. Oh, they do get all 3 there. So it was Beckman who made a grab for it, forced the flag runner one way. The flag runner did a great job recognizing that Yanofsky was trying to take advantage of that 50-50 for a grab, but that was forced the flag runner back towards Beckman, and Beckman comes up with the grab that, if it is good, will seal the victory for Boston.
It was almost as if Boston was waiting for them to be just 3 away to catch. It was great timing.
Just a quick conversation, but I don't think there was much controversial about what happened. The catch is good. The Boston Forge start their tournament with a convincing 145-30 win over the New Orleans Curse. The Forge now 1 win away against either Minneapolis or Kansas City from a spot in the quarterfinals, where a looming matchup with the Austin Outlaws would likely await this evening. But they have bigger fish to fry right now because both Minneapolis and Kansas City very strong teams. New Orleans now will drop down to the lower bracket. They will have a date with the Charlotte Aviators to come in a do-or-die matchup, and then a long road ahead of them if they hope to grab that second spot. But, what did you think of this Boston team, seeing them for the first time so far this weekend?
Honestly, they couldn't have asked for a better start. They won winningly, no pun intended. It was very clear that they had the dominance in both dodgeball control and in offense, and their defensive acumen was there the entire game.
For sure. So we're going to sign off, but we'll be back in just a bit with one of our interviews, and then we will have a massive matchup between Boston and the winner of KC versus Minneapolis for a spot in the quarterfinals. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Gary Donnelly. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in just a few.
American Energy Company Recplex. I'm Jack McGovern here with Harry Greenhouse and Athena Mayer. Congratulations, you guys defeated the New Orleans Curse 145-30. Harry, it's been a tough season, up and down. How does it feel to come out here and start the day with a dub?
I mean, it's always good to win games. It's always good to get your legs under you. For us, it's just one game at a time. We're really, same goals are there, even no matter what's going on during the year. So for us, it's just getting one game down, trying to do your job on the field, and that's really where it comes down to for us.
Yeah, and you guys went on a big run in the middle of the game. Harry, you scored a hat trick. Athena got on the board. What was working for you guys as against New Orleans in that game?
I think that, it tends to, game one, we take a little bit of time to get our rhythm, but once we kind of found our feet, passing the ball, movement, getting those drive, dish, open passes, that's really our bread and butter. And once we were kind of finding that, it was really clicking for us.
Yeah, and outside, Minneapolis and Kansas City, I think, is still going on. They're locked in a closely contested game right now. Harry, what do you see from those teams if you've had a chance to see any of their games this year?
You're always watching, you're always scouting. I think they're both really exciting teams. They play a really athletic style, and so for me, getting to play those type of teams and that type of style is really, really fun. A lot of come and take it style, old Southwest, and so that's maybe born in the Mid-Atlantic, but shaped by that area. So I think that's going to be fun to do that again.
Awesome. Thank you guys both so much, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks, Jack.
And we're back here at MLQ Championship just to talk about some of the events going on in the morning in the play-in bracket here as we get closer and closer to our quarterfinals, to some of our big marquee matchups. We've had some fun ones on pitch 1, and we just had a real thriller on pitch 2 with Minneapolis coming away with the win. About to get into Minneapolis-Boston. Let's talk about that matchup, Nick. Boston's a team I think we've had a lot of consternation about. Obviously, 1-5 in their last 6 coming into this matchup with New Orleans that they won pretty handily. Did Boston answer questions for you at all, or how you feeling about this team right now?
I mean, if you're talking a team that plays on confidence, they definitely came in playing confident. I don't know if that confidence necessarily translated to on-pitch performance as well as I thought it was going to. I think they had their moments, but it's still a team that wants to run in transition. And the return of Max Havlin and Lulu Xu definitely allowed them to run in transition a little bit more than we think. But it's still a team I thought that struggled a little bit in the half court. And even though they did catch the flag runner, they did the thing where you catch with 10 minutes of infinite time.
Yeah. And it still took a 50-50 situation where Janowski honestly got the cleaner look, and it was Janowski not being able to quite get it that allowed Beckman to catch. So yeah, definitely a lot of questions there. A place where there have been very few questions all season in the flag runner game is Minneapolis, who they'll be taking on for this spot in the quarterfinals. We've talked a lot about Henry Bear Benson and Joe Goulet in this flag runner game, but it's been Mike Devine with 2 catches already for Minneapolis. When Boston won its title, it was a trifecta of seekers. We've talked so important about how important that rotation is. Minneapolis clearly has it.
Yeah, listen, the one thing you can't teach, well, you can't teach a lot of things, but one of the things you can't teach is size, right? And Henry Bear Benson, one of the most technically proficient seekers in the world, not necessarily the biggest guy, can get around some of those bigger, larger flag runners, but Mike Devine, massive human being, a great third option for this team, definitely. So close to home, too.
Yeah, and we've talked about, I think, a lot about the tightening of the skill gap across the league, right? And it felt like there's a lot of parity in all of our divisions this season. Our favorites still exist as favorites, but we thought maybe there would be, a reckoning finally for this New Orleans dodgeball crew, and they hung, right?
Yeah.
It was very back and forth, even with the Max Havlins and Lulu Xus of the world on the pitch. Now we talk about Boston versus Minneapolis. We've seen this matchup before, and Minneapolis hasn't hung. Cody Narveson and Gracie Johnson, who are so lauded and so talented in the North Division, haven't hung. What do you think they need to do to switch that dynamic, and do you think they can switch that dynamic?
I don't know if they necessarily have to switch that dynamic right now. I think the thing that we see Boston struggle with is not so much when they have the beater advantage, because let's face it, this team is going to have a beater advantage against almost any team they play. What they struggle with is strong physical discipline chasing. And I think that if this Minneapolis team, who was not fully stacked at North Division Championships, brings it, physicality, they just came through a very physical Kansas City team to play this, I think Boston might have a chance to struggle. So I think this is one of the few chances where the beating just has to play to parity or slightly below parity and still have a chance to hang.
Yeah, for sure. And then, we talk about the lower bracket that's to come after this game. These teams trying to play for their lives. Kansas City and Detroit on one side of the lower bracket, New Orleans and Charlotte on the other, and the loser of this game will be waiting for them at one of those 4 teams at the end to play for that last spot in. Who do you kind of like coming out of that lower bracket?
I kind of like Kansas City. They just played Minneapolis in a very tough game. I think Detroit has some opportunities and has found something bringing in Brooke Smiley as sort of that second beater line anchor. Had a very, very solid performance to start the day. I think it's Kansas City realistically. New Orleans, Josh Mansfield and Alex Pucciarelli might be the best pair left in this right now in that lower bracket. But, we have Cody Lebov and Celine Richard for Charlotte as well. So I think my favorite is probably Kansas City, but it really is a toss-up.
Yeah, I think Detroit definitely drew the short straw getting Kansas City, but, they were opposite them in the first game, and that's, how it works.
Yep.
A lot of fun also talking about that Charlotte versus New Orleans matchup, because that beater core, they all come from New Orleans on both sides of the ball.
A lot of experience together.
Yeah, Cody Narveson and Sarah Nealing, one of the original beating pairs that got a lot of notoriety in this sport, now playing. Cody
Lebov and Lynn Rashad. A lot of Codys in the lower bracket this time right now.
So it'll be fun to kind of see how that all comes together, and playing against one of these teams. But I think you have to imagine, as has been historically true, that the 2 teams that are in this game, Minneapolis and Boston are always going to have the upper hand. They're going to be the freshest coming into that do or die game at the end. I think you have to favor one of these two teams. But hey, we've seen Kansas City already hang with this Minneapolis team. No reason they couldn't do it again.
Yeah, and if Charlotte, we talked about Seekers being such a key part of this Minneapolis run. You know, if Charlotte's Ryan Davis gets hot, that's a 35-point swing for them all the time.
Yeah. And last question for you before we throw it to a little break and get started here with Minneapolis-Boston. From what we've seen in limited minutes, has it affected at all how you feel about the winner of this game, you know, possibly going up against a team like the Austin Outlaws?
Yeah, I think it has. I mean, this is a Boston team that it does look confident on the field right now, and this Minneapolis team is a team with arguably one of the best seekers in the world at this point. I think that if Austin comes out slow, it's going to be a struggle to put either one of these teams away. And with the wild cards of a Max Havlin, a Lulu Shue, a Serena Montero, right, in that Boston beater core, Leanne Dillman, Kieran Collier, it's possible that if any of them get hot and play the best, they can be the best beater on the field at any given point.
Yeah, but to get to Outlaws team, they have to get by a Minneapolis team that is coming off 2 North Division champions in the last 2 years before Chicago got the better of them this year. A tough match to come. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes for Minneapolis-Boston, a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. Championship 2023. We are rapidly progressing through the play-in bracket now, and we are about to decide a quarterfinalist for this evening, a team likely to be taking on the two-time defending champion Austin Outlaws. It's either going to be the Minneapolis Monarchs or the Boston Forge. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Noah Schwartz. Noah, it was a quiet but definitive win for Boston in Game 1. What are you hoping to see more of from them if they hope to not only win this game, but, play a tough series with Austin later in the weekend?
I thought the defensive physicality from the Boston Chasers was excellent. You say quiet, I say loud. All I could hear from the press box was bang, bang, bang as they made hits on the New Orleans Chasers. If they can do that again and replicate, that'll turn into fast break offense, and that'll make everything easier for this Boston team.
Yeah, and on the other side, this Minneapolis team is going to be playing in their third consecutive time slot here, making the run all the way from the early parts of this bracket, and definitely the harder side of the bracket. They convincingly beat a Charlotte Aviators team that has never missed a quarterfinal, and then in a tight back-and-forth affair, they make the grab to beat a talented Kansas City team as well. Mike Devine has had both grabs, but, players like Joe Goulet and, players like Henry Bear Benson are also great snitch-on-pitch seekers, and the problem for Boston has been that they've been a little slow on that, and once again, they were slow in that game and coming up with the catch. If you spot a team 35 points, you really got to dominate them the rest of the game.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do that. We were talking before the game about how the beating matchup has been the disparity in the past historically in this matchup. I think that's going to be that's where I feel like every quad ball game starts, is in that beater game, and then it's the Chasers that are supposed to backfill, score the points, make some spectacular plays defensively. Do you think Minneapolis will be able to hang beater-wise?
It's going to be a big question. It's going to generally come down to, as it always does with the Minneapolis team, the play of Cody Narveson and Gracie Johnson. They've been so strong in the North Division for years, and when it's come to MLQ Championships, where this Minneapolis team has fallen back-to-back years in the quarterfinals after winning the division, they've not been able to hang at that level. Now they get the test of all tests, because Max Havlin and Louis Shu are back on a quad ball pitch. And what we saw from that last game is they basically were ready to unleash 4 months of energy in about a single shift. And, if they can hang, if they can force this game to be half courts, where we saw Boston be a little bit slower in that Game 1, when New Orleans was able to force them into half courts, this thing could be close enough where that flag runner grab matters. But if these beaters do get played off the pitch, we saw how much this Boston team wants to run in transition, how comfortable they are running in transition. I think that might be the deciding factor here. I think we're about ready to kick it over to start our starting lineups. So we're going to take a quick break here, do on-site lineups, and get back for Minneapolis versus Boston. And we are back, about to get started here. And I think one of the things worth noting is that we're seeing a completely different Boston starting lineup from the last game, a totally different quad ball line overall. It'll be interesting to see what that means for this Boston team. You know, we've seen so much of the Skur and Mayer line, now a line that I think we saw 2 shifts of in the last game. Maybe something that Tom DeMuth's really feeling from this team.
Yeah, I think we saw as Boston got into their depth, particularly in the chasing game, things went really well for them. There was contributions from a lot of different players in that first series, and I think the depth of this Boston team is going to be an asset for them. They're looking to use it now.
Yep, it looks like it's going to be Bento versus Henry Bear Benson, the long-term Tufts head coach, running against one of his former players here for the quad ball. I apologize. I think it's actually going to be Peter Lawrence on the Boston side and will win it handily.
Yeah, really good jump there from Lawrence.
Yeah, and Weishart and McCready easily win dodgeball control as well. It's going to be a quick substitution out for Weishart. Montero and McCready will be the starting pair for Boston.
And this is exactly what we saw last time, the quick Serena Montero substitution. Last game it was
Harry Greenhouse running.
Greenhouse who ran.
Montero clears out a defender here. Lawrence gets it over to Beckman. It's an early 2-2 zone here out of Minneapolis. Pretty tight up top, both quad ball players there. Lawrence is just being slow. Boston, as we mentioned, didn't get a lot going in the half court in the first game, looking to change that here.
Yeah, and I think so far, when attacking the 2-2 zone, a really good pick there by Bento. Looks like there's going to be some sort of call.
I think they want to talk about the screen is all I can imagine. It was set by Greg Bento on Zemet.
We saw Detroit have a lot of success against New Orleans on this field in the first game of the day, really spacing out that 2-2 zone. We didn't see quite as wide of a set from Boston. We'll see how that affects the attacking positions for Boston.
I think the call is just going to be that Peter Lawrence coming around that screen stepped out of bounds. So an unforced error there from Boston, and we've seen a lot of that in the half court. And like you said, you really need to have specific ideas for attacking these 2-2s, taking the spaces, and Boston's been a little bit more flat-footed.
Really high here from Peter Lawrence.
Yeah, and that's without dodgeball control. You know, sometimes you can just get that quick push back across the line if the player's not paying attention. It's really a low-risk play. They're going to be back in the defense in plenty of time. Benson a little sloppy there up top. Sierra Delk marking. Exchange of dodgeballs. It's going to create no dodgeball situation. Benson gets it behind, and Zemet. Oh, Zemet's shot was blocked, but still somehow goes through a hoop. 1-0 Minneapolis early.
Yeah, maybe that early goal is going to be important for their confidence. Boston almost pitched a shutout the last time these two played a few years ago.
Yeah, absolute domination in the dodgeball game. So far, though, it's been the dodgeballs in the hands of Minneapolis, and a big block there. Schluter says no. Pass goes behind to Beckman. Schluter presses high, and it's just cleaned up. Oh, but a perfect bat by Delk. No, it's just going to be called a turnover. A little too late on the bat. A great chance to save it, though.
We asked early we had questions about the Minneapolis Beaters, and so far they haven't had control, but 2 really great steps there from the Minneapolis Beaters out to the chasers to force that turnover.
Bessard has the ball up top here for Minneapolis. Oh, and it's another big one. Podolski with the catch. Pass goes behind. Zemet's got space. Lawrence steps out. Lawrence, I think it goes high on the tackle. No call on the play. And then possibly some back contact as well, but nothing's being called either way. Balls are on the ground. I think at the end it's going to be dodgeball control is being contested. It is going to be a turnover in the quad ball game. Oh, Schluter can't come up with the grab there. I think it's going to get McCready and Montero dodgeball control for the first time in this game.
Yeah, and a really good play there by McCready and Montero to make some long runs to maintain dodgeball control.
And McCready laying the big hit as well. McCready, a very physical beater.
And now they're going to take subs.
Yep, Collier and Dillman, like you said, they put in a lot of effort to get that dodgeball control. Well-deserved break. But we still need to see Boston create something in the half court against these 2-2s. They're in a box. Pass goes behind to Beckman.
Yeah, we didn't see the spacing from the first possession, and a little better here from Boston.
Yep. Bear Benson's just trying to keep Peter Lawrence out of the lane, though it does get called off Broom, which is going to allow Lawrence to get up and rip one from 6 yards, but also about 6 yards high.
Yeah, we saw early in that New Orleans game Boston's mid-range shooting failing them, coming back later to it in the game, and it getting significantly better. So far here, an early miss for Boston in the mid-range.
Yeah, great call there by the AR crew. Kieran Collier and Schluter had their feet tied up, but it was definitely no harm, no foul, just 2 players running alongside each other. So Boston's able to keep control off of that. Collier and Dillman, stalwarts of this program, and definitely going to need to be big for this team this weekend if they hope to find success late into the tournament. But right now, they got to find success against this Minneapolis team, as Cody Narvis and Gracie Johnson, who I talked about in the pregame, sub in for the first time in the beater game. It's going to be patience here from Bessard and Bear Benson. Bear Benson taking on Bento and gets it behind to Zemet. And Collier just reads it perfectly, catches Zemet flat-footed. Too easy there. Really nicely done.
Yeah, so far very nondescript offensively from both teams. We haven't seen a lot of ideas. Obviously, the ball that got tipped went through, and that's the difference in the game so far as we see subs in the chaser game for Boston.
Yeah, trying to go to their first line to find some ideas, or at least part of the first line. Bento's going to stay out there alongside Skura and Doyle, and then Delk is also still out there. Delk was trying to crash there. Just a high pass. Oh, Skura's going to have all the space here. Fakes once, fakes twice, chooses not to shoot. Gets it to Bento. Bento on the wing and just kicks it back to Skura as Collier comes back into the play. It is dodgeball control with Johnson and Narvison. They're probably why Boston's trying to be patient here. Hoop does go down. It's going to take away some of those shooting opportunities. Skura trying to do some 360 running, but gets beat by Narvison. They're going to say that that pass got off in time, so now Bento has to try to take on the whole team and no dodgeball. Oh, and Benson shuts the door. Says, thanks for the training, coach, but not today.
There's some really interesting things being done there by the Boston off-ball chasers. They are really trying to shove that one of those players off the 2-2 zone, off those hoops to try and give Skura a chance to shoot. Skura not taking the opportunities. Bento probably should have scored there, just lost the ball on the way up as Benson tipped it.
Benson has the ball up top.
And now Mayer and Olazaba back in the game for the first time. That was the starting lineup last game for this Boston team.
Over to Bessard. It's been largely the same quadball crew. Ooh, I think Benson might head in the book for that one. Hard to say. I mean, Koshin Olazaba is a large defender. Hard to say if Benson was just trying to brace for impact or whether his shoulder got lowered.
Yeah, interesting what they call here. Benson is trying to pantomime that he made a good pick, and I'm not sure he's wrong. It was a big hit. Olazaba definitely didn't see the screen, which was why the reaction was the way it was.
So it will be called on Bear Benson. So a power play opportunity here for Boston to finally get on the board.
Yeah, that one might have been a little bit of a 50-50, but I do want to say I think so far our ref crews have been absolutely fantastic.
You know, it's a tight call, though, because I'm a person's bothered to go all the way out there on the crutches to argue about it.
Yeah, so we'll see what Boston can make being a player up with the quad ball. Looks like Narvison's gonna have a little bit of a run to the bludger, to the dodgeball.
So there's going to be a turnover off that screen as well. Narvison does get the ball, but we know this Boston team loves to run transition. Collier just created the space for Carson Olazaba anyway, who makes the extra, ultimately probably unnecessary pass. Does find Mayer. Mayer puts it through. We're all knotted up at one.
A really nice play there from Carson Olazaba to create space from Narvison with the dodgeball to allow his beaters to get back into the play and to find Mayer on the far hoop.
Yeah, and that's where Boston loves to live in transition, and unfortunately the foul finally allowed them that opportunity, because outside of that, it's been pretty lights out from Minneapolis. 2 dodgeballs get thrown and whiffed, so it's going to be almost a no dodgeball situation. Floated high there, looking for Bear Benson. It couldn't, and now it's Jane Skura looking to run in transition. Puts the ball on the ground to try to absorb the contact while not having possession of a ball, and I think it's going to do just that.
A really heady play there from Skura. To lose possession of the ball and force this yellow card, force the hand of the referee for the yellow card.
Yeah, Narvison's going to be out of position, and while Gracie Johnson is in position, Collier would just beat her if Narvison tries to pass the ball.
Yeah, and the dodgeball play that we saw before the quad ball went the other way was both players trying to get rid of the third bludger at the same time.
Skura tries to get across. Oh, throws it to where Narvison is, but a nice, very lucky bounce finds its way back to some purple shirts. They're able to put it through 2-1.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to look for in any quad ball game is who's getting to the loose balls, who's quicker around the hoops to cover up and create second chance opportunities. And so far this series, so far in this game, it's been Boston.
Yeah, we see subs finally in the quad ball game here for Minneapolis. Max Meyer on the field, as well as Cole Lackmiller. Alex Obenor, one of the key quad ball players for this Minneapolis team, did sustain an injury in game 1. We haven't seen him since. It's a high pass up to Mayer. I think Zach Doyle did just enough to throw off Meyer's vision there, and then the ball went over the hard boundary. Oh, and that's just going to be a terrible break for Zach Doyle, because I don't think Max Meyer was aware that they were over the hard boundary, and Zach Doyle kept playing it like they weren't as well. I'm not sure what the ref calls were. We're very far from that, but in the end, it's a bad break for Doyle, because that was going to be free Boston ball anytime they wanted it.
Meyer restarting with possession.
And options, and a dodgeball out of position. Tries to go through Olazaba, not to be. Collier's foot ends up catching the ball. Lackmiller's going to get there. It is going to be no dodgeball. Does get around Olazaba this time. Oh, puts it on a pedestal for Sveda, who puts it through. We're not up at 2. Really nice work there from Minneapolis.
Yeah, Lockmiller with the lucky bounce off of a Boston beater foot. Really nice play to wiggle through 2 defenders and find the open player.
Lockmiller is one of those confidence players, one of those loud, heart of the team kind of players. It's always important for this team if they can get him going. Skura all the way behind to Doyle. Doyle looking for his shot. Pump fakes once, gets defender in the hair. That's Harry Carlson, but does end up just putting it back up top. Narvison, I think they're going to call a block there. Oh, it's a floater. Sveda's able to get it. Sveda's able to smartly get it to her keeper before the hit came.
Oh, and a nice tackle there from Olazaba.
Yeah, this game is getting very, very physical in a big way. And now beaters are all over. I think Collier and Johnson are just going to take an exchange there, and I think it's still quad ball on the ground. This time it's going to be Narvison, Dillman taking their chance to clear things out. And in the end, it is going to be Minneapolis ball with Cole Lackmiller again up quite slowly. But another half-court stop out of Minneapolis, and I don't think we've seen more than a couple goals across 2 games now for Boston in the half-court.
Yeah, they've really tried to get going in transition, and when it hasn't been working, the offense hasn't been flowing.
Terry Carlson has the ball up top. Meyer and Sveda down low. Lackmiller still looking a little slow up top with them. Carlson tries to spin. Olazaba, what a move there by Carlson to get to the bucket. We've seen how physical and how consistent Olazaba's been. I have no idea how Carlson made that move.
Some really quick feet here a couple of times to make the score 3-2. Great individual efforts from the Monarchs. Now Mayer going to take the ball up top for Boston. Looks like Boston's making a sub in the beater game. It is going to be Luluzu.
They want to get to that have one shoe. Oh, but Cody Narvison just read that pass like a book. No ideas once again for Boston in the half court. And they're looking to run in transition. They're looking to run on shoe. Carlson's able to get it across to Meyer. Can Meyer finish? Gets by Mayer and tries a pass that gets knocked down. Really big get-back defense there from Boston to shut down a goal that really Minneapolis almost pulled out of nowhere.
Yeah, nice hands there from Skura and telling his team to settle down. Yeah, and so far it just looks like the Boston half court doesn't anticipate how the defense is going to react to them, right? They're not spacing. They haven't been spacing as they go to a 4 corners offense. Now they haven't really been finding their space, and they haven't been reacting. They haven't been anticipating where the beaters will flow to.
Shu and Havlin in the game for the first time. As we mentioned, first time they've been playing together since USQ Championship back in April, where Havlin sustained an injury and then Shu sustained one at World Cup. Harry Greenhouse looks to go all the way through and puts it through around the back of Henry Bear Benson to even up this game. Sometimes you just need that veteran presence who's going to make the right decisions in an offensive half court. Harry Greenhouse is definitely that for this team.
And we saw that in their first game against New Orleans. We saw that in the first game against New Orleans. Greenhouse really a calming presence and a player that understands every game situation.
Bear Benson bringing the ball down, flanked by Bessard.
Looks like a beat trade for Havlin up top.
Sellner and Havlin trade. Pass goes behind to Meyer. Meyer, the windmill, and then dunking it right down. Minneapolis showing no fear here. They go back up 4-3.
Yeah, the individual efforts in this game have been pretty astounding. And that might be late, but it's going to get out to Skura.
And over to Doyle. Doyle can't make that one go. Meyer's just so fast, gets to that loose ball. I honestly think could have run and now chooses to, probably a second late. I think if Meyer just picked up that ball and ran, it might have been tough for Boston to defend it.
Yeah, Havlin getting back into the play, but if the whole team fills properly, one bludger shouldn't be enough to stop the break.
Yeah, and so far, this Minneapolis pair has kept dodgeball control away from Shu and Havlin, which has been so key. Though Blanchard loses Shu for a second there. It doesn't result in anything. Meyer has to get the ball out. Havlin's able to clean that one up.
Yeah, really good play by Havlin to force the pass and then make the beat off of the pass that forced.
Blanchard still with dodgeball control.
Morgan Bertram coming into the game for Boston.
It's going to be Doyle with the ball in the wing. It is Skur out of the game now. Andrew Steinberg joining.
Yeah, and I think if you're Boston in the half court, you've got to put the ball in Greenhouse's hands and allow him to generate offense in a consistent way for you.
Yeah, Havlin I think was able to win control there, but in the meantime, Henry Bear Benson is just in the hoop once again, but I think might be headed into the ref's book for a potential slide coming down for that rebound. But man, that is twice now where Henry Bear Benson has single-handedly just taken goals off of the books for Boston.
And it's been really quick hands. It's been taps on the way up. They're going to call it a goal that the ball went entirely through the hoop. It might have to do with the angle of the referee that called it.
And it became very clear very suddenly what side this crowd is on, because there were some loud boos coming from the sidelines.
But again, quick hands from Henry Bear Benson to almost make a spectacular defensive stop.
But hey, what we talked about is, this Boston team might be spotting Minneapolis 35 points in the flag runner game. If that's the case, they cannot be playing even with them this deep into this game.
Yeah, we've had a great one so far, and flag runner on grounds is going to be really interesting. I think Boston has been dominant so far in those situations.
Yeah.
When a really good play by their Zood.
Oh, but then Havlin misses the beat, and that's just going to be so easy. Max Meyer gets the ball across. It is finished right there by Sam Schwartz, and now we're going quickly the other way. Harry Greenhouse whiffs one over the top of Andrew Steinberg. A little bit forced there by Boston, and Minneapolis in that press was able to get dodgeball control back. The young pair of Joe Blanchard and Meredith McDowell standing so high and so confidently in this shift they're playing against Max Havlin and Louis Shu.
Yeah, we've been praising Greenhouse all day for his awareness. That time running on two bludgers, not the greatest play, but if the pass was on target, it might have gone through. Able to pull both bludgers towards them.
Blanchard confidently takes an exchange there with Havlin. They're able to get the ball back, but just good ball movements has been such an antidote for this Boston defense and the way they want to push their dodgeball players out onto the passes. Bear Benson's being patient here.
And as you pointed out, it's not often that Max Havlin and Lewis who don't have bludger control in the game.
Bear Benson has it, flips it across here. It is going to be brought down by Bessard. Bessard looking to drive, goes right through Bertram, can't get through Richardson because Richardson goes down with the hoop. And then I think the arm gets tied up enough by Steinberg and Greenhouse so they can't get the ball out. And then there's a big hit. I think there was a little bit too much physicality in that one.
Yeah, that one looked like it came from behind pretty cleanly.
But, if Minneapolis does spring the upset here, I think we're going to be able to look back at the shift that's currently being played by the 24-year-old Joe Blanchard and the 20-year-old Meredith McDowell against two of the best beaters in the world.
Yeah, they're holding their own extremely well.
Yep.
More than holding their own. They're dominating so far.
Oh, no, and that was just careless from Zemet. I don't think Zemet needed to force a tackle there on Bertram because there wasn't a huge transition opportunity, to be honest. And now it's gone from bad to worse in terms of the quad ball game because now there are two in the box for Minneapolis.
And there was going to be a bludger. There was going to be a turnover in possession of the dodgeball, but after the stop, and the ball's going to swing wide, and it's a good goal there. Good ball movement from Boston.
Real tough to defend a 4-on-2 if the team can make three passes, and that's exactly what they did there. Boston gets on the board and is still on a power play now. Henry Bear Benson's probably in no real rush to actually get this going.
And Havlin and Zood did get control back of the dodgeballs.
5-5 the score here. We've got a great one boiling in Des Moines.
And we've got a high press here from the Boston defense.
Oh, but I think Shu ignored it, but I think Shu might have been beat there. But Bear Benson makes the block and then just bounces off of Bertram, and then gets around. Steinberg overcommitted. Oh, Bear Benson, but he got it to Sam Schwartz. They said no. They said she can't put it through. Oh, I think they're going to talk about it.
Yeah, we've got a discrepancy.
And it is good. Oh, incredible rebound and finish there by Sam Schwartz. Minneapolis is back on top 6-5.
Fantastic passing and a really key block there from Henry Bear Benson on Lulu Zhu to be able to keep progressing the quad ball.
Yep. There's a dodgeball just not in the play at this point that nobody's going for, but a beautiful transition bucket. Will Richardson got right to that hoop. gets found. We're back knotted up at 6.
A really intense back and forth game so far. We've seen that Boston now wants to create that transition. They're pressing high. They're running every opportunity they can. They know their half court might not be able to keep up in this game, but with the ball in Harry Greenhouse's hands, so far their transition game has been the answer.
Minneapolis has gone back to their starting pair of Podolski and Schluter in the dodgeball game. Havlin and Shu still on the pitch with dodgeball control right now. Big beat there by Havlin on Schluter. Carlson's wrapped up, flights it high. Cole Lackmiller gets there. This Boston defense is being torn apart right now by Minneapolis.
Greenhouse coming the other way.
Shot
Just
goes
puts it
high. Big hit by Lackmiller.
Yeah, might have had Will Richardson on the far hoop there. Got a little tunnel vision.
It looks like Havlin and Shu are subbing. It is going to be Montero and McCready back in. Once they can get rid of Podolski, who's trying to make a mess of things. 7-6 the score here. Carlson bringing the ball down. Zemet, Lackmiller, and Sveda, his passing options. Oh, a nice little passing play there to get dodgeball control back for Minneapolis. Meanwhile, Zemet's trying to get through. Gets by Steinberg. Gets it across to Sveda. Sveda finds Carlson. Oh, Carlson can't put it down. That was the exclamation point that I think the whole world was waiting for, as we have a couple players down on the ground, but Carlson not able to finish through contact.
Yeah, always put your hand through the hoop. That's what we always say. Just got very excited to put this team up 2 goals. Not able to put his hand through the hoop, and now it's Boston's ball. But like you've been saying, this Minneapolis team has really showed something in the quaffle game and the beater game. But the individual efforts that we've seen have been tremendous.
Yeah, and, a lot of questions have been asked by, pundits or analysts, whatever you want to call the people who talk about this sport, about, some of the depth in this quadball game with this team being without Emma Persons this season, who's been so confident, such an important piece of this team's offense. And the play we've seen from Emily Sveda and Sam Schwartz in this game has been really, really good. That play, while Carlson was the one who got the attempt, was built by Sveda taking the space behind the hoops and then finding the cutting Carlson. And we've seen what Sam Schwartz did, scoring 2 goals in the middle of that last stretch of the game. This team just seems so confident, and being down Persons, seemingly down O'Banner, who we haven't yet seen come into this game since, as we mentioned, the injury in the first game of the season of the weekend, and playing in their 3rd straight time slot speaks to how confident they are with every single player they have on their roster.
And I think Boston has had a bit more control of the dodgeballs this game. Minneapolis has done a really great job continuing ball movement and finding penetration. And a really lazy pass there from Olazaba.
Yeah, a little bit too much of that. Skura gets it over to Mayer. Mayer has some space to take if she wants it. Gets it back up to Skura, but Skura gets high pressed by Podolski. Zipped across Mayer, looking for Olazaba. Can't come down with that pass. Lackmiller looking to push out of bounds. Only pass was to Doyle, and Podolski shot out to that as well. Another stop for Minneapolis.
Yeah, really good anticipation there from the Monarchs beater to be able to get out to the next pass option instead of Olazaba.
Max Meyer bringing the ball up slowly. 7-6 the score. Minneapolis still leads. Bear Benson coming back in. Bring the ball down the far side. Oh, and it just gets right behind to Zemet. Again, just so easy. These holes are just massive in the defense, and Minneapolis is finding them again and again. 8-6. Now it's Boston looking to run in transition again. Doyle has to slow it down, gets it to Mayer.
And as you were saying, Sveda was wide open on that hoop. If that shot doesn't go down, Sveda was also open to finish the play.
Big play there. Does get dodgeball control for Boston. Doyle's looking to sit in the lane. Doyle looking to rip. Doyle gets one to go. Much needed momentum swinger there from Boston.
Yeah, when you can't create in the half court, the mid-range game becomes really important.
So back down to a 1-goal lead for Minneapolis, who I think has looked the stronger side for most of this one. Winner goes to the quarterfinals. Loser plays a do-or-die game later in the morning to make the quarterfinals. And we've got a tight one. Pass goes by, and Sveda tries to loop it to a teammate, not to be. Ian Skur comes down with it. Skur was considering looking to run. Max Meyer just got a hand in the face, enough so to slow that down. And now they'll force Boston to play a half court. scored on one just now, but as we talked about, it's been slow going in that area of the game all weekend.
Yeah, Minneapolis able to get good dodgeball control again here. Very important. They haven't had it for the last 5 or so minutes. Hasn't been a problem for them offensively. Ooh, and that's a really good play there.
Podolsky beat the quadball player and caught the dodgeball. It's going to be an incredibly free goal by Henry Bear Benson. Max Havlin might be on this pitch, but Nathan Podolsky just pulled in Max Havlin.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play. Turning the ball over at the halfway line is one of the worst. It's probably the worst place to turn it over in quadball. And when those beaters are able to get high and press you like that, you just have to fling the ball anywhere else.
Narveson and Johnson now back in this game with a 2-goal lead for Minneapolis. This Minneapolis team, who has had so many tough exits at MLQ Championships, who's been disappointed so many times with their performances, coming out with that KC win and now leading the 3-time MLQ champion Boston team by 2, 9-7. Carson Olazaba in the lane, looks for Skura.
Yeah, and while this game is still very close at 2 goals, it feels like things have been so much harder for Boston. It feels like Minneapolis is the team flowing and the one with more ideas.
Yep, and then I think what we just got was a frustration swat out of Ian Skura because that arm came across really late. The ball hit the chest first before the arm got in for the swat, but it didn't even seem close. It wasn't bang-bang. It just seemed like Ian Skura wanted to get a dodgeball out of there. And Boston resorts to taking a timeout. They're facing a power play. They're facing a 2-goal deficit. If you're on this coaching staff, what are you saying to the team at this point?
We have to find a way to get in transition. It's a little bit too late to try and create a half-court offense out of nowhere. I'm sure they have ideas that they want to work on, but I would find ways to press, get in transition, and I would tell them to be really stout defensively. It's been the individual efforts that have created opportunities for this Minneapolis team, and their passing has been excellent. But they've been most dangerous when they've been cutting past 2 and 3 defenders. That just can't happen. We've got to be stout and look to run on every possession.
Yeah, and on this Minneapolis side, I mean, there's so much to love about the performance they've had in this game, but I think it all starts with the dodgeball game, and we were wondering if these beaters were going to be able to hang around this time, and the answer's been a definitive yes, not just the Cody Narveson, Gracie Johnson pairing, but this Schluter-Podolsky pairing that's been starting for this team has been so clean. I think both their shifts were dominated by Minneapolis, all culminating in that beautiful play we saw a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what these teams come out of the timeout looking like. Going into cinch on pitch, you talked about the advantage that maybe Minneapolis has.
Yep. Yeah, and we've talked about, in the preview show on MLQ Replay earlier in the week, big questions coming into this tournament. Is this a new North Division? Because people are so high on the Chicago team that went undefeated. And, we've been talking up this Detroit team. Minneapolis has been a darling, I think, of this league for years now. The results have never happened at MLQ Championship. And, we watched Detroit play a really good game against New Orleans earlier in this weekend. And then this statement game so far out of Minneapolis. We'll see if they can convert on it. I think we might have a new North here in the MLQ.
Boston here able to get dodgeball control back.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to kill this penalty, I imagine. Blue card penalty, so only 30 seconds served. And with dodgeball control, pretty easy just to kind of kill 30 seconds. Also approaching the 20-minute mark, so they might just be holding for last possession overall, making sure they have dodgeball control going into flag runner on pitch. Olazaba gets it back up to Doyle. Yeah, there's definitely, we'll see. We can't tell from here if a Doyle game warning's been given yet, but there's definitely not a ton of effort to score being put on by this Boston team right now. Skura is now in the game. Penalty killed. And this is also now officially going to be the last possession. Gracie Johnson gets a wrap on Leanne Dillman, but Kieran Collier tries to clean it up. Gracie Johnson really tries to make something of it. Cody Narveson now the only beater in the play. Olazaba has the ball behind. Terry Carlson stepping out high, eats a screen from Athena Mayer. Ian Skura in the lane. Ian Skura hits a mid-ranger. That's the kind of confident shot Boston really needed to see right before the 20-minute mark.
That's a really tough shot, and I think that just goes to show how the flow of this game is happening. We said this game is really tight. It's a one-score game now going into flag runner on grounds, but it's been so much easier for Minneapolis. Even when Boston has had dodgeball control, it's been easier for them, and it's going to be really interesting how Boston plays, especially with all of the dangerous secrets we have on Minneapolis, how they play this flag runner on grounds.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes down to it, we all want to be in a situation where we're always in transition, but that's just not the realistic case of a quad ball league. And, this league's really been defined by the teams who know what they're doing in the half court. And it's clear Minneapolis has very specific ideas of how they want to attack defenses versus teams that seem like they have more questions in Boston. We've seen 2 goals so far, I think, in the half court, and they were both mid-range shots. It was the one we just saw Skura hit and the one Doyle hit earlier. That said, we as a sport have gotten very far away from, just being okay with those mid-range shots. I mean, that was only like a 6-yard shot. 6-yard shots are very makeable. In our day, shooters got to shoot, right? And, I think it's something that Detroit subscribed to at some points this season where, hey, maybe that is our best offensive look. Ian Skura is an incredible shooter, and I'm generally not going to be that upset if without a hand in his face he's ripping a shot from 6 yards.
Yeah, and defenses, I think, have tended to become more compact.
Yep.
We understand now that the game really ultimately comes together at the hoops, and that's where you need your defense to be stout.
Right. So Bear Benson and Tyler Beckman will be the starters in the Seeker game. Beckman, one of the probably most important flag runner catches in Boston Forge history to beat Austin in Boston's most recent championship back in 2019. Henry Bear Benson also has plenty of history in the Boston area. One of the most key members of the Final Four run from Tufts just a couple years back in USQ.
I believe captained that team to the Final Four run.
And caught in the semifinal match against Creighton that came down to the wire.
That was a really fantastic game to be at.
Yep.
I was really fortunate to be there.
Yeah, I famously agreed to head ref the other semifinal, which was an absolute stomping by Texas. I was very sad to miss it, though. I have, of course, watched the videotape since. Incredible atmosphere around that game, as I think we'll expect to see. One of the fun things about an indoor stadium is once the atmosphere gets going, I think coming semifinals and finals tomorrow, the sound's just going to reverberate around this place, and the atmosphere is going to get really good really fast.
Oh, yeah. Again, just a huge shout-out to our host. This is an absolutely fantastic facility. One of the best I think the sport has ever played at.
And a quick shout-out to our producer, Nick Jablonski, holding down the fort here. I know he's been happy with the amount of internet service that this facility is able to supply, and we're happy to be able to give you a higher quality stream because of it. As a big play by Zach Doyle, heads-up play, forces Cole Lackmiller back across half. It might not result in a ton because Cody Narveson can make the immediate beat, but I think Doyle can also immediately get the ball back to a teammate if necessary. But, those are kind of heads-up plays that might turn this game on its head because, as we talked about, it's been so Minneapolis-driven.
Yeah, fantastic play there by Zach Doyle, really showing the physicality that we saw earlier from Boston.
Lots of plays in the dodgeball game as both Seekers are there. Henry Bear Benson gets cleared first, but Tyler Beckman gets deep roomed in the process. Gracie Johnson has to throw back. Skura gets it behind Olazaba. Olazaba's going to look to drive on no dodgeballs. Lackmiller went flying through the air. Didn't need to. The shot went wide. Narveson's going to run right by Skura to get rid of the Seeker. Probably the right play, but it does mean that Boston gets to keep control. Henry Benson's going to get a shot here. Immediately shot behind the flag runner, no problem. Going to get a lot of time. No dodgeballs in the game for Boston. Beckman's going to get back in the play here, though, as Emma Poland gets beat out by Gracie Johnson. Landelman, again, is going to just skip right by the quad ball play because Henry Bear Benson has to be cleared. Narveson now clears out Beckman. Meanwhile, it's Zemet running down in transition, gets it to Carlson. Carlson makes up for his earlier sins, finishing the dunk this time. 2-goal lead for Minneapolis.
A great play there by Minneapolis to get the ball into a capable finisher's hand. And this is where I think in the game against New Orleans we saw...
Benson! Benson had the dive move there, had an inch of space, and almost made it count. Sorry to cut you off.
No, we've got a really exciting game here going on. It's going to be Lawrence driving. Lawrence looking to finish. Lawrence loses the ball.
Yep. Lackmiller's been stout on defense all day for Minneapolis. That's a good screen there by Delk. Delk gets the ball back.
Yeah, I think Boston needs a steady hand here offensively. I think this is where Greenhouse could really make a difference.
Doyle has the ball, hands it off to Lawrence. Max Havlin's now in the game alongside Leanne Duman. They have dodgeball control. Greg Benzo's looking for an area. Meanwhile, Peter Lawrence hits the lane, makes a shot. 1-1 so far in the quad ball game. Oh! I think there's going to have to be a conversation because I think the snitch thought, I think the flag runner thought that maybe Greg Bento was off broom or beat, and now I think they're going to have to talk about it. Okay, so no call to be had.
Trading goals here, obviously not going to be good enough for Boston, so they're going to have to make a difference. I think they have. I think bringing on Max Havlin in this situation is a really great idea, and obviously Leanne Dillman super experienced in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, my honest take is that I don't think this game is getting to set score without a flag runner grab. So it's I think exchanging goals is what it is until one of these two teams can come up with a catch. It is Max Meyer trying to run around the whole defense, doing his best Ian Skura impression. Does get around Peter Lawrence. That's a lot of jersey. Peter Lawrence is headed to the box. Max Meyer loving that loose jersey fit, and it probably gets you a couple more calls this season.
Yeah,
too.
and getting disconnected from the quad ball player like that is what's going to result in that jersey pull.
Meyer's so speedy out there, really hard player to keep in front of.
Yeah, as players move east and west across the goals, it can be really difficult because the fundamentals of trying to wrap that player are so different than if they're coming straight at you.
It's going to be up to Delk here basically to step out on Meyer. Meyer has passing options at that. Meyer just gets it across to Lackmiller. Lackmiller dunks it through. 11-9 Minneapolis, game to 150. Bento's getting a lot of time here. It is really a nicely set up box by Havlin and Dillman. Now Havlin's starting to cook against this pair. But can Bento come up with a grab? That's been the question that's been haunting Boston for so much of the season. Gracie Johnson gets called, beat. Blanchard's going to come into the game. Blanchard's the one who had a lot of success against Havlin earlier, but is actually going to press quad ball here. Benson gets a brief opportunity, can't make much of it. Shu's going to get beat. Havlin, Havlin the behind the back beat on Gracie Johnson. All the dodgeballs are with Max Havlin now, and Greg Bento's just getting time.
And a big hit there by Zach Doyle.
But again, it's going to be Minneapolis making the defensive stop, and then Zemet putting it through. So Max Havlin holding 3 dodgeballs near flag runner is not necessarily enough for this team right now.
Yeah, and the lead is only being extended now by Minneapolis with flag runner on grounds.
3-1 in this period so far for Minneapolis. It's a big swat there by Mike Devine, but then Devine accidentally runs into his own beater. Doyle's trying to bring the ball back. Not a ton of size here as Peter Lawrence tries to get through Meyer.
Yeah, I think this Boston Chaser game is crying out for a little bit of veteran leadership or somebody.
Meyer's head to the box, so Lawrence should get to finish this one now.
Yeah, I think this Boston Chaser game is going to need somebody to settle things down and really direct traffic and be able to confidently step through tackles.
This has also been a long shift for Greg Bento. I'd like to see some fresh arms in the Seeker game as that is finished by Zach Doyle. The lead's back down to 2. A flag runner grab does just immediately win the game at this point for Minneapolis.
And we are going to get that shift you were talking about.
Yep, Stephen Tremble coming into the game. Meredith McDowell now in alongside Blanchard. Oh, Tremble got close there. Oh, a distance beat by Blanchard through both Havlin and Shu. Meanwhile, running down the field, eating a ton of contact, but finishing through it is Matt Bessard. Minneapolis needs 2 more goals here. Tremble is getting close again. Havlin's doing what Max Havlin thinks, but it is going to open up an opportunity. Oh, and it was Mike Devine who almost went high there. Tremple's so close.
I think we might have a swat here on the Minneapolis Seeker. It's happened a couple of times. I'm sure Havlin is talking to the refs about it.
That could be big. That could give Tremble some unstopped time to make a play, and Tremble has gotten close a few times in the last few seconds. Also, we haven't even had a chance to mention that Alex Obenor is back in for the team. Good to see that. As we mentioned, missed the entire KC game, had not played in this game until then. Key player for this team, both on and off the pitch. It is going to be an illegal SWAT called.
Just a blue card.
Yep. 30 seconds, but that's 30 seconds might be all Stephen Tremble needs.
But Boston has had control of these dodgeballs this entire flag runner on grounds, and them not coming into the quad ball game at all has really been a problem for this Boston defense.
Yep. Patience here from Boston. I think they purposely don't want to score because that would release the other team. Seeker, Tremble was so close. Once again, can he put it away on this power play? Narveson and McDowell can't get anywhere near.
And we are going to have another substitution from the Boston Seeker.
It's going to be Will Richardson for the first time. I think it's the fourth Seeker we've seen. Oh, Richardson tried to make the quick move there. Oh no, Narveson throws it off the back of the flag runner. Oh, now we got wrestling moves going on. Richardson does get sent back to hoops for them. Sierra Delk finds Harry Greenhouse. I think the Boston Quadball game doesn't actually want to score. They do finally get the delay of game warning. So Harry Greenhouse, can't put it through. Just gets stuffed by Bessard. Delk is able to roll it across. Pierre Lawrence is going to get there first. Bessard, I think, is going to get called for knocking that ball out.
Yeah, it is going to be Boston ball.
Teams really keep losing track of this hard boundary.
And it looks like it is going to be a power play here for Boston on Bessard, who like you said, played after off the hard boundary. We've seen a lot of different styles from the Boston Seekers. Will Richardson really interesting, really quick, very slashy, trying to come at this snitch, kind of trying to come at this flag runner.
Lawrence gets high contact there from O'Banner, but no call. Greenhouse gets it. Zemet steps up. Zemet with the wrap over to Poland. Poland being marked here by Schwartz. Does get it off to Greenhouse. Devine's going to get a chance. Devine's got it! Devine's got it! If that catch is good, Minneapolis will beat the Boston Forge. And it looked incredibly, incredibly clean.
Wow, what a catch here from Mike Devine.
It would be Devine's third straight catch. It'd be the second straight, probably pretty decisive catch. Minneapolis could do something that they couldn't do in 2021, that they've struggled to do at so many national tournaments in the past. They could take down the Boston Forge. All we need to wait on is one last ref conversation.
And our flag runner was signaling good on the way over there. What a game.
The Minneapolis Monarchs knock off the Boston Forge. The Monarchs, for the third straight season, will return to the quarterfinals. People doubted whether they could do it from the lower bracket. Back to back to back wins right through the morning. They move on to the quarterfinals, 165-100.
What a game. I think we asked before, can Minneapolis hang in the beater game? They answered the question, yes. We asked, can they match the physical play from Boston? The answer is yes. And then the ultimately decisive factor, flag runner on grounds, they really showed their mettle and dominated when it counted, even without dodgeball control.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there is, outside of, I would say, probably flag runner on pitch beating, I think it's very hard to say there were many areas of the game where Boston was better. I think Minneapolis was almost across the board in most aspects of the game the better team. And that's a huge step forward for that program.
Yeah, we saw this team be really quick and twitchy, pass and catch really well. Their defense they were able to get out in transition, and even against two beaters in some situations were able to make plays and finish. Really fantastic game here. Really heroic effort from Minneapolis.
Yeah, and it's possible that this Minneapolis team will now play Austin in the finals. In the quarterfinals. If Boston does win their next game, Boston will still switch over to the Austin side because they can't be matched up against New York. Minneapolis would play New York at that point. But, I mean, this is a team that we've talked a lot this morning about confidence and momentum. This is a team that has all the confidence in the world right now.
Yeah, this is a performance that builds a program, and you can't say enough about their efforts today.
Awesome. Well, that is going to do it for us here, the third game of the day. We'll be back with an interview of this Minneapolis team, and then we've got a lot of play-in bracket games still to come. Still one team left to decide in the quarterfinals, but one thing we know for sure, the Minneapolis Monarchs, for the third straight season, return to the quarterfinals of MLQ Championship. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 MLQ Championships. I'm Nick Jablonski and I'm here with Emily Saveda after the Minneapolis Monarchs just pulled off the biggest upset we have seen in the play-in bracket in playoff history. Emily, take us through those final moments where you saw the game sort of winning in the flag runner on pitch game and the clean grab to end the game.
Yeah, we were just trying to keep our defense really tight, sticking to the 2-2. It was working early on, so we just had to stick to it and shut them down and then score on offense. And Mike came through with the third flag catch.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, let's talk about that offensive side. You all were picking apart the Boston zone left, right, and center, constantly being on the end of some great passes after your main drivers took that space and found you all at the hoops. With the with the injury of Emma Persons this year, whom we have known for years as a key contributor to this Minneapolis program, kind of talk to me about that sort of offensive mindset, because realistically, Minneapolis has not been a team that's pushed these high-scoring, great passing offenses before.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've been really lucky to have Emma as our coach, even though she's injured, and she does a great job pushing us. We just focus on staying in our spacing, finding the open space, play with our beaters on offense, and when we get the chance, break down, when the defense breaks down, cut in, and find the open spaces.
Yeah. Great. All right. And one last question before we go. We do have another game starting really soon. We talk about the Henry Bear Bensons. We talk about the Max Myers, the Cody Narvisons, the Gracie Johnsons. What are some names on this program that we need to know out in the public?
Well, definitely Mike Devine after those 3 flag catches. Ben Zimmett, who's a Rookie of the Year candidate. They've been killing it all year. We have Sam Schwartz and Anna Nelson, my other female chaser subs, who we've had to deal with a lack of non-male chasers sometimes this year, and they've both really stepped it up.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Emily. Congrats on the win. And we'll be back shortly with Kansas City versus Detroit. Don't go away. Go.
And welcome back to MLQ Championships. We have a good one here today brewing between the Kansas City Stampede and the Detroit Innovators. We're really looking forward to this matchup. We saw a really good game that Detroit played against New Orleans. They pulled ahead early. They went down early, pulled ahead, and then couldn't quite keep up with flag runner on grounds. And Kansas City, no slouch. Really athletic team that likes to get north-south, side to side. This should be a good one here today.
Yeah, I was able to commentate over there on Pitch 2, the Kansas City versus Minneapolis match, and you were right on the job there with their athleticism. It really showed out, especially Usmani, just tearing apart the Monarchs defenders.
Yeah, and that's Morimoto with the quad ball coming down now. Stampede have bludgeon control and the quad ball, looking for an opening. Oh, a really good play there from Gwen Pratt to swat that ball away.
Already active hands. Detroit ready for this. Trying to quickly get control back. Are they able to get it? It looks like it, yep.
And that's Lucas.
Oh, no.
And now we've got George Daring with the quad ball up top for Detroit.
Perfect.
Back over to Keegan Madeline.
See Kansas City here in a 2-2 defense.
Oh, and ball in behind for Lucas Marklin. Lucas Marklin in that NOLA game had 3 easy goals. Oh, and it's a turnover here.
Usmani going for a run. Quickly slows down so he sees dodgeballs up ahead.
And this beater pair of Zoo, we've heard all day this beater pair of Zoo and Brody is sort of the future of this sport. They are some of the best that we can see there. They made it to, they got the USNT call up. We'll see if they can dominate the game here today.
Oh, shit, there we go.
Stampede with the ball.
Just probing a little bit.
Okay, hit me.
That's
What are
Madeline
you
on
trying
point
to
defense
test?
for Detroit.
Testing
And easily got,
radio,
and a great beat there from Zoo.
announcing goals.
Able to maintain and turnover.
Yeah, great harassment there at the point of
Just
attack
give me
from
2
Pratt.
seconds to think about it,
Able to
and then I
keep
can
maintaining that point of attack.
I'm pretty sure we can do it because it doesn't really matter.
From the defense side of the ball. So
No. I'm saying from a
just be
street.
jabbing a
I
little
just
bit here.
need to
Nobody
be
able
able
to
to
get a
sit
shot
down
at
and listen
yet.
for a second to make sure it's
passes
not
broken up or
we dial it in
passes
so we're not
thrown over the
overwhelming.
loops right now.
Overwhelming.
So it'll be quick to
That's
see
all.
which team capitalizes early and
just
get
need to
some
be able to
quality
hear.
offenses here.
Yeah, and early bludgeon control here for Ray Brodeur and Zoo of Detroit. And here, and a really bad pass there from Marklin. Easy turnover there for the Stampede. Looks like it's created a no bludger situation.
Just Green in front of them. Stares down the defender as they juke, and great goal.
And great play there from Morimoto to recognize the no bludger situation, get out in transition, and score and capitalize for Kansas City.
That's when Kansas City looks at their best, even when they're up in their other match earlier today, when they're able to run out, not have to necessarily run a half-court offense, and just use that speed to their advantage.
Yeah, and a miscommunication there from Marklin and Madeline.
Great offensive rebound. Fantastic block there by Morimoto.
And Madeline looking really athletic. Oh, it gets the ball back, but a great play there to recognize and make the beat. Still not a turnover. Detroit here still with the ball. This is their third opportunity now. One of those hoops is down. That's going to cause a problem. That hoop is not going to be fixed until the passage of play is done on this side of the field.
And a steal in the beater in the dodgeball game over there.
And it's going to create a no bludger situation, a no dodgeball situation. Ooh, and a great finish there.
Went upstairs, right over the top.
That was George Daring for Detroit. And it's going to be a quick turnover here as more and more tried to get down the field. Was unable to do so. Really heads-up play there from the Innovators, and they have dodgeball control again.
A little bit of that anxiousness there for the Stampede was also happening in the earlier game. Once they get scored on, really looking for that quick outlet to get a response very quickly, even though their teammates are not up there to help them.
Yeah, and if Detroit can keep getting second and third opportunities, they're going to have a really easy time of it.
100%. You got to finish the defensive possession with the rebound.
Yeah, and a hopeful shot there from George Daring. This time high, no good. That's not the look that Detroit has been seeking this whole tournament so far. So far, they've done a really good job moving the ball, spreading out the defenses, and creating lanes that way.
Let's see if we get a different look here for the Innovators' defensive formation here. It seems like they're not settling in. They're back in 2-2, yeah.
And now that's Robbie Wallace with the quad ball up top. As they overload the right. That's Morimoto now. Going to make a move on Pratt.
Great beat. Oh!
It looks like it went through, but they're going to call it beat before, I believe.
They're just going to talk about it on the field there. Head ref Chris saw the saw the quad ball go in, but just wants to confirm if that was a beat before. Goal is good.
The goal is going to stand, and we've seen a lot of this from Morimoto and Kansas City this season, that once they get inside of the keeper zone, they don't actually want to go north and south. They want to go east and west, and Morimoto able to cut across the face of the defense there and hit that little floater.
With both Morimoto and Usami, you have two lefties that are very quick, shifty. Oh, high pass. Another turnover for the Innovators.
And they're going to look to run. Morimoto's got the quad ball. The dodgeballs are bearing down. It looks like they were able to get a beat early. Morimoto now going east to west.
Pitch
gets
back
to Wallace. Wallace looking to drive. Wallace looking to score. Emphatic there from Robbie Wallace to make this a 3-1 game. So far, the balance of play seemingly with Detroit very patient with possession. A few too many turnovers, a few too many errant runs, and the transition of Kansas City really backfilling and making them pay for it.
We're going to have to see Detroit get some encouragement here to actually step up and make some tackles or even some attempts here. Wallace just waltzed right in for that goal.
Yeah, and as they were fast breaking, it looks like the Stampede able to come up with dodgeball control.
Yes.
Going to be huge. We haven't seen them with it so far this game.
Innovators really spreading out their box offense, getting their players really deep. Oh, and a long distance. Wow, about 8 yards out of the keeper line there.
Yeah, and that's Jack Levy, who doesn't start for them, but has been really important all season, hitting those mid-range floaters. It just gives them a different kind of look, and he hit a couple early today, and so far off to a hot start in this game.
Behind the hoops, we have Stout, one of their big goal scorers over the course of the regular season.
Yeah, we've seen it in a really long beat there. That's not a good idea. That's going to be a no dodgeball situation. Morimoto looking to drive. That's Riley Usami.
Yep.
Who is able to put it away. A really long beat there from Sue. Probably a bad decision leads to the goal. And it is going to be now that shift. Maybe those legs were getting tired. They did get dodgeball control back. And it is going to be Smiley, the former Tufts captain, in at beater for Detroit.
And quickly we're seeing the three-headed monster of Kansas City of Usami, as well as Morimoto, and as well as Stout getting involved, either scoring or assisting on all their offensive possessions here.
Oh, and another mid-range shot. That one's a little high. It's not going to find a target either, and that's going to be the ball going the other way. We have now gotten a full line shift from Detroit as well as Kansas City.
What a catch there, number 43, Kansas City.
Ooh, and a great move there. Another great move there. Oh, and a absolutely devastating from Riley Usami to get past 1, 2, and then finish through a third. Quickly 5-2 here. I think Detroit's heads are spinning a little bit. This Kansas City offense has been brutally good.
This is the speed of Kansas City that you're witnessing here, folks. They're very fast, moving up and down the field across all positions. You saw ahead their beaters just taking their dodgeballs, even though they only had one, going up against a team with control and just trying to get them to push back towards their hoops, create some kind of kerfuffle, and you saw a quick opportunity there for Usami to get that bucket.
And it looks like it was going to be a play after beat call that's going to allow a dodgeball turnover for Detroit. That's going to be Brooks Smiley as well as Ryan Swanson coming down the field with those. And it's going to be Jack Levy looking to create something for Detroit. Ooh, and a really good beat there from Brian McClanahan.
And a quick stoppage. Oh, and that's interpositional contact for Matt Gulick there.
I believe it's going to result in that yes, it is. It's going to result in Jack Levy getting the ball back. But McClanahan made a really good play to force what would have been a turnover without the interpositional contact. They're just sorting out where those dodgeballs are going.
We have two Innovator quad ball players just flanking both hoops in opportune scoring position as well.
Yeah, we'll see if Levy can find a thread through, and it's going to be a costly turnover because McClanahan's going to have to drop their dodgeball, and that dodgeball is now going to be out of play for quite a bit. We'll see if Levy can create something that Detroit desperately needs here. Things already not going their way very rapidly. like you said, the speed of Kansas City is really what's jumping out early.
There's tons of urgency. This is a do or die game here for both these teams. Nobody wants to get out this early in the tournament, so we're going to soon see a lot of, I guess the right way of looking at it is enthusiasm from both sides here.
Yeah, I think desperation's okay, too.
Yeah, desperation, yeah.
Yeah, fighting for their lives. That ball's going to get swung over to Butler, who's going to restart play.
There we go. Goal there placed in by Lindsay Smyers.
Yep. Great ball movement there from Detroit in that no dodgeball situation. And quick pump from McClanahan. Ooh, made a really impressive play there.
Goalie going in for a bucket. Oh, gets stuffed. Still gets the rebound. And he wants to go higher, but no!
Great physicality there.
But still an offensive rebound. Going through. They will not be stopped. Blocked twice on 2 big dunk attempts. And somehow, some way, still able to get the quad ball and force it through the hoops.
Quick discussion here. Really great tenacity here from Kansas City. We talked about in the last game how one of the things I always look for in a game of quad ball is around the hoops who's jumping on the loose ball.
Yes.
Early we saw Detroit picking up the rebounds. Now we see Kansas City being active around your hoops to either regain possession or turn over the ball for your team is crucial, especially in these do-or-die situations.
Something like that comes off. It's either one of two things. Like, that's drilled it to you from your coach, or you just have players that know the big moments and you need to be urgent. Like, this is not X's and O's or anything. It's just person and ball, get on ball. That's all that it is.
Yeah, and that goal is going to stand. The score is now going to be 6-3 Stampede. You mentioned before the game, neither team has a particularly great record in a flag runner on ground situation. So more than ever, allowing the game to stay close now is going to be critical.
Yes, 100% I agree with that. Dodgeball control still remains in the hands of Kansas City.
Yeah, who have done a really good job since Sue and Broding have subbed off here.
Playing really high right now.
Yeah, usually
look at the stretch this lead a little bit here.
Yeah, usually when you see beaters play this high, it expresses a lot of confidence.
Yes.
And now Levy with the ball up top.
We get a gang tackle. Great gang tackle. Able still to maintain possession, though.
Yeah, great attack there. Great attack at the point of attack for Kansas City, but a missed beat is going to allow Detroit an opportunity with their no dodgeball situation. Oh, and a quick float from Levy. He usually hits that.
It's a costly miss.
Yeah, things just not quite clicking for Detroit. We'll see what the refs have to say about it. So I think if you're Detroit, in order to get back in this game, it really has to start on the defensive end. I would probably try to get the Brodeur and Sue back on the field without, if they're able to, without stressing them too much for later in the game.
That's a beater penalty there.
Yeah, so it's going to be a dodgeball and a quad ball turnover. The ball's going to go back to Levy, who probably isn't going to miss twice here. It was a legal interaction. Levy going to have his options here. There's not going to be any dodgeballs around the area, but a swarm of Kansas City chasers. We'll see what Levy can create. He has Robert Butler on the backside, who's probably going to cut to that small hoop. We'll see what Levy can come up with to try and get Detroit back to 2 scores. And if they can do that, and hang a little tighter on the defensive end and slow down this Kansas City team a little bit, they might be able to claw their way back in the game.
That's the big point there, to slow down, because Kansas City out here running up and down the field, they have to slow them down. And sometimes, like the transition of offense to defense, they have to allow their offense to put some quality shot attempts, not just turnovers.
Bad miscommunication there from Butler and Levy results in a turnover. And now Kansas City, we talked about slowing down. Maybe we'll try to slow down to kill this penalty.
Yeah. They can set up an opportune press opportunity here with only just one beater from Kansas City if they're able to.
And now there's going to be an opportunity for Kansas City, who's going to put it through.
Yeah, and the goal is good with the person in the box still able to score and stretch the lead out here.
Yeah, those Detroit Innovators beaters really flew towards the ball, and they got caught on the backside And now they're down another goal, and they during the penalty play.
It seems at this point Detroit just needs to see something good happen on offense, something to make them see that they can compete here on this pitch with Kansas. We get a good dish. Malcolm,
And Levy's mid-range shot not working like it has in other games. And a high press here from Brooks Smiley. The ball's going to go wide. It's going to be picked up, and a quick attack here again by Kansas City, who's going to get wide. That beat's going to miss. Second beat's going to miss. The ball's going to get up to the top of the key. It's going to be around the net contact, I believe.
And through the contact, we have here, I'm pretty sure that's number, I can't see the number.
Corey Jobman is going to be able to finish through the contact. Yep, the goal, it looks like it's going to be net contact it's for Lucas Markland, but is not going to serve time in the penalty box because the goal went through. Again, we've seen Kansas City speed up this game and Detroit not be able to handle it. And Detroit coming back in to their first line of quad ball players. Detroit coming into their first line of quad ball players. It's going to be Keegan Madeline with the quad ball. Still the pairing of Brooks Smiley and Ryan Swanson in the beater game, in the dodgeball game. Oh, and a trade of beats there. Ball gets out wide to Markland. Markland looking back up top to George Daring. Daring looks to float one to Markland again. Markland swallowed up by the defense. That is not what they're looking for if you're Detroit.
And what you're seeing here is Kansas is showing two people to the ball, or even if there's one person on the quad ball, Detroit has no incentive. They don't want to run and try to beat their one-on-ones. They're trying to pass people open, and that's just a difficult way to play, especially when there's opportunities, when there's no dodgeballs in the defensive beater's hands. You have to attack, be aggressive, draw in people, and then those passing lanes would be much more open and more available.
Markland flies out with Smiley. Ball goes back up top to Morimoto.
Usami calling for it from behind the hoops.
And a nice play there by Maxey to get control of the quad ball at the small hoop. They're looking to beat out Usami, and it looks like we are going to get a beater sub here. It's going to be, we've got a call on the field.
It's a timeout called by Detroit.
Detroit needs one. Detroit really needs a timeout here. Tell me, what do you think Detroit's going to have to do? We've talked so much about how good Kansas City has been this game. What do you think, if you're Detroit, your game plan would be going forward?
We have to somehow get our players going down, quad ball players going downhill. They're just stationary, passing to stationary receivers, and nobody has any, no one has any motivated to actually play through and create more contact, try to suck in a second defender, and see if they can pop it out to somebody that will have a more open shot. So I would just somehow create either a sense of urgency while in this huddle, while seeing how we can get our dodgeball players to open up driving lanes for our quad ball players.
Yeah, I think this Detroit team really relies on spacing. They want to be wide. They want to cut from wide spaces. They're not the most. This team isn't the most physically gifted team out there, but they're young and they're very smart and they have a game plan. And that game plan, they've seemed to gone away from it and tried to win one-on-one battles. And that's not going to work against a far more athletic Kansas City team.
That's the thing. It's tough. Like, you want to play in space, but Kansas City thrives with that one-on-one speed in that space that it's kind of like a clash. So they're going to have to maybe change it up a little bit if they're going to get some kind of success here.
Yeah, and I think secretly or not so secretly, Kansas City has been able to start to dominate the dodgeball game. And I think if you're Detroit, you really want to go back to your starting line, Brodeur and Sue. I don't think we're going to see that out of the timeout. I think Detroit just switched into Dustin Minnick, and we'll see what the former Ball State player can do to try and regain control here. But we are looking, I believe, at Detroit's their top quad ball line, their starting quad ball line back in this game to maybe close the gap before flag runner on grounds. And it looks like we are going to see Ray Brodeur come back into this game for Detroit. We'll see if Zoo follows shortly.
A dodge. Nope, it was a good beat.
Ball out wide to Pratt. Pratt going to swing it over to Markland. Markland with a kick because there's nowhere to go. But the space there. Yeah, the spacing from Detroit there is so much better. A really nice kick
Elite.
Yeah, elite foot skills, yes, from Markland to find the assist to George Daring. And the spacing there was so much better,
Yes.
and created the lanes of attack. Morimoto with the quad ball coming.
Let's see if that pumps them up a little bit. Let's see if they get a little bit more angsty, create a turnover here on Kansas, and see if they can capitalize on back-to-back goals.
And
they have control as well.
Yeah, as soon as Brodeur comes back in, they get control. Ooh, and a long beat there. They want to shorten up, and this is going to be an attack here from Morimoto. Did a really good job recognizing. Goes back to Usami. Usami feeds so well to the back hoop. Brenna Duncan puts it through the contact.
Pretty much almost a touch pass there by Usami. Just quickly releases that.
Yeah, and that really started. Morimoto recognizes that the long beat creates a no bludgers overloads, a no dodgeball overload situation on the left side. They swing it behind. Usami recognizes the free player, and a really strong finish by Brenna Duncan. Oh, it's going to be interference. I think that goal is going to count.
Yeah, it looked like it went through and then popped back out the other way.
Markland did so well in the New Orleans series. On that small hoop, being an off-ball chaser and being dangerous. Again, spacing for Detroit keeps them alive. And the offense is starting to click a little bit again. And now we'll see. I think Kansas City just wants to run, and it is Detroit with 2 dodgeballs. So important. They've immediately begun to wrest control of the dodgeball game back. We'll see if it can keep them compact defensively against the speedy, quick, athletic Kansas City team. Morimoto with the quad ball. Back over to Usami. Usami flanked by the dodgeball.
We have Brenna Duncan trying to just create some space here for Morimoto. Pass behind the hoops. Back to Morimoto.
Kansas City trying to move the defense. Finds a trade of beats. Gets blocked. Usami now with the quad ball up top. Fires. That's good.
Electric.
A really good rip there from Usami to keep this lead wide. Really nice shot just at the top of the keeper zone through that top hoop. Good stuff there to move the defense around enough, force a step, and that's where the shot goes, the vacated hoop that the step comes from.
Scoring in many ways, drive, dunks, assist to catch and shoot receivers, and even the long ball game going now. Oh, good fast hands by the Kansas City defense.
Yeah, and that was Levy unable to find the pass there. Coming back the other way. Ooh, a nice play there by Pratt. I don't think it's going to come of anything. That was actually Maxey. Maxey now with the ball. Maxey all alone over there. Maxey, really good effort. It might.
I think we're going to get back contact by Usami.
It caused a foul. Really good play there from Sarah Maxey.
With no dodgeballs near the play, we're going to have a good old-fashioned 4v3 in the quad ball game here for a split moment. I think both Kansas City beaters are beat out.
Yeah, all of these dodgeballs are over here at the far right of your screen, flanked by the Detroit Innovators beaters. Again, outstanding individual effort by Sarah Maxey to force the turnover on Usami and the Kansas City Stampede. On the restart, looking to get the ball.
Oh, no. That's unfortunate.
Unable to make the pass to Keegan Madeline after a great individual effort. As you said, unfortunate. We'll see if the Stampede look to kill this penalty. They haven't really slowed at any point. Detroit again with 2 dodgeballs. Morimoto with the quad ball.
Good dodge by number 16.
Really nice play there. From Detroit, Lucas Markland. And now we're going to get subs here in the quaffle game for Detroit. The great pass from Morimoto and just a quick step from Markland. Good defense
and had to play
by the Innovators.
Had to play there for Maddie Namini, getting that bludger control back with Vincent Reyes.
And now it is Sue coming back in for Detroit.
Good catch there by Vincent Reyes.
Great play by Reyes. Ball goes wide. Gets flung back. Thought they had a player there.
More green space there. What a snipe and a dunk!
Yeah, and it feels like another great fast break for Kansas City. And it feels like this field is just tilted. The speed at which Kansas City continues to charge at Detroit is too much for them to keep up with. we'll see if the beater pair that we've praised so much of Sue and Brodeur can bring some stability back to this defensive back line for Detroit. But so far, I think it's really been what Kansas City has done well.
Good pass.
Yeah, and the pass just floated too much. Morimoto going to come up with the ball. Just too high of a floater over the defense allows the
We're gonna get a keeper line press maybe here.
Oh, and they're making substitutions, and Morimoto.
Oh,
yeah,
and can.
That ball's just going to go out.
Yep, and Detroit was able to. Yeah, Detroit's press there was able to get some kind of the quad ball turnover there in their favor. Slowed them down.
Yeah, Detroit pressing on the substitutions left Morimoto on an island. Does a good job to extend the play so that the defense his defense can fill behind him. But that's about the only good thing to happen in that position. Oh, and over to Levy.
Offensive rebound.
Too high. Detroit first to the ball. Good play there by Brodeur to keep the play alive.
Good pass.
Float to the back. And
there
a
we
nice
go.
finish.
But right away, Morimoto running on the breakaway, waving to the Innovators as he scores.
And that's been the story of this game. Every time Detroit's had something to cling on to after the finish of Andrew Mueller, Morimoto and the rest of the Stampede have just charged down the field and negated anything that Detroit's gotten going.
Just closing the momentum, any sort of momentum, anything coming from the Innovators.
Yeah, and like you said, they got a little wave on their way on his way past. Over to Levy.
What a catch
Good
there.
Play there by Brodeur. Oh,
there we go.
Good play there by Brodeur.
They're just cleaning up here. Oh.
Yeah, and that's going to be costly, I think, because I don't think Detroit's going to have any dodgeballs back. They're going to recognize it pretty quickly, and I think they're just going to go. Here comes the Stampede
just
one
out.
more time.
What a spin move. Oh, what a block. Oh, but offensive rebound maybe? Loose ball?
Stampede the first.
Is that Wallace? Yeah.
Ball.
Through one tackle? Through two tackles?
Yeah.
And it gives them a little bit of a too small Selly.
Yeah, the athleticism of Kansas City is just far too much for this Detroit team. And if they make mistakes in the dodgeball game like they do, getting a little bit too adventurous, they're not going to have enough defensive resources back, and the lead is going to extend.
Yeah, Kansas City's having fun out here right now. They're scoring goals and selling routinely right now.
And that's going to be a turnover at the midway line, and this one's going to go the other way.
And we have Stout going in for the highlight reel. What do? And just throws it through.
The worst place in quad ball to turn the ball over is at the midway point. If you turn the ball over at the half line, you're going to get the go. They're going to get the going the other way. Your defense isn't going to be able to get back, especially when you're up against a team as quick, as fast as the Stampede. Detroit hasn't really forced a lot of half-court possessions from the Stampede.
No, it's only that one keeper line press on the sub. That's been the only thing this game so far. What I would like to see from Detroit now is just, like, let's give it a little fight here. You know, let's get some kind of positive momentum. That could be, it doesn't have to be scores. It can be a big drive, a big hit, or a good passing, just something that we can feed off of.
Yeah, and the ball's going the other way again. They're immediately going to look up, tap out Keegan Madeline, running with a head of steam. That's just Jack Levy behind, and there's nobody back now.
Goal put in by Matt Golick.
I think game management here is now the key word for Kansas City. You're going to be looking ahead already, up 15-6. You're going to be looking ahead already, up 15-6. We've seen some subs. I don't think we're necessarily going to see Morimoto or Usmani in this game again.
Or Stout.
Another, that's going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, I think that hit them in their chest. That it's just, yeah, you're right about like game management, minute management, looking ahead a little bit here for Kansas City. See if they can get their other players a little bit involved. Good pump fake. Oh, and the solid beat. A little bit angsty there by Wallace rushing in.
Yeah, perhaps that's going to be the 20-minute mark. That's going to be the 20-minute mark. I think.
What do you expect to see going into this next portion of the game here?
So, I think Detroit might want to keep their dodgeballs in the quad ball game. I think that if you're going to claw back, you've got a long journey ahead of you. And it's going to start by trying to run up the score in the quad ball game, which you haven't been able to do. And we've seen what's going to happen if you don't have your dodgeballs back for this team. You're going to get run all over. So I think you have to start defensive stability and just hope that whoever your flag runner is going to be can hold on a team that hasn't caught a lot of flag runners this year. But I think the Kansas City advantage here is pretty overwhelming. As the flag runner comes onto the pitch,
the game expands. The field just opens up, right?
Yeah, and Detroit wants to play an expansive game, but they want to play it at a much slower half-court pace. And so far they haven't been able to slow down the game at all. So I think you start defensively, trying to stay compact, keep your dodgeballs and your beaters back. We'll see what they choose to do. Maybe a quick catch can give them some energy.
Yeah.
But I think this game is going to continue to be all Kansas City.
It's hard to disagree with that take, and Kansas City's probably just going to respond to that thinking by just keeping their dodgeballs in the quad ball game as well, and just keep racking up the scores, because they themselves also can't. They don't have on record for the regular season haven't caught, and then they gave up a catch to Minneapolis earlier today as well. So they may just want to wrap this up with quick, fast break goals in the quad ball game.
Yeah, and our set score is going to be 2-10 here. And the important thing, I think this is a really good learning experience, and for this young Innovators team, they've got 11 players under the age of 23. I think this program is moving in the right direction. They are in what is proving to be a fairly tough division. I think the North has really shown so far with the Minneapolis upset over Boston.
Yep.
I don't even know if you can really call it an upset, historic upset.
Not the season upset, though.
But for on the season, Minneapolis really was the better team that game. And I think this Detroit team can take lessons away from this. They know where they need to get better. They know where they're strong, too. They have a lot of really good fundamentals and building blocks to begin again next year. But for this game right now, I think being able to hang is going to be very important going forward in the future.
I agree. It's very important for a young team to see unique opponents, and they've been welcomed to the South Division this weekend.
And
Good juke.
Ball going back up to Kagan Madeline. Out wide to Markland.
And they save it. Good hands.
Oh, and Sue gets beat from behind here.
We have a turnover at midfield again.
Yeah, and that's a bad place here. Like we were saying, there is Morimoto. I'm surprised to see him on the pitch. Quick goal here from Kansas City. We'll see what the referees have to say.
Especially playing up in the North, you don't have much opportunity to play South Division teams very often. That win or lose, it's always a learning experience to take away, and that's just exponential for such a young roster here for the Detroit Innovators.
So I believe it was manipulating the third dodgeball on Kansas City. The goal is still going to stand. Dodgeball is going to get turned over to Detroit, and like we said, Morimoto back in the game. Quickly finishing off the first goal here. 16-6, our set score is to 2-10. It is Sue and Smiley in. It's
Long
combination I
pass.
haven't seen. Markland back up top. Quick turnover. Sue throws. It's not going to matter. Looks like Pratt and Markland trying to make it difficult. Now we've got the game opening up.
One dodgeball back, but a lead pass.
Smiley should be able to get there. Smiley does get there. Nice feet beat by Smiley, making sure that her arm doesn't have to do all the work. Getting over there quickly with her feet, so important to make sure you maintain that control of your dodgeball. Ball goes out wide. Kagan Maglet's a turnover. That's not a great pass there. So far it looks like the dodgeball game has stayed with the quad ball, which is something we both talked about a little bit.
And our flag runner has been making light work of both teams in their attempts to catch.
Yeah, we mentioned Kansas City just 2-2-8 with the flag runner on grounds, and Detroit 2-4-5. So not great. We haven't seen a lot of catches here from either team this season. And there is going to be...
It looks like a penalty in the quad ball game going against Detroit, it seems.
On Kagan Madeline. The green headband going to go over to Lucas Marklin. And there is just a free player on the Detroit side. We'll see if Morimoto will be able to find him.
Yeah, they're making eye contact.
Smiley looking to try and get back into play quickly.
Nice
Might
dodge.
have gotten
Spin
back
move.
into play. Might have gotten back into play. I thought I heard the... Yeah, great beat there by Smiley.
Good catch.
On Matt Gulick. You could sort of hear the rubber hit him, and it is going to be a play after beat. That goal is not going to stand, so a really nice play there by Smiley to recover.
Really good catch there by referee here, Chris LeConte.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier. The referees have done a great job all day. And
we got green space here.
And that is going to be Gwen Pratt, and Gwen Pratt
puts it through.
What a good individual effort. That's the sort of thing you like to see in these games. If the game isn't close, if the game looks like it's getting away from you, you want to see on your team who's going to be willing to fight to the end. Those are the players that you want around.
And what you love is they put it in and they sprint back on defense immediately, right back into the game as they look to set up.
Yeah, and they were able to kill that penalty as Sue gets beat up top. Ball swings to the post.
They call no good. That's 2 beat befores there on Matt Gulick.
Yeah, we're seeing more stout defense here from Detroit, getting themselves into a more compact shape and not getting caught out in transition has been really crucial. So far, as expected, things a little bit quiet in the flag runner side of things. Gwen Pratt's going to take a
good dime. Oh.
Ooh, that's going to be...
That's a 3rd card for Matt Gulick this game. There was a yellow and a blue, I'm pretty sure.
They're going to talk about it.
But that looked like the receiver didn't have possession of the quad ball yet and just overzealous makes contact.
What?
Yeah.
So it is going to be a red card on Gulick for a helpless receiver call on Kagan Madden. Like you were saying, if the ball doesn't get there, if you get there before the ball, it's a helpless receiver call. I don't think there's anything the referee Chris LeComte can do but show the red.
At this point in the game, we're at 16-7. There's no need for that. Just play sound positional defense. And it's just a little anxious out there to want to put your imprint on the game, get a good steal. But
yeah,
unfortunately,
I think
it's costing your team.
I think what Kansas City is saying is it's a bit of a soft red, but it is the letter of the law.
Yep.
And it was clear that Gulick was trying to get there at the same time as the ball and just showed up maybe a fraction early.
But they've also set precedence with the calls on these back contacts, and that like if you're a fraction late, they're going to call it. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's going to be a beat before, I believe. And now a turnover.
So it's hard to say momentum going Detroit way, but definitely momentum leaving Kansas City here.
Yeah,
as they're going to be stuck with a player in the box for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 full minutes regardless of a Detroit Innovators score or not. Obviously leads still very comfortably with Morimoto on the field looking to drive. Gwen Pratt coming back into play. Oh, and a nice pass there to a wide open Miles Himmelman who's able to put it through. Again, the set score is 2-10. Not much happening in the flag runner game. All of the attention being paid with the quad ball and the dodgeballs.
Well, let's see if Detroit can capitalize again on this penalty. With the player down here for Kansas. They don't see they did not see the dodgeball coming.
Yeah, passing towards the dodgeball, never really a good idea. And even down
no dodgeballs on defense just yet.
Yeah.
There we go.
Unable to get back into a compact shape is going to kill them as it has early and throughout this game against Kansas City. And it looks like that's now Reyes with a white headband. Saw Reyes beating early on. Oh, and rips one, and that's really good. What a shot there from Vincent Reyes.
Player down, sees a defender and a help side defender right there with the dodgeball. Doesn't matter, rips it through, takes care of business there.
And we're going to see subs here for Detroit. Just looking to get something going. Kagan Madeline now behind. Jack Levy with the ball up top. Ball goes out wide. It's not going to go anywhere, though. Really good anticipation there. Oh, and Kagan Madeline able to get back into play. Still the red
good contact. Are they able to keep it in bounds?
Oh, and Reyes unable to get the ball away. And now the penalty is over.
Oh. Good call. Pushing the Detroit player out of bounds with that tiptoe out of bounds. Kansas City retaining the quad ball. And the red penalty is off. Usami with the stare down and the jump shot. Chris is on their A game right now. Missing equipment, pointed to the mouth. You can only assume that does not have a mouth guarded, sending Usami to the box.
Yeah, really good call there, understanding exactly what's going on. Yeah, as you said, Kansas City able to kill the red card penalty. I believe the score during the red card penalty was even, if not Kansas City up 1.
I think so, yeah.
So Detroit wasn't – we saw Detroit be able to sort of get compact a few times, but as the game continues to unwind, Kansas City is going to continue to dominate this game. And I think with the exception of the Gwen Pratt individual effort, we haven't seen a lot of creativity or offensive structure like we saw in the New Orleans game from Detroit. And I think it has been the athleticism and the speed of Kansas City that's been so hard for them to deal with. New Orleans in their first game, a much bigger, sort of more plodding sort of team.
And Kansas City is one of the fastest teams you're going to see at this tournament this weekend. It's almost a frenetic pace at times, and they're comfortable in it. And they know that their opponents most of the time are not.
And they clearly feed off of it. You can tell that the confidence. And
there we go. Great passing, moving the quad ball around, and we get a goal there.
And it comes from space. It seems like it always comes from space for Detroit, right? If you're able to spread out, create opportunities to move the ball effectively, that's where you're going to find success.
And the sure hands of Lindsey Smyers there, putting in the bucket.
Again, set score is 2-10, currently 18-8, 180-80. Ball back up top. Bowman tries to make a play for Detroit in the dodgeball game.
And Kansas City really bringing their quad balls deep. Oh.
Yeah, and swallowed up by Detroit there. So in this half court, Kansas City doesn't look nearly as effective. Now, again, I think they're a little bit more in their depth here.
Yes.
Which I think is important for them because this is a long tournament. They're going to have a long day today. And being up so big in this game and you really feel like you have a handle on it, I think going your depth is the smart thing to do.
I do have a counterpoint, though, in that the longer the game is, the more tired legs are getting overall.
Yeah.
So at a certain point, you're going to want to wrap this up.
Yeah.
And Detroit forces the keeper line turnover really with their heads on as Kansas City seemingly feels like they have it wrapped up, but the game's not over. You know, there's still time going. The score's not wrapped up yet.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the game's never over till it actually finishes, right? So as long, like you said, as long as you allow Detroit to hang around, there's hope. And a bad turnover there by Detroit. And it looks like Usami's going to pick this one up and always turns their head up. This is the thing that I really like about Kansas City is they always have their heads up. And they look, really good beat there. And Usami's going to look to finish. Usami's going to score. And it looks so easy. When the ball is in the hands of Usami or Morimoto, it always looks easy. They're on the same wavelength. They've got their heads up. They're looking to press. They're looking to find cutting opportunities. They're looking to dance around players, use that athleticism and speed to create mismatches.
I'm biased. It's always fun watching agile lefties.
Yep.
They just cut at different angles, and just you see different highlights that you normally would see. And that's a good beat there before Lindsay was able to release the quad ball.
Yeah, call beat before. That goal's not going to stand. Detroit with 2 dodgeballs here, slowing Kansas City down just a bit. Brodeur's coming really high here.
Oh,
yeah.
Another shot there by Reyes.
Yeah, with these 2 dodgeballs, the Detroit Beaters are getting really high to attack the quad ball, and that ball is quickly moving into the side and then around. And instead of backside helping to the most dangerous player, they're backside helping to the ball, and that's where the attack is coming from, and that's how Stampede were able to score. A nice play there by Jack Levy to get around the defender and put one through. We'll see if Kansas City, Morimoto back on the ball, we'll see if Kansas City just looks to trade a beat here and create havoc to score this final goal. Detroit's going to help them out here.
Oh, a catch.
Yeah, and that's probably going to end things here. Giving up dodgeball control means that Detroit is going to be able to Kansas City is going to be able to throw everything they've got at this one and maybe finish the game pretty quickly. Ball goes behind. Missed beat there.
Missed shot. Rebound by Morimoto. And just, missed float. Offensive rebound still in the hands of Kansas City. That's a...
Ball gets back to Vincent Reyes. Another missed beat. Back to Morimoto. Yep, this Detroit team not able to get to the loose ball right now.
No dodgeballs for Detroit on defense right now. All they got to do is push it through, and Usami, of course, does it.
And a really nice game there from Kansas City. We really saw what they were all about and what their strengths are. They want to be in transition. They want to be agile. They want to create havoc, and they want to allow Usami and Morimoto to create tempo. The thing I love about this team is that, like I said earlier, their heads are always up. How do you like Kansas City's chances going forward in this tournament?
Well, they have a date next with the winner of who do we have going on the next side right now? I'm pretty sure we have Charlotte versus. I can't remember.
Anyway, we're going to have an interview coming.
New Orleans. Charlotte versus New Orleans. I like their chances against the New Orleans squad, especially with New Orleans only having 12 players. With that speed, frenetic pace, they're probably going to get exacted.
Yeah, so we've got Charlotte. And so we've got Charlotte versus New Orleans happening on pitch 2 right now. The Kansas City team's going to play the winner of that game, and we've seen Kansas City and New Orleans play really close games actually. And if we do see that again, I actually think New Orleans has a really great chance. So the Stampede swept New Orleans in their series during the year. All the games were very close, and New Orleans was up in a lot of those games. So that would be a really interesting matchup. And Charlotte, always a funky team. Yes. They've got a lot of really good they've got a lot of really good seekers to pursue the flag runner. They've got a lot of really good beaters. They've got individual creators. It doesn't always coalesce the way it should, but it's kind of always a really funky, interesting team around MLQ champs.
Agreed.
And stay with us. We'll have an interview coming up shortly. But that was the Kansas City Stampede roaring past the Detroit Innovators to take their place, putting themselves one game away from the quarterfinals.
We are back after KC's dominant win over the Detroit Innovators with Sena Morimoto. Sena, you guys coming off that loss against Minneapolis, a really tough, long-fought game. What was kind of the feelings on the sideline? How did you guys kind of regroup for this one?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely didn't count them out, but we really thought that we could win. Obviously, if that doesn't go our way, so we just had to regroup. We know we had to fight through that potential second spot, so yeah, we're just kind of focused to try and grind through these wins for sure.
Yeah, so how do you guys kind of pose a situation like that? You get out really far ahead, but then you kind of have to, balance the fact that you still need to win this game, but with the fact that you're going to have to win 2 back-to-back games after this in this bracket as well.
Yeah, I think we stay true to what we want to do, our coaching philosophies and what we want to do as a team. We stick true to that. Obviously, with the teams that we're playing against, recognizing who's their dangerous players, right, what we need to look out for. But yeah, I think with us being kind of true to what we want to do, I think we can grind out these wins for sure.
Yeah, so you got a Charlotte team immediately ahead, and then the potential of a Boston team beyond that. These are obviously veteran teams that have consistently been in quarterfinals, both programs. To be honest, you guys are obviously a lot of younger team. There's some veteran leadership as well. So kind of how do you kind of keep the heads up, keep people feeling confident? You've been in this situation before. You've played the Austins of the world. These really top teams. How do you guys keep the confidence up?
I think we just kind of say let's show them what they got. They've never really played against us, right? This iteration of KC, so we just kind of have to say show them what we got, and I hope we have a really good game. So
yeah, and you talk about this iteration of KC, and it's the amount of players you're able to bring to nationals. Obviously, not really your home soil, but as close to home soil as that you guys have ever gotten. What's that been like, kind of for your team?
It's fun. A bunch of us drove up this morning and stuff like that, so we had that luxury to do that. But yeah, I think it's great having not drive 10 plus hours to go to a series. So it's totally it's a good thing for us for sure.
And then talk to me a little about Riley Usami, a player for you and a teammate of yours in this and absolutely turning it up so far this morning. Yeah. What have you kind of seen in him as he's developed as a player through the last year?
Yeah, I think he's definitely grown into his own player. He's confident in what he likes to do. He's picking his shots, right, and so. I'm excited to see him grow, take this MLQ experience into, further and into the near, future. But yeah, I think he's a phenomenal kid. I love him. But yeah, I'm excited for him for sure.
Yeah. So obviously that Minneapolis loss is tough, but the win against Boston makes it feel a little bit better. You guys feeling confident coming in these next 2 games?
Yeah, for sure. That game definitely helped us for sure with our confidence.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks so much for taking the time, Sena. Best of luck on the rest of this run.
Thank you.
Quadball fans, we are here with the Kansas City Stampede and the Charlotte Aviators, two of the three teams remaining in the play-in bracket, competing for one final spot in our Elite Eight. Right now, the winner of this game will be going on to play Boston. Loser will be out of the tournament. Very exciting game. Here in the announcer booth, you got myself, Mario Nasta, and my partner,
Itana Crow.
Very excited to be here. We're going to kick you over to Noah for the starting lineup. And we're back. Hello, Quadball fans. Again, this is the Charlotte Aviators versus the Kansas City Stampede. We are just about ready to hit brooms up. Again, this is two of the three final teams in the play-in bracket. They're playing for their chance at making it to the Elite Eight and into bracket play. Very exciting lineup here today.
Very different game coming into this one. Kansas City with a rout of the Innovators there coming into this one, while the Aviators had a tight contest with the New Orleans Curse.
We'll see if the legs are still looking good on the Charlotte side, but all I could see last game with Kansas City was hustle, hustle, hustle. So if
speed is the name of the game for Kansas City.
Charlotte doesn't have enough in the tank, this is going to be a rough one.
Yeah. And they're off.
Kansas City going to take the quad ball, but it looks like...
And the dodgeballs.
And the dodgeballs. They're able to get it. Beautiful. Morimoto bringing it up. A little back and forth on the wing between Morimoto and Usami. From Morimoto to the right side, kicking it over to Wallace. An attempt, no good. It's going to be an inbound for Charlotte.
Solid first defensive possession. Don't have dodgeball control and able to force the Stampede to play a little bit of a passing game and long-range shots instead of having them do their patented one-on-one jukes to drives.
100%. Anytime we can slow down this Kansas City offense, it's going to be real good for Charlotte. Quick beat exchange, that mid-pitch. It's going to result in a no-bludger offense, but Charlotte may have been able to put it through. Not sure what the stoppage is, but it looked like Charlotte was able to convert even though they had no bludgers there. And
that there is Ryan Davies with a flick of the wrist there shot on the little hoop there. May have been beat before, so we'll get the referees here to deliberate here what the response is. Goal or no goal, it is going to be Morimoto at mid-pitch with the quad ball. And green space well ahead of. I was going to say, staring down a lot of space and only one dodgeball back on defense for Charlotte. Okay. Goal is good. That makes it 1-0. Charlotte leads. Oh, looks like dodgeball turnover will happen. It's going to be dodgeball control now for Charlotte. And definitely not a run out for Morimoto. Morimoto going to elect to take a nice slow offensive start now that they're staring down dodgeball control. Oh, almost a catch attempt there. Ball back and forth between Morimoto and Usami. Kicks out to the wing to Morimoto. Morimoto is beat, but it looks like Robinson Wallace able to pick it up, then gets taken out, and Charlotte ball. Two solid defensive possessions here for the Aviators. First, a long shot by Wallace that went awry, and now a beat to turnover there. And already the wing chasers for the Aviators positioned deep behind the Stampede's formation. Stampede was able to pick up dodgeball control during that last offense, even though they didn't score. And they used it very well there, forcing a quick pass from Charlotte, which was able to get tipped, resulting in no goal. Still 10-0 Charlotte lead. Davies got a little bit greedy there. He wanted to get the second one, but great hands by Usami near the hoops. See if we can get a third stop in a row here for the Aviators. Wallace leading down mid-pitch with the quad ball. Morimoto setting a little bit of a screen. Wallace driving right. Wallace passes it deep to Usami. Usami collects, avoids a beater, passes it all the way across pitch to Morimoto. Morimoto with a little juke, still has ball, staring down a dodgeball, gets the ball out to Wallace. Wallace recovers near mid-pitch, now starts to drive with her own. Oh, didn't even see. Beat. Beautiful beat by LeBeau. Woodard looking for Davies. Gets the pass to Davis. Davis not quite able to hold on to that shot. However, Charlotte picks up that loose ball, still fighting, still scrapping it out. Kicks the ball out and collected, shot, and scored. Charlotte now leads 20-0. That's one of those, the quad ball just keeps rolling towards your team's hands and you just keep trusting your teammates passing it around. And it's like the universe is telling you this is our time to shine a little bit, you know? 100%. Kansas City starting another offense. Morimoto bringing the ball, driving down the right side a little bit, hovering, waiting for the beaters to open up some space. Sends it center to Usami. Usami rips a long shot, bit high there. Gonna be a turnover and another successful defense for Charlotte, who have maintained dodgeball control the entirety of this match so far. maybe sensing a little bit of frustration in the quad ball game on offense for the Kansas City, as they're not able to see any gaps to attack here.
Does look like we're getting some subs in the beater game from Charlotte. We'll see if Reyes is able to be a little bit more effective here on this defense, maybe get bludger control back for Kansas City.
Pass back up to Monowar.
Monowar sends it wide to Hale. Hale looking for some space. Probin sends it deep to
Reyes causing that turnover there. Finally getting a stop here. It's a little bit, stop the bleeding a little bit, but still 2 shot attempts, 1 turnover are the results of the last few offensive possessions here for the Stampede. And Charlotte really positioned themselves a little bit high up here on their defensive formation than they were earlier, either by scheme intentionally or because of personnel they have on the field now as they've made a line shift.
An errant.
Dodgeball's on the ground. Yeah. Oh.
That was Kansas City's first attempt at a no dodgeball offense there. Unfortunately, can't quite convert due to a high shot.
The only positive coming out of this possession here is that Kansas City's finally able to retain dodgeball control for the first time, and let's see if they can get into a little bit of a press action, get out and run on. Let's get their defense to feed into their offense, because their half-court offense right now is nothing but stagnant.
Yep. They want to start generating some fast breaks.
Oh, and we got that.
Control.
We got a beat. We got another beat, and we're going to look for a pressing opportunity. Oh, what a dime.
Reyes with 3 beautiful beats, just unleashing those dodgeballs on the Charlotte Aviators. Unfortunately, Charlotte able to squeak the pass all the way across for a quick goal.
Charlotte has no dodgeballs on defense right now, and Kansas City has to score. And they do. And that's Stout.
Stout
going up
home the first goal.
Going up just a little bit higher there, going upstairs for the slam.
That puts us now at 30-10. Charlotte leads. Kansas with their first goal, and on the back of dodgeball control, they will start this defense feeling great.
Dodgeball control elected them to finally score an offense, but they didn't time or coordinate that pressing opportunity when on the last defensive possession when the Aviators didn't have a dodgeball even in play. Let's see if they kind of clean that up a little bit and get a stop here to finally get a patented fast break opportunity.
Beautiful beat from Kansas City in the mid-pitch. Oh, isn't called. Looks like it was a block. Goldberg able to open up some space there for Charlotte with that block. Ball squeaks all the way out back, but Kansas City is able to collect it. Score will remain 30-10, Charlotte lead.
And they maintain control. So a second offense here with control in the hands for Kansas City Stampede.
McClanahan leading the charge for Kansas here. Immediately using the dodgeball to open up space.
Great pick.
And they fill the space, right? Mm-hmm. Immediately their beaters are able to open up a no dodgeball look, and they connect.
Both these teams they just completely look different when they have control, when they have not. Like their level of physicality, level of urgency just completely shifts. It's which team's able to play when they don't have control with some semblance of confidence may determine the victor.
Hale now for Charlotte leading the quad ball down the left side of the pitch. Ooh, and a beautiful steal from the Charlotte beater results in dodgeball control for Charlotte and another quick goal. Charlotte now leads 40-20 off the back of that beautiful steal.
Great beat. Oh,
even better block, it looks like.
And a great shot.
Takes their space. A beautiful rip from just outside keeper zone. 40-30, Charlotte's lead. Monowar bringing the ball down for Charlotte. straight through the center, just kind of hovering behind the beaters. Passes it wide to Hale. Hale sends it to Davis. Davis takes a shot, just misses. Going to be collected by Kansas.
And as you can see, they've been coached well. Charlotte already getting back on defense as Kansas City looked ahead to maybe go out for a run and saw too many purple jerseys all in front of them.
Charlotte understands that Kansas is going to live and die by this fast break, and they're going to give them no looks at it if possible. Kansas City, another aggressive look at the wing, able to put the ball through the hoop. Got 40-40 now. Charlotte with the quad ball.
No timeout needed, but they got their shift of momentum in the dodgeball game, resulting in tying it up pretty early in the match here. And Charlotte looking to have tap beats open up passing lanes. And and we get a dart of a shot from the Charlotte Aviators.
A little bit of a question of whether it went in or not. We got a lot of different opinions out there on the pitch.
Hands in the air from the Charlotte bench. Everyone anticipating a good goal here.
Oof.
To the dismay of the crowd we have below us, no one happy with that call.
It's going to keep our score at 40-40. Now Kansas City's quad ball. Gulick bringing the quad ball down the center for Kansas City.
A little bit of a spark plug player here, Gulick. There are moments where they clearly show that they're the most athletic person on the field, just dunking it over opponents. But then there are times where they just throw errant passes and they can't really collect themselves. Oh, and another shot by Stout.
Stout is just ripping shots from distance. It's a beautiful pass to the wing, sends another pass down to Stout, and Stout is, if left open, gonna keep shooting. It's now 50-40, Kansas City lead for the first time this game.
So there's a bit of a three-headed monster here with Kansas City this weekend and over the course of the season with Stout, Usami, and Marimoto. And we haven't got Marimoto to get going yet. Usami got, I think, one bucket so far, and Stout's been going off. Oh, and a stop at the hoops.
Thompson on Charlotte jumps up and dodges two separate beat attempts from Kansas City there. Drives to the hoops, not quite able to connect through the hoop. Unfortunately going to be a turnover. Unfortunately going to be a turnover there to Kansas City. We are going to take a quick break from the field here. Looks like one of Charlotte's players got a bit of a cramp. We're going to get that stretched out for you. But what are your thoughts here? What do you think?
That was just before I get to your question, that was just an amazing block there by Stout. Two-way player, putting up goals, getting big stops. It's what you want to see when you're a coach that you preach. I know you want to score, but I need you to get back and be strong, protect our hoops on defense. And nothing better than what Stout's doing right now on this field.
Really can't ask for more. Right now, Charlotte finally not in the lead this game. What do they need to do to turn things around for the rest of this pre-flag runner on pitch gameplay?
I don't think they need to make any kind of drastic change in terms of the quad ball game. They can attack Kansas City maybe a little bit in transition when they're going from defense to offense, see if they can regain control on those split opportunities. Because when KC has control, they're just a little bit of a dominant team in the even in the half court for Charlotte defenders to handle. Oh, we get a live turnover here though, and that's Woodard going one-on-one with Usami, goes left, goes right, and puts it in.
Beautiful drive, beautiful shimmy. That is now 50-50, tied game again. Kansas City's quad ball.
A little bit of taste of their own medicine there.
Charlotte says, hey, not only are you not going to get fast breaks, we're going to take them to you instead. Charlotte back with dodgeball control here on defense. Morimoto taking it nice and slow with the quad ball, hoping his beaters can open up some space. Unfortunately, Charlotte beater gets a beautiful snipe.
Good
forces
catch.
A deep pass. Quad ball is going to trickle across the hoops, not quite go in, and Charlotte is going to get a stop here. Davis is looking to run, however, realizes there's a dodgeball back for Kansas City and slows it down. I don't know if they know the dodgeball is coming from behind right now. Oh, and they didn't. A beautiful beat from Kansas City is going to result in an easy fast break for Usami and a goal, putting them up 60-50, Kansas City lead. Got to know where those beaters are at all times.
Yeah, and everyone always questions, whose fault is it? Is it the person with the ball's fault? Is it your teammate's fault for not telling you? It's always a collective. Everyone has to be aware of everything that's happening on the field, and you must communicate no matter how loud the crowd is. We're inside a dome. Things may echo. You have to be in sync.
100%.
I think this is a Charlotte timeout, right? So
Yep.
They're trying to probably just like get their heads on straight. They probably just saw the last goal saying maybe we're nervous, we're not together. And communication is probably the name of the game that they're talking about here. This is a go home or go advance game, and both these we're going to get a desperation as this game presents itself, especially if nobody can stretch a lead of 3 goals. The team is just going to go fight back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah. Kansas City able to take dodgeball control going into that timeout. So for them, I think they really just need to start using this dodgeball control to open up some fast breaks, right? They haven't had that breathing room for their drivers. They haven't been able to show off the incredible athleticism of their chasing and keeping core just yet with the drives. They've had the shots, but not the drives just yet. And so if they're able to really start using this dodgeball control, they could stretch the lead and get out of flag runner range.
And that's a big, if we want to look forward, that's a very good point there, because Kansas City, over the course of the season, has only had 2 catches and has no catches today. And they're not, I don't think they're really interested in being in a flag running range game. They want to get out a little bit more. Whereas Kansas City just clutched up and caught against the curse, and they have a deep seeking squad of their own.
Charlotte has, Team USA seeker Ryan Davis ready to catch flag runners, I should say. So
while we may think that Charlotte called timeout for their urgency, Kansas City knows there's still an urgency on themselves, only being up 10 points.
100%. Little trade in the beater game results in an opportunity for Charlotte. Unfortunately, an errant pass results in a loose ball. Morimoto may have just collected it at mid-pitch, but we're going to get a stoppage. Might have been something a little funky going on in the beater game there.
I think so as well. People playing through beats, it seemed like, as they weren't listening to the referee. And I think that's what the call is here. Yeah, continuing play after beat.
Yep.
And that's probably going to result in a dodgeball turnover. So even if Morimoto gets the ball or not, I don't think they do, but if they did, dodgeball rests will in the hands of the Aviators and slow down any kind of momentum.
Well, it doesn't look like they're giving the turnover, so Lebov's going to need to hustle to make sure there's a dodgeball on defense if it gets the defense. However, looks like Davis is going to be able to collect the ball at mid-pitch.
Tippy-toeing on that half-court line.
Really, Usami was really trying to get that turnover, couldn't quite get Davis over the line.
Yeah.
Davis now at mid-pitch looking to drive, going around Morimoto. Morimoto pushes Davis to the wing. Davis not quite able to stop the loose ball before it hits the pitch boundary. It's going to be a quad ball inbound for Kansas City. Kansas City still leads 60-50. However, Charlotte able to regain dodgeball control during that offensive drive.
Yep.
Which will, of course, mean Kansas City forced into yet another half-court offense.
And this is the quad ball starting lineup for Kansas City here. As well, I think, for Charlotte Aviators. Yeah, this is both teams starting quad ball lines. A catch.
Going to result in dodgeball control for Kansas City. Morimoto looking to shimmy.
They don't see it.
Oh, no. Davis putting pressure, allowing the tip on the quad ball over to Wing Chaser.
Woodard.
See if I can get Woodard. Beautiful collect there. Instantly steps on the gas, drives down the field, and unfortunately Kansas City's beaters did not realize it was happening. Charlotte able to sneak right behind them, put the ball through the goal, and it is now 60-60 tie game. Kansas City down the pitch once more with quad ball.
And that's the last 2 goals for each team has been off of lack of awareness in the game there. And I don't know if it's just pressure or people not hearing.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit of nerves. Wallace there trying to force a shot just outside the keeper zone. Didn't really feel like there was that much pressure on him. Could have just collected and tried to play within the half court, but I do think we're starting to see, mentally speaking, it wear a little bit on Kansas City. They're just not appearing to be comfortable in this half court.
You're not seeing multiple passes. You're not seeing probing. And at the very least, you could at least take one-on-ones and try to drive it a little bit deeper. And you're right on the money there. Just an errant shot that's unforced.
Yep. Charlotte now passing the ball around at mid-pitch, kicks it out to the wing, pass deep to Monowar. Monowar driving towards the hoops, and beautifully put through.
And Morimoto was about to go for the breakaway, saw the dodgeballs in the hands of the Aviators and reset it all the way back to the keeper line. Monowar was on a mission there.
On a mission. Kansas City now in another half court, not where they want to be, and without dodgeball control. Passing around a little bit. Morimoto to Wallace. Wallace loses their broom. It's going to be a turnover to Charlotte. Charlotte's quad ball, they are up 70-60.
With an opportunity to go up 2 goals, 20 points, and we haven't had differential. Oh, what a snipe.
Haven't had that differential since it was 30-10 in like the first 2 or 3 minutes. This has been a neck-and-neck game the whole way through.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful stop from Morimoto, and finally getting a chance to put on the afterburners here with a fast break. Kansas City beater clearing a little bit of a space. A beautiful spin move from Morimoto and a pass out to the wing. Unfortunately, the pass went a little wide, slowed down just too much from Kansas City. Do think we may have an injury there. We're going to take off the pitch a little bit. We'll come to the booth. Hopefully players are all right there, but that was some beautiful spin moves from Morimoto on that offense. A beautiful kick pass out to the wing. But Charlotte's defense just collapsed. Really well done from them, able to keep the defense alive. Does look like Ryan Davis is going to be able to make it off the pitch on their own legs, which is beautiful. We love seeing it. Don't want anybody hurt in this game.
Exactly.
But yeah, Morimoto's spin cycle there was literally dangerous. It was that impressive of a spin. I do think Charlotte's going to be able to keep this pile-on going on the wing there, so probably won't result in a goal. Hopefully it'll just be a nice dog pile until a beater can come over. Should be Charlotte's offense to start.
And like, even though with we had the nice spin move there by Morimoto, you saw the urgency from Charlotte sprinting back on defense. It was potentially going to be a one-on-one against Monowar, and they didn't care. Everyone's going to get back on defense here and at least force a move that's going to stall time for the dodgeballs to get back into play.
Duncan catches that pass from Morimoto, and in the time it took for her to spin, there were three Charlotte defenders on her, right? And that's just hustle. Hustle wins games, and Charlotte is putting in the hustle right now.
It's great when you can see a team follow a specific game plan from their coaches, and there's no break in it. Like, this is exactly what you want. This is what we need to make us survive in this game, and it's just beautiful.
So quad ball is going to be in the hands of Duncan from Kansas City. Monowar right in her face, ready to try and make a quick stop. There is also a dodgeball in the hands of Charlotte's beater. Hirsch right behind, so may see an immediate beat when we do go live. However, it does look like we're going to get a timeout from Kansas City to extend this stoppage just a little bit.
Good point. It is. I think it's to extend that stoppage. They want those fresh legs for those main goal scorers that they have here, so that they can get ready to go for flag runner on pitch.
Yeah,
and run back and forth.
I think that was very strategic to wait until everybody was already back on brooms before you request that timeout. They want to squeeze every second out of stoppage they can here to make sure those legs are fresh. There has been a lot of time in this game running back and forth, and they want to be able to push the pace as we get onto the flag runner game.
And while it may come across as stoppages with you folks on live with us, it's really good gamesmanship and good coaching here. Right, we have a game plan, we have strategy, we know what our keys to victory are, and this is them playing to their own DNA. You'd love to see it.
All right, team's getting back out. Should be the end of this stoppage now for you folks at home. Again, it's going to be Kansas City's quad ball. However, defender right in the face of Duncan and a beater directly behind her. We'll see if Kansas City can find a way to squeak this quad ball out of the corner. Nope, Charlotte's able to collapse on that ball, exactly what they wanted. They had, almost 2 minutes to plan it out, and they did it right. So good job, Charlotte. They now have the quad ball in the hands of Monowar, and will start an offense up 70-60.
And like you said earlier, we haven't seen a 2-goal differential since the 30-10 point at around 2.5 minutes. So it'll be very exciting here if they can pull it off.
Monowar passes wide. Pass then goes deep. Looking for a shot opportunity. Resets it up top to Monowar. Monowar hiding a little bit behind the dodgeball control from their beaters on Charlotte. Just waiting, slowing the pace a little bit, hoping the beaters can open up some driving lanes.
They're splitting the field, putting their own dodgeball behind the hoops right now, seeing if they could possibly flip the field here. Let's see if they see the opportunity.
Fornash driving down the left side of the pitch, curls around, sends the ball a little bit above the hoop. Monowar gets the rebound, passes it immediately off to the wing. A quick catch and shot from, I believe, 85.
Allison Slominski.
Slominski, an immediate release, unfortunately could not quite beat the Kansas City speed from that dodgeball throw. It is going to be called beat before, and we're going to get a turnover to Kansas City. Still 60-70. Charlotte's lead, however, Kansas City does have the quad ball. Morimoto slowly taking it up pitch.
I am so excited for this 20-minute mark. This is both these teams are not giving an inch right now.
We love in-range games, right?
Yep.
It's going to be exciting.
Usami just looking for a lane.
Squeaks it out to Morimoto. Morimoto trying to drive. And I think got a beautiful off-balance shot through the top hoop there to tie it up at 70-70.
Second one of the game, and both goals were just floats right before a beat. And that could be their opportunity to figure out their timing of when they can time their driving shots right before dodgeballs come and beat them. Calls from 30 seconds from the bench as –
yeah, I believe this is very close to last possession here.
And Kansas City probably trying their best here to see if they can get dodgeball control.
Charlotte Kansas City, I should say, forces Charlotte to take a long shot, which they do not connect. Going to result in a turnover.
To Stout back, nobody there.
Sami sends it to Stout. Stout collects. Stout given a little shake behind hoops. Unfortunately not able to slide through the Charlotte defense. Again, it's another example of two or three defenders making it to single Kansas City offensive position. They're just collapsing again and again and again. And I think that is going to take us to the 20-minute mark in this game. We are 70-70, an incredibly close fight so far from both of these teams. Like we've mentioned, this is do or die, right? One of these teams is going home at the end of this game, and they are both leaving it all out on the pitch.
Whew. Okay, you're Charlotte right now.
Yep.
Where are you putting your resources? Are you full sending your dodgeballs to the flag runner?
If it's me, I'm full sending it to flag, right? Kansas City has not come down with a catch yet this weekend. Charlotte has Ryan Davis, Team USA Seeker ready to go. I know they did just, tweak the ankle. Hopefully they're able to play here, but even if they're not, they have incredible depth at Seeker on this Charlotte team. I cannot imagine a world in which a catch is not within the recipe for a win for Charlotte, right? That is something they cook up every single time, right? That's what they want. That's their bread and butter during flag runner on pitch, so I have to imagine they're committing all resources there.
I agree 100%. They've ridden the momentum of catches coming into this game, right before with the New Orleans curse.
I think the only question here is, will they be able to catch fast enough for it to be worth the dodgeballs in that side of the game, right? If we take all the dodgeballs out of the chaser game, right, if it's just quad baller versus quad baller, the athleticism of this Kansas City team might finally get to start being on shine, right? They haven't been able to do it yet. They haven't had a lot of those driving opportunities, but if we take all the dodgeballs out, that could be a whole different game.
Yep. And it looks like they're going to have Matt Gulick subbing in. So we're going to have Matt with Marimoto with Stout, as well as Brenna in the quad ball game, looking to see if they can rack up the points with resources put towards the flag runner.
And on the Seeker side, Ryan Davis is in the game.
Good
Healthy
call.
enough, ready to go. They are hungry for a catch. Quick beat on Kansas City Seeker means Ryan already going to get a look. However, Kansas City Beater is going to come in and make sure it's not a quick look. Ooh, and Reyes gets bludger control for Kansas City. Might be able to completely stop the seeking for a bit.
Gulick sees nose dodgeball. What a pass to Brenna. Brenna puts it in.
Beautiful goal for Kansas City. They now lead 80-70.
And this is exactly what we spoke about. That if the dodgeballs are going to play in the flag runner, the Charlotte quad ball players are going to have to put up a stout defense to not get the game run away for them.
Yep. Ryan Davis again getting some looks here on the flag runner, while Charlotte's quad ball players take a nice, slow, controlled offense, just looking to pass around as much as possible. Beautiful dive from Ryan Davis. Almost came up with the flag runner tail already.
Wow, and what a dime there. We have a goal going in.
It's going to tie us up 80-80.
And that's Melissa Ross catching it with the patience, pump faking, and then putting it in the small hoop. Hermoto did not see the dodgeball.
Charlotte gave them a taste of their own medicine from earlier in the game, right? You lose sight of a beater, they sneak up behind you, you get a quick turnover.
A lot of one-on-one time here for Ryan Davis. Oh.
Kansas City beater Reyes finally making it over to the flag runner, making sure Ryan has to work a little bit, get a couple of sprints back and forth in here. It looks like it's going to result in Ryan subbing off, get a new set of legs in here, trying to bring this flag home to Charlotte.
Dodgeball staying in the quad ball game for Charlotte. They're trusting the flag runner.
I am surprised. I think Charlotte has picked up very quickly from that single offense that their chasers need a little bit of help with the athleticism of Kansas City, and so they've pivoted, and they're now full sending dodgeballs into the quad ball game.
An amazing balance and coordination by Matt Gulick there in the back line. Able to tippy-toe that back line, come in, hard juke cells, left to right, and punches it in through the middle hoop.
It's now Charlotte's quad ball. And after that goal, Kansas City is up 90-80. An errant pass is going to result in a turnover, however, and now Kansas City has the quad ball driving down the right side of the pitch. Beautiful beats out of the Kansas City Beaters, resulting in control, if only for a brief moment, but more importantly, taking all of the dodgeballs out of the defense.
Yep.
And that is going to result in another goal for Kansas City.
That was
They're
a
up 10-8.
That was a two-person game there with Matt Gulick and Usami, just driving down the middle, used them as a distraction, pump fake, shoulder fake, and then popped it right into the middle hoop there.
Right. We're barely begun this second period of the game, and Kansas City has put in three goals already, right? We talked about
they're warming up
and the speed, and they're finally getting to put it on show.
Another stop in the quad ball game. Active hands. And you said it. You wanted a quick catch from Charlotte. Full send. They did not full send, and there was no quick catch.
Yep. We're getting very close to the point where Charlotte may need to start considering a different approach to this niche on pitch. Maybe go full defensive seeker or something, because right now their quad ball players are just not converting quick enough to keep them in this game.
Dish.
Some more beautiful beating from Kansas City Beater results in yet another dodgeball-less defense for Charlotte and another goal for Kansas City. They now lead 110-80. And a beautiful catch. Just Kansas City's dodgeball game to win. They're beating galore.
If you are new to watching this Kansas City team, you are seeing Riley Usami, a technician, leads the team in scoring, 23 goals, and while may not be a leading assist person on this team, has been playmaking this whole match. And and finally Charlotte with the goal there.
Able to answer with a little bit of passing game, right? Again, Charlotte's game has been more of that pass. They've been able to utilize the half-court offense much more effectively there. They didn't have the dodgeball pressure from Kansas City, so they were able to string together a few passes and squeeze the ball right across pitch to an easy cutting chaser who just puts it through the hoop. It's now 110-90. Kansas City still leads.
Great defense. And that's Madison Burns stepping up, and they make a great tackle for a quad ball turnover, something Charlotte has been required in this flag runner on pitch game, and they step up.
Pass deep, a little shot. Shot doesn't quite go in. However, Charlotte able to hustle and collect the rebound. Unfortunately, a low pass results in the quad ball going out of bounds. It is going to be Kansas City quad ball.
One-on-one time here for Ryan Davis. They're not really able to get past the arms of this flag runner.
Reyes from Kansas City leading the charge, trying to open up some space within the dodgeball game. Able to trade beats, resulting in only one dodgeball left on defense. And when there's less than two dodgeballs, it seems like Kansas City is going to score at will during this flag runner on pitch.
You get it? Usami drive. Any player on Kansas City cut, and you're going to get a pop and a shot.
Yep, and on top of that, Kansas City comes home with control.
Golick with the steal. Oh, great beat.
Beautiful steal from Kansas City, ended immediately by an even more beautiful beat from Charlotte. Charlotte's quad ball once more. They do trail 90-120. I believe game ends at 130, so it's one more goal for Kansas City here. They've got to really come home with this flag runner catch if you are Charlotte right now and try and get back in this game, because
and that's Stout.
Oh, no.
Stout's been having themselves a game. They get beat out. Another beat to stop a goal.
It is complete do or die right now for Charlotte. They cannot let another goal go in for Kansas City, and they are
no dodgeballs on defense.
Selling out on these beats.
What a stop. Oh, and they still be able to recover there. Great. And you want your whole team to run with you on a breakaway. You don't need to just be a one-on-one. We all come in. We all gather. Great job there. Charlotte Aviators just giving themselves a chance.
Yeah, it was a beautiful stop by Stout, but again, Charlotte had 2 or 3 other people open. They pick up the loose ball. They put it through. It's now 120-100. Kansas City still leading, still only needs 1 goal to win this. However, Charlotte does have dodgeball control here. Hopefully they can use it to make a stop. Usami curls around, sends the ball to Stout. Stout puts it through the hoop. However, there was a beat made. The refs are going to deliberate on whether or not the beat came before. It was a bang-bang play. Again, it's Charlotte's beaters are the reason this game is still going. They are making beat after beat after beat.
For those at home, you probably not be able to hear this, but the whole crowd is roaring, waiting in anticipation for what this call is going to be. Everyone's on the edge of their seats. No good.
Calling beat before.
They survived.
Yet again, Charlotte Beaters dig Charlotte's defense out of a tight spot. Kansas City does still have the quad ball. Morimoto able to get the rebound here. But with Stout out of the offense, not a ton of options for Morimoto to look at right now when they start this drive. Ooh, some sneak.
Whoa!
Oh, and another beat.
No, beat before.
And another beat. However, Kansas City has dodgeball control behind Charlotte.
And what a tackle behind the hoops in the bludger game. The dodgeball game, sorry.
LeBeau making a beautiful hit. Question is, was it from behind? Looks like they're going to be calling from behind on that tackle. That is very unfortunate for LeBeau. Is going to allow Kansas City to maintain dodgeball control here, starting this offense. Charlotte does still have the quad ball. Charlotte trailing 100 to 120. Charlotte needs 3 before Kansas City can get 1. I will say this beater card is scary for me because Charlotte has survived the last 3 defenses on the backs of their beaters.
Full send, they fling it.
Morimoto.
Oh my God!
Oh, tips the ball.
And scores!
Oh my God, Morimoto tipped it but couldn't hold
Morimoto's
the ball.
sprinting though. He's trying to get back.
Ready for another fast break and another, oh my God.
No, but Stout gets the rebound. The beaters in play. Throw it back to Morimoto.
Oh my God, there's only 1 dodgeball here for Charlotte. Oh
Dodge!
No, the beat misses. Usami puts it in, dodges 2 different throws from Charlotte, connects with the top hoop, and takes the game for Kansas City. Usami puts the team on his back. That is Kansas City victory over Charlotte.
What a fantastic game from both of these franchises. Everyone should be leaving here with their heads up high. What a show.
Truly incredible. I mean, the athleticism there. Kansas City, like we talked about, just threw on the gas as we came into flag runner period. Just running. Unfortunately, Charlotte was not able to come down with the catch, and if they had caught it all, they won that game, right? They're down 3. They're actually down 2 at the end of this game. If they had caught, that was game over. They just couldn't quite capitalize there.
In the moment you explained earlier that you wanted them to catch early and full send, they didn't. They kept their dodgeball resources to stay in the game, in the quad ball game, and they still couldn't stop Kansas City from scoring anyway. So it may have been a waste of opportunity. It's hurtful whenever you lose such a close game. It's the should we have not done certain things. It's tough. But in the end, they fought hard, and they should be able to pat themselves on the back and be thankful that they rose their DNA and they played a good, hard game of quad ball.
100%. And specifically want to shout out Charlotte's beaters, right? That was 4 straight defenses where Kansas City needed 1 goal to win and 4 straight stops on the back of Charlotte's beating core, right? They just kept sending the dodgeballs in, kept getting the beat at the last second, not letting Kansas City get close enough to those hoops. They gave breath to that team.
They balled out.
Truly incredible.
They definitely balled out 100%.
All right, that's going to be it for us here. Again, Kansas City takes home the win. They will advance to play Boston for the final game of this play-in bracket. It is do or die for both of those teams to see who will be making it through into the Elite 8 here at MLQ Championships 2023. Thank you all for joining us. Signing out.
microphone to get it away from the wind, and then it cut like the first 10 minutes of our audio.
Yeah, I heard. Let me know when we're going, Nick. No rush. Oh, wow. We look. And welcome back. We are here to talk MLQ Championship.
Just hold it further away. Yeah, hold it further away. Listen close. You're good. Go.
The play-in bracket here. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Reed Marchman and Jack McGovern. Sorry, we're getting through some technical difficulties. It has been an incredible, exciting play-in bracket. I think it's everything we could have asked for so far. Jack, you've been kind of on top of the storylines of the bracket. What to you has been the major story so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Minneapolis. Underestimated heading into this tournament, didn't win the North Division this year, has never won a game at MLQ Championships, and they come out this year and storm through the play-in bracket, beat Boston, their longtime rivals, a team that they really struggled with in 2021 in the quarterfinals, and that game kind of has lived in the memory of lots of people since that series. So yeah, they got their revenge today and booked a spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you know, we might seem like it's kind of a random rivalry, but being on the edge of that huddle after that game, it meant a lot to Minneapolis to win that game and to make it all the way back-to-back slots too. They had to win 3 games in a row time slot-wise as well. The second team they took out in that run was Kansas City, who is now sitting in this play-in bracket finals match. Reed, it's been a long road for Kansas City in this weekend, but what have you seen from this team that you've liked?
One of the shortest distances, not necessarily the longest road, we'll say. And to their credit, they showed up pretty big. They had some flashes of big moments, honestly, on the side of the Stampede. They showed up big in their first game, just couldn't quite finish it out. Obviously, Minneapolis showing up big here on day one of their, potential 2-day if they can upset anybody in quarterfinals. But I thought coming into this it was going to be Kansas City, Minneapolis. You want this closer? Thanks, Nick. I'll just hold it and then we'll trade. How about that? Until we get done. Too close for you, bit too far for me. Still though, Kansas City, it's been inconsistency in some of their play, but flashes of brilliance. It's still a smaller squad than some of the other ones we're seeing, and it might be the reason that we've seen that win-loss come through thus far. And although the Minneapolis game was closer, it might have been a more tightly contested game than I think either team wanted. It's just Kansas City came out with a loss. Going up against Boston, matchup-wise, they're going to have to do it's a Herculean effort to overcome the beater core of this Boston squad, which I feel like has been Kansas City's weakest aspect today.
Yeah, for sure. And, when we're talking, big overarching storylines of the play-in bracket, Jack, the play-in bracket has been the East Divisions for a long time now. Washington and Charlotte, each of the last 2 seasons being the 2 teams to come out of it. We've already got a North Division team out, and Kansas City's still very live to be that other team out and make it keep any East teams from advancing to the quarterfinals. What did you see from the 2 East teams this weekend? What do you think is a little bit different there?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a changing of the guard. I think it's maybe less of the East teams and more of the North and North teams and Kansas City stepping up and really integrating a new generation of players. Kansas City is the youngest team at the MLQ Championship this year. They play with so much energy. They play with so much fearlessness. I mean, they attack on offense. And that's going to really challenge Boston. Boston has some very good tacklers, very good point defenders, but they're missing one of their best in Chaser Taylor Crawford this weekend. And they haven't been able to score as much on the offensive end. I mean, they've had long spells of dodgeball control, the Forge, but just have not been able to put it together and string together enough passes to break down a defense. So lots of question marks, I think, for Boston heading into this last match. This is going to be a tough test against Kansas City. Charlotte, I think they have a lot to be proud of this weekend. They're here without their longtime leader, Lee Hodge, Chaser, who's just been integral ever since the Aviators have been in the league. And like we've seen all season, it's been a bunch of young players stepping up. Zachary Thompson has been enormous. And I think that the Aviators, too, are just in a rebuilding phase right now. But this is a first step, and making sure they could get the win in a very closely contested game against the New Orleans Curse that I know you were commentating, Reed, I think was a big victory for the Aviators going forward.
Yeah, and a lot has been decided in terms of flag runner on pitch play, whether it be that some of these teams kind of have a seeking game and have been able to win games because of that, or there's been situations where neither team really had much going in the seeking game, and it was who was strategically still trying to play the quad ball game the right amount. Obviously in this last one, I mean, Charlotte was going for that grab the whole time. That grab probably would have been decisive, but they never got it in case he walks away with it. Very different situation earlier on, where New Orleans just beat down Detroit when Detroit was trying to catch. So two teams here in Boston and Kansas City have not had the best seeker luck so far this weekend. Reed, what do you think? Do you think these teams might just kind of leave all the seekers to do their own thing, or do you think someone might get caught in the wrong position?
Okay, a couple points as well. I'm going to address this in a moment because I want to kind of go through it methodically. Whenever we saw Minneapolis play Boston, it kind of reminded me of the way that Kansas City plays in the quad ball game. It is a little more collegiate in the fact that it's pretty high energy. There's a lot of running. And rather than passing the ball around the hoops, it tends to be a runner through contact, through arm tackles, all around the sides to open up themselves and then find out opportunities. The only issue there is in that seeking game. We all know that Minneapolis has one of the strongest seeking games coming into the championships. But Kansas City sporting one of the weakest, however, on the other side. If I had to guess, that would be the biggest difference between those teams. Neither of them have been just overly dominant in the dodgeball game, at least thus far today. I would argue Minneapolis has split time with control, not just totally dominated, despite the fact that they came away with that 3-0 record. And Kansas City doing similar things, but I mean, having people like Divine come away with 2 clutch catches early on, and then did they get 3? They got all 3. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, coming away with all 3. And Divine wouldn't be the first person that people ahead of the tournament would talk about in the seeking game. It's Bear Benson, right? So it's a big mismatch, even though stylistically they look similar. Minneapolis just so much stronger in that field, and that's why I feel like Boston's just a bit more favored.
Yeah, as someone who coaches, being confident you have that 35 points in your pocket really makes you play the game so much differently than not knowing that. Jack, we kind of watched this KC team, this young beater core, kind of capitulate when they faced Austin earlier in the season. They were not able to hang with Austin in the way a San Antonio or New Orleans was, even though on record overall, they were a very similar team to those teams. Do you think they're going to be able to hang tough with Boston in this beater game?
Yeah, it's going to be their biggest challenge yet. Max Havlin and Lulu Shu are back together. They've been coming into the game late. they haven't started, which is a long time thing for the Boston franchise. But the question for the Forge is how long can they wait before they bring in Havlin and Shu to really dial up the pressure on the Kansas City Stampede offense, because it feels so different if you're a chaser advancing the ball down the field. That's going to be the true test. We've seen Kansas City handle aggressive beaters before. Their chasers certainly did well against the other teams outside of Austin in the South Division. But you're not seeing the same level of decision making in the South Division outside of Austin as you are with Boston. So I think they're going to have quite the challenge ahead.
2 questions for you guys before we let this go. First one, you can answer both of them really quickly. First one, prediction for this match. Second one, can Minneapolis hold a candle to either of the 1 seeds they might be playing in the quarterfinals? Reed, you can answer both first.
Boston and no. But I want you, after Jack responds, to play devil's advocate unless you think Kansas City.
No, I do think Kansas City. I'm going to take them.
You can have that back.
I think Boston in the seeking game is super dangerous, but I think the Forge are going to struggle to deal with the Kansas City Chasers on offense, and I think Kansas City has a chance to just run up the score early on.
You think fast breaks then?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's going to be tough. I think the Monarchs can take a team to 3 games, but I think it's going to be tough for them to win a series.
Before this year, the Forge had never failed to finish top 2 in the East. They had never been in the play-in bracket. They have never even failed to reach a semifinal. In this next game, they might fail to reach a quarterfinal. We're about to tune in. We'll be right back with the coverage. KC versus Boston for the last spot in the MLQ quarterfinals. Hello and welcome back to MLQ Championship 2023 from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside Ben Mertens. We have a massive clash here to decide the last quarterfinal team. Boston, a team who's dominated this league for so long, 3-time champion. And KC, a young team who hasn't really even made waves at MLQ Championship in quite a number of years, looking to punch a ticket to the quarterfinal over them. Ben, it's been a very strange Boston year, I think, to say the least, but obviously they can still erase a lot of those woes by getting one more win here. What do you make of this Boston team as it stands?
The problem that they've had today, and obviously they've won some games to be here, but that loss to Minneapolis, I think, stunned everybody, is that they're able to score in the half court and in the fast break, and the half court offense just really hasn't been there. I think the absence of Taylor Crawford hurts them. They're just not getting downhill enough. They're trying to put together these passing sequences to find something, but someone's got to go on the attack, hit the lane, and then start those passing sequences. And the struggle in this game is if they're trying to win through the fast break, Kansas City will say thank you very much and try to play the fast break as well. This is a very young, fast-paced Kansas City team. Yeah, this KC team led by their Creighton and their Mizzou young college cores. But, you know, they have consistently been good in close games. Back in the South Division, their wins over League City and New Orleans have all been close games, and they kind of did it again there against Charlotte in the last game we were just watching. So what do you think it is about this team that makes them so good in those situations? They are very composed, I think, for a young team. I think Sena Morimoto is a rising star ball handler who can do it all, shoot or find the right pass or get all the way to the hoop and dunk. Riley Usami is able to finish those plays off those passes. Zero Scarborough as well. And they have a kind of underrated, I think, beater core that does the right things, doesn't try to win the game by itself, but just tries to set the chaser core up for success, and that's why they always have a plan in these close, tight situations. Yep. All right, we're going to halt for starting lineups in 1 second, and then we'll be back to talk more about this game. Boston versus Kansas City coming up next. And we are back, about to decide the 8th team to play in the quarterfinals here at MLQ Championship 2023. We've seen a lot of different
Boston starting lineup iterations, we didn't see their common starting line of Skura and Doyle and Mayer in Game 2 against Minneapolis. They are now back out there in Game 3 trying to set the tone. But something we were talking about off air was how much and for how long are Max Havlin and Louis Shu going to play in this game?
Right. Boston has a very, very talented beater core top to bottom, but the stars, as it's been since the first MLQ season, are Max Havlin and Lulu Zhu. We've seen them earlier in the regular season come in 8 to 10 minute mark of the game. This week we've seen them start coming in earlier and earlier and play longer and longer shifts. If Boston feels threatened, feels this game slipping away, I think we're going to see a lot of Havlin and Zhu.
Yeah, and then also how exactly they're going to choose to play, assuming they will be out there, how they'll play flag runner on pitch scenarios, because they were very content to give their seekers all the time in the world against Minneapolis, but their seekers couldn't deliver, and eventually Minneapolis started pulling ahead in the quadball game, forcing them back into the quadball game, which gave Mike Devine the chance to make the grab that won that game for the Monarchs. So Kansas City is not really a big seeking threat team, one of the weaker teams in the country at that. Just 2-2-8 in the flag runner game on the regular season, and to my knowledge, don't have a catch in the flag runner game either this week, today. Head ref Miles Travis about to get us started here.
And it'll be Olazawa versus Morimoto, it looks like, for the quad ball.
And we are off. It's Usami running against Olazawa and getting there in plenty of time. It's going to be all of the balls in the hands of KC, dodgeball control and the quad ball, which is in Sena Morimoto's hand. Robbie Wallace now has it behind Morimoto. Brendan Duncan on the field as well, along with Usami, who did the run-up. A big hit by Aaron McCready there. Fiona Weishart exchanges dodgeballs with Kaylin Johnson. Usami has space behind the hoops, rips, goes low. Big opportunity there from KC, can't take advantage of it. Now it's no dodgeballs going the other way. Olazawa going end-to-end. Sena Morimoto, the only one to beat. Throws a ball really into traffic there.
Gets to his own miss.
A strange play all around. It felt like a terrible decision to throw into that traffic, but just goes right back to him off a bounce, puts it through. Boston's on the board first.
And these teams have both played multiple games already today. The tired leg's something to watch for. Early, Kansas City does not get on that loose ball, and it costs them an early point.
Yeah, Boston's definitely had a few slots off. Kansas City playing their third game in a row and their fourth game on the weekend. Missed beat there by Vincent Reyes. And we got our answer to the question because Max Havlin and Louis Shu are ready in this game, and they're looking to cook. Immediately clearing out everything. A very easy stop, and now they're looking to run. Max Havlin trying to keep KJ in the dodgeball in the zone has no problem. This is going to be an extended no dodgeball situation. Athena Mayer sets a pick. Ian Skura, though, floats one over the head of Carson Olazawa. We have an injury down, but, I mean, I think you can sum up a lot of Boston's season by that play, right? Max Havlin and Louis Shu, I don't think could have done anything more. And really facing no problems, no pressure from KC, Boston just didn't execute the fast break.
That's right. Olazawa was no one within 5 to 10 yards of him. Had all day, and Skura just puts a little too much float on it, sails it over, just rushes it a little bit. He could have taken 3 more steps before making that pass. And, in a fast break, you think fast, but as you said, Max Havlin and Lulu Zhu, there was not a Kansas City beater anywhere near that play.
No, even now, Kansas City's dodgeball is still behind the Boston hoops, with nobody really that close to grabbing it. So, that's kind of the opportunity that Havlin and Shu can give. We saw some of the Minneapolis young pairs. I mean, Blanchard and really was able to turn that game by playing so well. And we'll see if young pairs here in Vincent Reyes and KJ Johnson can do anything like that against Havlin and Shu. Right now, though, it's a loose ball, and I think Robbie Wallace, who is going to step right out. Smart heads-up play there by Olazawa. And Vincent Reyes just went over and picked up that dodgeball. That's going to be corrected. I don't think anybody on either side knew if it was a live ball turnover or a dead ball turnover. It looked like it was a dead ball turnover. Olazawa works through the screen of Zach Doyle, hits the mid-range shot. Boston up 2-0 early.
And they get redemption for that unforced error thanks to the heads-up play from Olazawa to cause the turnover. And now Boston's going to aggressively get in Kansas City's face and now settle into a half-court defense.
Yeah, Haviland and Shu were literally trying to play up at half court in that game against Minneapolis. It happened to mixed results. It looks like they're playing a little bit more calm and composed, a little deeper this time in the zone, maybe just trying to win on skill alone instead of high-tempo pressure. They do clear out the dodgeballs briefly there, but it's Uzami who gets to the keeper's own line and rips one right through the top hoop. Uzami's been so good for this team, one of the leading scorers in the country in MLQ this year, and gets another one there.
Max Haviland's created another no dodgeball situation. Here comes Boston.
Olazaba coming down the field. Only dodgeball for KC is nowhere to be found. Robbie Wallace gets big. It's a pass there to Doyle. Doyle goes over the top to Skura. Now Vincent Reyes is back in the play. Skura hits the lane. Skura's shot gets knocked down by Wallace. Doyle has to pick it up again. Oh, that's some high contact on Doyle, and I think that's going to draw a foul.
And early on here, too, unable to finish in transitions for Boston, but they're getting to the loose ball, making heads-up plays, so that's keeping them in the lead right now. We're going to need to see them actually finish these transition opportunities on the first chance rather than counting on their ability to win the loose balls.
Yeah, no dodgeball transition opportunities as well, not just standard no dodgeball transition opportunities. And that's been the story. We saw it against Washington. Like, how many times did Max Haviland and Serena Montero force those no dodgeball situations in that game to no avail from their quadball players, especially down the stretch of that game one, which was a really decisive one. Skura has the ball. Vincent Reyes does have a dodgeball now in the defensive half. Carson Olazaba cutting in but can't handle the pass. That was in the perfect spot there from Skura. And then a big hit from, I think, Ryan Dickey, who subbed into the game and forces the turnover.
And again, how much more can Ju and Haviland do? Luluju could have beaten anyone there except Ryan Dickey with the green headband is the one to pick up the loose ball, so they have to retreat.
Reyes walking the ball down, escorting Usami in, and Boston's going to need an answer for Usami shooting. There, it's a double beat on both sides. It's going to be no dodgeballs briefly. I don't think Usami sees Shu. He doesn't. No dodgeballs again. Olazaba is going to have another chance to redeem himself. This time, there's going to be nobody in sight. It has been the Max Haviland Lewis show all game so far, and this time the quadball players are finally able to do enough.
And these high presses from Boston playing their beaters much higher. A lot of teams in the Southwest play their beaters very compact to the hoops, so you're used to being able to see every beater in front of you. Usami doesn't realize there's a beater right on his back there off that exchange.
Yep. This time it is a little bit more calm and composed, a little further back from Haviland and Shu. Haviland just eats a beat from Vincent Reyes, but keeps control with a throwback. Gets rid of KJ. So that's going to allow Shu to kind of press. Oh, and she just dodges under Reyes' beat. There's going to be no dodgeballs in the play for a bit here for KC, but Haviland's beat goes wide, allows a shot. Rebound is going to be fallen on. Greg Bento falls off of a tackle there. Dickey has the ball now, gets it back out to Usami. KC is able to survive another press. Shu is clearing out the pass back options as Haviland pressures Usami. Pass goes across the field. So far, it is still a legal pass, but it will roll out of play.
Kansas City does a very good job passing on that press initially, but eventually Boston able to get the turnover.
Haviland just runs right in, clears out Reyes. KJ is going to have a ball briefly, doesn't have one anymore. Bento's looking to drive. Bento slips by one. Bento puts it through. All Boston early here.
And all Haviland and Ju, subbed in after that first play, have been absolutely on fire the entire shift so far.
Yeah, and if we talk about an eventual possible matchup to come after this in a quarterfinal against Austin, it's going to take every bit of Haviland and Shu, just like it took last year in the finals for Boston to even hang in those two games, and it's good to see them cooking out here at the beginning of a game. Switch, Justin DeWick now gets an opportunity. Max Haviland just immediately takes out two. It's going to be three if he gets Dickey. He does miss him there. It's going to be a foot race between Dickey and Bento, but it's not going to matter because it's a pass back to nobody. It is another reset.
Dickey hustling there at least prevents Bento from just picking it up and running, and Kansas City will force Boston into a half court here.
Yep, and DeWick and Curry are at least able to get back with a yep. Haviland's going to have to catch up to the play. He's behind it. Mayer, Doyle, and Skura still in. The only switch so far has been Olazaba for Greg Bento in the quad ball game. High pass deep there to Skura. Skura's able to save it from the touch line. Greg Bento has to get it out of there. Gets it to Athena Mayer, but Mayer can't handle it in traffic. It's a KC stop. I would say, though, that's another unforced error from Boston, the original pass there, which kind of forced that chaos.
Yeah, normally we see Skura to Doyle. That time Doyle to Skura behind the hoops, but puts it a little high. Boston able to save it at first, but eventually it leads to the turnover.
4-1 the score here as Aaron Stout subs in. Stout had, I believe, 5 goals in that KC win against Charlotte. Was one of the team's most important players in that one. Another player who can shoot, which is a way to get around this Haviland shoe situation without actually having to clear out the dodgeballs. Usami goes behind to Morimoto. Misbeat by Haviland, but Morimoto's shot goes wide, and Peter Lawrence gets to it.
And I'd like to see one more pass there. Once Haviland misses, Zhu is alone with the only bludger. One more pass is the better look for KC there.
Peter Lawrence bringing the ball down. First sub out of the game here for Haviland and Shu. It's going to be Dillman and Collier, a very respected dodgeball pair in their own right. And they do start with control. Peter Lawrence and Greg Bento walking the ball down. It's now Sierra Delk in the game. Zach Doyle, the only member of the first line, still in there. Wants one high, but Greg Bento, I don't think, sees the opportunity. Lawrence is going to go out to Delk. Delk's going to go across to Doyle. Doyle, the one-handed knockdown. But then it's a reset to Lawrence, who quickly gets wrapped by Morimoto. And Lauren Curry's able to do enough. No, not able to do enough because Senni Morimoto is off broom. So Lawrence is just going to settle down the offense.
Unfortunate mistake there. Morimoto, I think, got sent back to Hoops for an illegal wrap on Lawrence. Otherwise would have had the turnover.
Yep. Dodgeball control did go to Kansas City in the exchange, and DeWick's able to make a beat on Bento, but it's not enough to force a turnover, and it might be enough to force a loss of control. And there's going to be a call on the play. Once again, the beater's just playing way after the whistle.
Huge hit for Morimoto on the much larger Peter Lawrence there. This is a very, very talented point defender.
I think the call must have been – no, I think the call must have been that Lawrence came off broom during that tackle.
So Morimoto will be able to run here. Dillman is there. Bento's off broom, so he'd have to take a very long shot or just slow it down and let his teammates catch up.
Morimoto in a foot race here. I never saw Dillman. Yeah, so Delk's going to pick it up, but I don't think she has anywhere to run quite yet. Dodgeballs are all over the pitch. None of them in front of the KC hoops. No, Lauren Curry's now stepping back into the play as Pierre Lawrence is just running large circles around the field to kill some time. Collier gets it to Dillman. It's not going to be enough to get control. No, it will, because Lauren Curry has to play defense, which she does successfully, beating Peter Lawrence. Now there's no dodgeballs on the Boston side. Morimoto goes end-to-end, does enough to distract Greg Bento, flips it over to Usami. Usami has his second of the game. It's 4-2.
Collier missed by a couple inches on Usami there. That floated pass almost took too long to get there, but Kansas City does convert the opportunity.
Dodgeball control is back with Boston when all is said and done there.
That extremely aggressive beater play from DeWick and Curry was a good antidote to the Boston beaters.
McClanahan now into the game alongside Curry. Seemed like DeWick was just on one big effort to get dodgeball control that one time. Bento over to Lawrence. Still looking for more out of this half-court offense from Boston. With control, need to create some space. But just kind of passes back and forth. They do clear out McClanahan. Pass across to Delk. Delk can't get it cleanly. Lawrence recovers. Lawrence fakes Morimoto out of his shoes and goes right around Usami and finishes through the near hook. Usami, one of the better offensive players in the league, definitely not known for their defense, and really nice job by Boston to isolate them in that one-on-one.
And that's one of the struggles for Boston half court has been getting downhill, actually willing to test the point defender. Peter Lawrence tests the point defender, beats him, beats two other defenders too, and gets the goal.
Yep. Raleigh Wallace now back in the game. 5-2 early here for Boston in a do-or-die game to decide the 8th team playing in the quarterfinals here at MLQ Championship 2023. McClanahan wins an exchange with Collier, then tries one with Dillman. It's going to be no dodgeballs for a bit, and that's enough time for Morimoto to hit one right over Tyler Beckman. 5-3.
Morimoto's small frame, but able to get up big for dunks and shots, even over taller players. Definitely a hallmark of his game.
I mean, obviously, plenty to be said about the accolades and success over the years of Collier and Dillman, but, you know, they're not dominating to the point where they're quad ball players who I think you could argue are at a disadvantage in this matchup, can kind of hang in the way that Max and Haviland and Shu were able to by just absolutely dominating the field.
And that's going to force Boston to actually, at some point, has to test a point defender.
Yep. Delk's considering driving in, draws Morimoto slightly, and then gets it back up to Bento. Bento rips one from the top, goes just a little high. Beckman keeps it in play, but can't keep it out of the hands of Robbie Wallace. Another half-court stop for KC.
And just a few passes back and forth. Boston never penetrates the keeper's own line. Eventually goes for a long, open shot, but a pretty long one.
Morimoto walking it down, still with dodgeball control. Oh, it's a play for dodgeball control aggressively there from Collier. It's going to be no dodgeballs for a second. Brenda Duncan, beautiful catch and release, but can't get it to go, and Sierra Del falls on the loose ball.
like the aggressive counter to Boston's aggressive beater play from KC, just not quite able to find the hoop at the end.
Yep. Matt Gulick now stepping up as the point defender. Morimoto still in this game. Man-to-man, he just subbed in at beater alongside McClanahan.
And KC's beaters did hold control off that aggressive attempt from Boston.
Bento still in the game. He's played a very long shift here. Flips one over to Beckman, does get beat out. Beckman now has to gather. Nemani steps high. Both dodgeballs are pressed high from KC, but it's enough to force the turnover.
Peter Lawrence much more open and much closer on the left wing than that kind of ambitious pass behind the hoops.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a panic pass with the press coming, but not the look they needed. Sir Montero now into the game alongside Kieran Collier. Morimoto and Bento have both been in those green headbands for a very, very long time at this game. These teams are definitely cutting their lines a bit in such a huge, decisive game. Bento gets a hand on that one. Very nicely done, but a good recovery there by KC. I believe that was Brad Duncan keeping that one alive. Morimoto rips into a hoop zone from about 12 yards away. That's not the look anybody wants, and it could cause transition on the other way. But Morimoto is able to make the hit. He's going to go down for it, but Peter Lawrence not able to continue the fast break. Matt Gulick jumps in, and now the hits just keep on coming. It's Robbie Wallace adding to it. Finally, Montero is able to clear out all the defensive quad ball players, and Peter Lawrence is going to slow it down, but Delk needs to go back to hoops. Havlin just right back in this game.
Morimoto subbing. That hit cost him a lot, but it did save a goal for KC. Here comes Bento.
Behind to Beckman. Beckman fakes once. Beckman goes to the far hoop. Someone finally willing to take a few steps, get a hit in stride with a pass, and then just finish. Very nicely done at 6-3 in favor of Boston.
A little confusion on the defensive end from KC, I think, because Morimoto had to sub mid-play because it looked like he took another injury.
Yeah, always tough in those situations to make sure everyone in the 2-2 knows exactly where they're supposed to be, and then you lose one rotation at a 2-2 and everything falls apart.
It's Havlin and Montero this time.
Yep, we saw that in the Washington series when Lewishu wasn't able to go. We imagine that Lewishu might still be on somewhat limited minutes based on how she's played so far in this tournament. But, I mean, Havlin and Montero had plenty of success in that series as well. Usami at the top. Usami across Gulick. Gulick, really quick release. Gulick puts it through. Real nice find there from Usami.
Bullet from Usami, who's a rising star as a scorer, but can pass it a little too. Great find on that one.
And this time Havlin gets a little too aggressive trying to force the no dodgeball, loses control, and then allows Vincent Reyes to turn it immediately into a press and forces a turnover.
And what speed for Reyes to then save that dodgeball that went flying. Manages to narrowly outrun Havlin and dodge the beat. And now a no-bludger situation for KC if they hurry, but it looks like Montero will get there. One dodgeball back in for Boston now.
Yeah, Montero's able to get there before the fast break can be completed. Harry Greenhouse now in the game for the first time. Beckman just took a spill over one of the hoops, so there's only two remaining. Usami's going to have to be patient. Not much of a shooting opportunity here from Usami, that's for sure. And not a player who loves to get to the hoops, but is happy to pick out Gulick, who is a player. Oh, and Max Havlin's beat comes out of nowhere.
Goes up for the poster and gets a dodgeball on the back instead. What a play from Havlin.
I think it was actually called good on the field. So I think the refs are going to have to talk about it. I mean, we're not here to make these calls. I apologize for jumping the gun, but it seemed like that beat came out of nowhere.
How far out was Havlin, do you think, on that one?
Havlin had to have been at least 10 yards out, if not 15.
And no good. What a snipe from Max Havlin.
And that's huge. That was KC about to claw back to a one-goal game there. I think it's good to have Greenhouse out here to kind of settle down these offensive looks a little bit. This is a player who's been around the block who knows how to control a game, how to take space. Not, the prime Team USA quadball player he once was, but definitely a stabilizing presence here. Gets in the lane and gets to Ian Skura. Skura is looking to work behind. Floats it over the top. Not sure if it was a shot or a pass. Either way, there were nothing but KC bodies around there to knock him down. But
huge play by Morgan Bertram.
Yeah, and Montero actually makes a beat out of nowhere. Unfortunately, there's just not enough support. Usami goes by Bertram. That's going to force Max Havlin a little out of position. Dickey now has on the near side. Dickey shoots. Dickey hits the mid-range shot. So everything's falling for KC right now, and it's 6-5.
Boston had a lot of chasers back and Max Havlin back. A lot of teams might not have gone for the break in that situation. Kansas City still went for it, and there's the result. They're back within 1 goal.
Yeah, and it's because they knew that Montero was out of position and Bertram had been beat already, so they just had so many numbers as long as they made smart plays, and this KC team's been doing a lot of that. Skura over to Greenhouse. Greenhouse in the lane. Greenhouse across to Bertram. Bertram, a lovely snag, and just posterizes Brenna Duncan. Really nice play all around there from both Harry Greenhouse and Morgan Bertram.
And twice in a row now we've seen Harry Greenhouse get into space and set his teammates up. Skura not able to finish that first time, but that one, Bertram able to dunk it home.
Havlin was just kind of playing with his food there, but Nemanja does make a catch, but all that was the dodgeball that Casey was eventually going to get somehow in this play, and the one she really needs to make the catch can't do it. It's going to be a press opportunity here for Boston. Osami, though, dodges. Shot, though, gets knocked down by Skura. Boston's going to look to run. DeWick is back in the play. Montero's subbing out.
Skura's behind the entire defense, but Boston's going to slow it down, it looks like.
It's going to be Havlin and Dillman this time. Havlin's now played with basically every beating partner in this rotation. Oh, and I think Havlin may have lost control. Skura, though, hits the lane. Does he make?
Boston thinks he hit it, but no call on the play.
I don't know. You say Boston thinks they hit it, but I always watch the shooter. Ian Skura did not seem overly convinced that they hit that shot.
And a pretty quiet game from Skura so far. We saw him miss that shot, otherwise not super involved in the offense. A couple passes have been high over his head, but we'll need to see more from him as Boston looks to finish this game off.
7-5 the score. Dodgeball control did go. Doyle's going to have to step out to Stout behind. Stout gets the ball around the corner. It's Corey Jobman on the far side and gets it back to Riley Usami. Compact 2-2 here from Boston. Leanne Dillman with the only ball. Havlin has sub back out of the game. It's Kieran Collier in. Dillman needs to beat. Oh, and that's going to be a really, really problematic hit there for KC. It's going to be Justin DeWick going right through the back of Leanne Dillman. What that's going to mean is a dodgeball turnover, a quad ball turnover, and probably a really good fast break opportunity and a chance to go up 3 for Boston here. Back-to-back games, we saw that really huge kind of game-changing play at the end there of the last game, the contact from behind from Cody Lebov, and very similar here, a lot earlier in the game, but is kind of one of those game-changing kind of situations.
Maddie Namani is there with KC's one bludger, but Boston's beater is obviously right there. If they can get Namani out, it's going to be another extended no dodgeball situation, and we'll see if Boston this time can hit it home. They've been a little better in transition as this game's ticked on, and now they've built up a nice 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I didn't catch whose timeout this was, but it's KC's timeout. But yeah, if you're coaching KC? I mean, I think it's hard to be unhappy about where you're at right now. What are you stressing, if anything?
I think we're stressing how close we're in this game despite what Havlin and Zhu and Havlin and Montero have been able to accomplish in this game. The beaters are doing most of what we talked about. It's plays like that from DeWick where he gets too drawn into the bludger game that get Casey in trouble. The dodgeball game, when they are just focused on using their dodgeballs to create space for their chasers instead of worrying about what Boston's beaters are doing, they've been much more successful. Just stick to that. Try to kill this fast break, get DeWick out of the box, and just stay close in this game, and then let's see what happens post 20-minute mark.
We're at 17 minutes right now, and like we said, this could be an opportunity to break. Yes, Nemanja is in position, but it looks like Dillman is planning on just trying to blow up Nemanja right out of the get-go here. Obviously, Nemanja has no help. If they are beat, there's nobody to get that dodgeball for him. Yeah, and Dillman is going to run. Nemanja, though, to her credit, outruns her. And actually really smart by Nemanja, though. I think is going to end up out of position. Skura tries to zip it across, and Stout just knocks it down. Another no dodgeball transition opportunity goes awry for the Boston Forge.
Kieran Collar's there, though.
Yeah, I think I was going to say, definitely looked like that beat was clean on Ryan Dickey by Kieran Collier.
So again, Boston not able to convert in the initial fast break attempt, but this time, rather than a chaser winning loose ball, it's Kieran Collier using his dodgeball to force the turnover. And the ball's going to turn right over to Doyle. Nemanja is there. It looks like Doyle's planning to slow it down. Maybe not. He's turned around now.
Oh, and just eats a beat. Collier has to do it again. They clear out all of the quad ball players again. How much more could the Boston Beaters do for these quad ball players at this point? As Skura does finish to go up 8-5.
I talked about Havlin a lot, deservedly so, but Kieran Collier having a very, very big impact on this game.
Yeah. I mean, this is the core that's been with this team throughout the season, as Havlin and Shu were going through their injuries and a lot of other things had to change. They've been with it. I mean, these two, obviously both from the Emerson program, been around the sport for a very long time. Collier's come so far along as a player throughout their career, and Dillman's obviously been at the top of the game for nearly a decade. Collier gets a press opportunity here, gets rid of Morimoto. Things are starting to go from bad for worse. Harry Greenhouse finally able to take advantage of a no dodgeball situation. And Collier and Dillman are starting to do what Max Havlin and Lewis Shu were doing earlier in the game. And this thing's starting to get a little out of control for KC.
And we've seen KC get caught unaware. I think they're seeing the beaters exchange dodgeballs and assuming those dodgeballs on the ground. But Boston's winning those exchanges, picking up that dodgeball and getting them in the back. That's at least twice now that's happened.
Harry Greenhouse, the king of the SWAT before the SWAT was legal, tries a SWAT there, not to no avail. Morimoto's bringing it down slow. Doyle gets beat out. Dillman takes the opportunity to beat, but I think there was immunity at the time for DeWick, but no harm, no foul. Quadball player starting to get beat out of the play for KC. Usame just tries to hit the lane and fire, just hits it off the post, and immediately Boston's considering running in transition. I think they're going to have to slow it down. Dillman was way out of the play. Chance for Boston to keep adding to this lead here.
Riley Usami's a talented scorer, but if all they're getting is that shot over and over again, Boston's going to be very pleased with that.
Greenhouse back behind to Doyle. Doyle, who along with Ian Skura, I think has had a very quiet afternoon so far today. Pierre Lawrence in the lane. Aaron Stouch is going to come up and make a hit. Thinks maybe just back to hoops. He's going to get Pierre Lawrence ahead of steam. Second time this game we've seen what you were calling for out of Pierre Lawrence, taking on a point defender, getting to the hoops and putting it through. Just like that's a 5-goal lead for Boston. And Havlin and Shu are coming back in the game, so that's everything Boston could be asking for.
Yep, up 5, approaching the 20-minute timeout here, and Havlin and Shu back in the game. None worse for the wear. And we'll see if Morimoto can get something going here.
Yeah, it's going to be the last position of the opening 20, and then it's going to be interesting to see the strategy these two teams look to do. We'll talk about that at the break, but first we'll see if KC can get one last goal beforehand. Pass goes behind to Gulick, loose ball, and it's just a wasted possession. Can't even get dodgeball off of it, and we'll go to the 20-minute timeout with a 10-5 Boston lead. So, Ben, you've had a chance to coach against this KC team, and we've talked a lot about their woes in the seeking game. So if you're Boston up 5 here, how are you playing out this period?
I've got Havlin and Zhu out there. I've got Seekers I trust. I know they weren't able to come up with the catch the last game. I'm still going to send in the Seekers I like, but I'm going to tell Havlin and Zhu, let's try to create goals. We can worry about keeping their Seeker off of the flag runner when we have the opportunity to, but otherwise let's create turnovers. Let's get our team running in transition, which has looked better and better as this game's gone on. And if Kansas City catches, we still have the lead, but the record suggests that they're probably not going to, play the odds here as Boston. You've been winning the quadball and dodgeball game. Focus on that. If you get the catch, that's great. If Kansas City gets the catch, bummer, but you're still in the lead and going to be able to try to pull out the game on your terms. Yeah,
I think that's right. And, it's also ultimately worth considering. Obviously, you have to win this game. Don't get me wrong. You lose, you're out. But, if this team is about to face off with Austin in a quarterfinal, I don't think there's many people who think they're going to win those games if they can't catch some flag runners. So I think it'd be great to get their Seekers some confidence making a flag runner grab. But again, this is a big physical KC team that gets downhill and loves to hit. So if you create no dodgeballs in that period, you have to be ready for it because they're willing to run up the score on you if you do.
And the danger for Boston, exactly as you said, if they go all the way over with their dodgeballs to the Seeker game, Kansas City is finally going to get those transition looks. They've really only had 1 or 2 this entire first 20 minutes. If they get the chance to run, they're going to be able to bring this score much closer. And I think that's the danger for Boston. But a lot of times, especially coaching college players, you talk about choosing between the quad ball game and the Seeker game. The nice thing with Havlin and Zhu is they can kind of do both.
For sure. Yes, they can. And that is one of the toughest talents to have in all of the sport, I think, because, I wouldn't know how to run the beater position to begin with, but to have to do it on 2 fronts is truly incredible. Pierre Lawrence, head of steam. McClanahan's there. Gets it to Doyle. Doyle can't control that pass. Does pick it up. Duncan steps out. Doyle goes around her. Steven Tremple into the game. Going to get some time with the flag runner. Lawrence is being patient. Shu clears out KJ. Pass over to Doyle. Doyle does everything with one hand there. Pump fakes through twice. Scores 11-5 Boston. 5 goals away from the quarterfinals.
Neither of Lawrence's pass to Doyle's perfect, but good enough on that second one to get the job done.
Tremble was so close a number of times in that Minneapolis game. Definitely, I think it's been their most confident seeker in terms of getting there. But again, we just need to see a flag in hand to start feeling a little bit better about this team's flag runner game. Oh, McClanahan makes a big catch there. I think that's going to be dodgeball control. Yeah, it will be for KC, but at the same time, Boston gets another stop.
KC's had a little success with that pass right to the corner on the edge of the hoops, that time broken up nicely by Boston.
Corey Jobman currently being the aggressor in the flag runner game. Tremple, while they're both there, is happy to just keep Jobman away. And with reasonable reasons for that, given that they are up 6 in this game. Olazaba has the ball. Tried to zip one to Athena Mayer. Way too hard, and also there was a beater there. A weird look all around. Another turnover in the half court for Boston.
Yeah, Lawrence gets it off to Olazaba, and just, again, nobody tries to go downhill. They're trying to pass it around against beaters that are super compact on the hoops.
Morimoto bringing the ball down. It's a misbeat there by Havlin. So it's going to be no dodgeballs. Extended period here for Morimoto. McClanahan's just escorting Morimoto in. Morimoto to Stout. Stout goes around Mayer. Scores top hoop. 11-6.
That's the margins in a big game. Havlin did catch McClanahan napping a little bit, but just missed on the beat. All of a sudden, no dodgeballs in the play. Sending Morimoto finds the right read. And Aaron Stout with a nice finish.
Beckman getting all the time in the world here. But one thing I've noticed is that, because they're getting a little distracted and, clearing out the KC seeker, Havlin and Shu aren't necessarily making the attempts at dodgeball control they'd make in a standard half-court situation. Now it looks like they're trying to ease their way into one. But I think that's why KC's been able to be a little bit more into this game here. It's going to be both seekers there as Beckman almost gets in again. Mayer hits the lane. Mayer misses the shot.
Just missed it. KC makes an aggressive play in the dodgeball game on Luluju. Beats her, but it creates a lane for Mayer to drive, and the shot is just off.
Yeah. Havlin, though, and Shu do get dodgeball control. And finally, I think Havlin has been petitioning the refs for a swat on Jobman basically every single time Havlin has beat Jobman, and I think this time is going to get the call. It's 30 seconds in the box. It's not the biggest thing other than the fact that Beckman will get some alone time with the flag runner, especially because I don't think we've really seen a KC beater even bother to try to clear a Boston seeker yet.
Right. Havlin and Zhu have control now and can just focus on getting the stop, maybe creating a turnover and a fast break. And Beckman will get 30 free seconds with the flag runner.
Ooh,
almost
did it immediately. So big and so nice there from Tyler Beckman. If good, should all but seal the victory for Boston. To be clear, they will not hit the set score, but given the stakes, will all but be game over.
Gave him 30 seconds, didn't need the other 29.
Catch is good for Tyler Beckman, and Boston can all but taste their string of quarterfinal appearances continuing. Sure, this is the first time they ever didn't just automatically qualify for them, but sometimes it takes a little extra work. Sometimes it takes a loss to Minneapolis, but just need 2 more goals here to punch their ticket to a matchup with Austin.
And you talked about hoping to get the Seekers some confidence ahead of that potential Austin matchup. Tyler Beckman's feeling very confident right now.
Yeah, really good looks. I mean, even the looks before the catch were great. Reyes now in the game against Havlin and Shu alongside Lauren Curry. Morimoto bringing the ball down. Olazaba's beat out of the play. Oh, the beat doesn't get Morimoto, but does at least make the quad ball loose. It's now all dodgeballs on the ground. Lauren Curry gets beat out of the play. Olazaba's going end to end. Olazaba puts it through. Boston is 1 goal away.
KC managed to come up with control for a moment there, but I think Lulu Zhu is going to steal it back here.
Definitely a bit of a size difference there, and Vincent Reyes does end up winning that one.
All the dodgeballs are back there. KC should be trying to go here. They need these goals.
Olazaba's beat out of the play. Morimoto looking to go through. Aaron Stout pushed the hoop defender into that hoop, which made it impossible for Morimoto to score. Kind of a miscommunication there by the two of them. Havlin's trying to create dodgeball control and does so. In fact, it's going to be no bludgers. Peter Lawrence going end to end. Peter Lawrence puts it through. Peter Lawrence completely unopposed and in dominant fashion, 165-60. The Boston Forge have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals.
And they look like the Boston Forge. Havlin and Zhu dominating the game, creating easy chances for their chasers. Chasers being more aggressive about getting downhill and taking that space, and the defense just lights out in that game.
Yeah, basically all they could ask for, definitely something to hang their hat on as they go into a massive series, the most historic interdivisional rivalry we have in this league, maybe in this sport, between Austin and Boston. So many finals competed between these teams. It'll be a very different look for it to be in a quarterfinal, but, you know, the stakes are no lower, and I think both these teams know it.
Yeah, I'm sure Austin was hoping that anyone else would be coming out of the bracket, but they will once again be playing the Boston Forge here at MLQ Championships.
And for this KC squad, you know, a lot of positive things to say about them for sure. This was one of the rare times we've gotten to see KC really show up with strength at an MLQ Championship, and I think they can hold their heads high. They hung around this game for a long time. They played a lot of very good teams in this playing bracket, including Minneapolis. Well, they're going to come up one game short in the end here, but I think the future is bright with so many of these players still playing in the college programs of Mizzou and Creighton.
Yeah, the youngest team here at MLQ Championships. They were very close with Minneapolis, who got the first bid out and acquitted themselves well against Boston, who got the second spot out. A lot of positives for a very young Kansas City team. If they can bring most of this core back, the South Division is just going to keep getting more interesting.
Yep, so that's going to do it for our broadcast here. The play-in bracket is complete. Minneapolis and Boston advance. We will be back in just a bit for our quarterfinal matches, starting up with Chicago versus San Antonio, as well as Washington versus Toronto. We hope you stay around. Hello, and we're back. I'm here with Boston Forge beater Lulu Shu. Lulu, it was a new experience playing in the playing bracket for Boston, and obviously Game 2 doesn't go your way with the Minneapolis loss. What was kind of the vibe in the locker room, in the huddle after that loss?
I think this season our team has gotten used to adversity in ways that we never have before, and so I think we've learned how to change the team atmosphere and focus on positivity rather than what went wrong last game. And I think because of that, we were able to turn around for the Kansas City game. For sure.
For yourself and for Max, basically this morning being the first time you guys have played in competitive setting together since April. So what has that been like? Kind of, you've obviously played long enough that it kind of comes back, probably like riding a bike. But what's it like to kind of be back on a pitch together?
It's so nice being back with Max. I think for me, this season was a growing experience of learning to take the lead on the field and play with other people, but it is really nice to play with someone who thinks the exact same way that I do. And obviously both of us are still kind of dealing with some physical injuries and we're not kind of at 100%, but I think we're happy with how we've been playing so far.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of that last game, we saw both you and the combo of Kieran Collier and Leanne Dillman just absolutely dominate the game for stretches. In the Minneapolis game, I think a lot of those beaters really kind of hung with your top beater pairs. So did that kind of take you guys back? You've played those players before. Was it kind of surprised you with the way they played in that game?
Yeah, I think it's a beating chasing game combined, and we were focused on beaters, and we probably should have put a little bit more emphasis on beating out their chasers because their chasers were so fast and were beating us on our defense. We were also playing Mark when Max and I were in, and we just didn't have the speed to keep up with Minneapolis to play Mark, so we changed that this game.
So with the time slot off, then you're headed into a series you are very familiar with the Austin Outlaws. Beaters you're very familiar with, and just the team in general. Yeah. So kind of talk us through how you kind of go into series like that, knowing obviously you and Max are the best of the best, but also playing players who are also the best of the best in the beater game.
Yeah, it'll be really fun because Max obviously didn't get to play during the training camp, so we didn't get to play together against the Austin beaters, so it'll be really fun. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think Austin is the strongest that they've probably ever been, but I think we can surprise them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Lulu. Best of luck in that series.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll be back in just a few minutes with the quarterfinal matchup between San Antonio and Chicago. Welcome back to MLQ Championship 2023. The play-in bracket is in the books. Minneapolis and Boston have advanced, and now it is time for the championship bracket. It is time to decide a winner of the MLQ season, and we're starting off with an absolute banger of a matchup. It's something that we've been talking about for the last few weeks, ever since it was decided when head coach of the Chicago Prowl, Kenny Murphy, chose San Antonio, chose a team that her franchise has had so much history with, so much heartbreak with. The 2019 loss, the 2021 loss, and now they're back at it again. These are two teams with a lot of history, but there's also two teams that have changed a lot about their programs. For San Antonio, it is a change from the from the veteran to the young. It is a UTSA and a Texas State program all put together to really make a name for themselves, and they've done so, finishing in second place in the South Division over really talented teams from New Orleans, talented teams from Kansas City, and looking to continue the run that San Antonio has made historically, never failing to reach a semifinal, led by the likes of Jay Stewart and Matt Brown and Chris De La Fuente, looking to make a name for a new crop of players. And on the Chicago side, it's not just new players, it is a completely new team, a new brand, a new city. The Chicago Prowl are looking to make steps, and they've done it already, becoming the first team to ever go undefeated in the North Division. Kenny Murphy becoming the first female coach to ever go undefeated in a regular season. And this team is nothing but hype right now. They feel all the confidence in the world, and they're going to bring every bit of it, led by the play of Nathan Digman and Ali Manzella and Emma Vasquez. We're going to starting lineups in just a few, and then myself and Noah Schwartz will be back to break down Chicago versus San Antonio. And welcome back. We are about to get started here in this quarterfinal between the Chicago Prowl and the San Antonio Soldados. Noah, you know, things change in quadball over time, trends, etc. Listening to you read the starting lineup for the Chicago team, this is a team of players who went to school all over the country. This is Chicago transitioning from a team like many of our teams who are built off of a couple college programs to a true quadball city, a place that talent comes into because they're going there for work, etc. This is a team that's growing and growing. You can hear the crowd behind them, but it's a San Antonio team that wants nothing more than to stop it.
Yeah, and this Chicago team's been so hyped all year. This Chicago team's just been so hyped all year. They went 12-0 in their division. And the North Division looks so strong to start the day. I'm really excited to see this matchup with San Antonio. It's going to be a real test.
Yeah, we're about to get started here. Some key missing pieces on both sides. Melena Sosa, notably for San Antonio, and Darian Mersick-Ellis, notably for Chicago, but still tons of talent on both sides of the pitch. We're going to see how it all breaks down. It's going to be Ing out of the Rutgers program winning the ball and passing it off to Riley Andrews, and we are off here. Tim Kwan, the immediate run-up and then the immediate sub out. Dodgeball control does go to Chicago. All the balls in Chicago's hands. Manzella has it, slowing it down, gets it back to Andrews. Andrews tires the shot. Andrews middle hoop hits right away. Chicago is riding that momentum right out of the gates.
Yeah, we've seen that top hoop shot work with teams obviously have smaller defenders defending at that top hoop. And Matt Blackwood, not the tallest individual, certainly super important for the San Antonio team offensively and defensively. But maybe that top hoop will be a weapon for Andrews all day.
Yeah, and passing it off here over to Emma Gouveia, who has not played a ton of minutes for this team, does get back to Blackwood, and we're going to get our first stoppage. And we're going to get an out-of-bounds call on the Soldados, a quick turnover. Chicago looking to start pushing the tempo early, and this is a team that's loved to push the tempo the entire season. Vasquez inbounds. Bring it down. Nobody's stepping up yet, so Vasquez is just going to keep taking their space. Vasquez goes right around Cat Hay. Koob marshaling in. Vasquez gets it over. Manzello grabs. Manzello back to Ing, but Bradley Himes is there and able to first turnover. Not the right look there, and Stewart's looking to run, looking to take advantage of Dodgeballs being out of position. Stewart gets just outside the keeper zone.
Yeah, Stewart's going to wish that he had done better there. And as he says, he points to himself.
And it's something we talked about off camera before this series. Chris De La Fuente can be one of the top 5 beaters at this entire tournament, but also can always be a risk for a card. Gets a neck contact call there. So ultimately, Jay Stewart, whether you hit that shot or not, would not have mattered. And now Chicago has a dodgeball player advantage to try to make a play on.
Yeah, I think De La Fuente could be the X factor for the San Antonio team, and depending on how to determine how far they go. If he's on his game, he can be very, very good, can hang with anybody, but is not going to be able to be productive in the box.
Andrews goes end-to-end, hits the second mid-range shot. He is feeling it early, and Chicago's up 2-0.
And Chicago, a team looking to prove this as Matt Blackwood goes the other way.
This matchup is all about pace right now. Blackwood gets it across to Jay Stewart. Jay Stewart jumps once, fires it back to Blackwood. Dodgeballs are now out of position, but Blackwood's shot goes high. Stewart looks to hit the lane. Stewart's shot goes high. And just a bit of a cold start from the star players of San Antonio.
Yeah, and they haven't looked to be as aggressive attacking the zone as I thought they would. Settling for mid-range shots. I think if those two get ahead of steam, they just need to go put their hand through a hoop.
Yep. Dodgeball control, though, did go to San Antonio during that exchange.
Yeah, and I think San Antonio recognizes that they need to be really stout with the dodgeballs in order to hang in this game. And so they're going to Bradley Himes and Chris De La Fuente, who they think can be their 2 best beaters today.
And Himes wins an exchange there. It's going to be a ball over to Ing. Ing's got some room to operate. Ing goes right around Cat. Hey, Ing's trying to go to drive to the hoop, puts it through, over and back.
Really good recognition there from Brandon Ing to recognize what he believes is a mismatch and certainly proving it there.
Coming down the other way. Going to be a call on the play. Looks like it might be coming in the dodgeball game.
Yeah, that call was before whatever contact on Matt Blackwood took place. So Byron Ing, I don't believe is going to see any cards here for that contact, whether it was legal or not. The call is going to happen before that play.
Yeah, and this is Chicago we've been seeing all year. This is a team who's incredibly efficient on the offensive end. And one of, I think, the concerns that, analysts were giving coming into it was, what was the defense going to look like? And I'm not sure if that's been answered yet, because I think San Antonio has gotten their opportunities and just not taken them. So that's something to kind of keep an eye out on. But the offense has never been in down. It surely hasn't been in down these first few possessions.
Yes. Very dominant, and like you said, they're very consistent finishing.
Yeah. And a team that's so confident putting the ball in any of the 4 players on the pitcher's hand, in no small part due to the comfort in space of Vasquez and of Manzella, yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to listen to that call. So you thought Byron Ing was clear, but Chris LeCompte managed to get both fouls on the play.
Yeah.
So Ing will be headed to the box for that contact. And I think the other call is just a dodgeball interaction that's going to maybe turn over a dodgeball.
Yeah. Good call. This ref crew, I think, has done a really great job all day. The Chris LeCompte ref crew has been spectacular so far.
Yeah, and only getting stronger now that manager of Charlotte, Hannah Reese, has joined the crew as well, along with Mario Nasta and Ashley Dolan, who have long been very strong ARs in their own right.
And you were saying the strength of the Chicago team offensively is just that all of the players can touch the ball and manipulate the ball confidently and comfortably, and they trust each of them.
Yep. Blackwood's in a great position to score there and does so. Riley Andrews really had minimal recourse. Probably just needed to try to lay him out immediately, but not an easy thing to do to Blackwood. San Antonio is on the board down 3-1. First set of subs coming into the game. First time we're seeing Matt Brown. First summer with the Team USA program, played for that team in World Cup, and has been an absolute dominant force for Chicago. A plus-minus of +17 so far on the season. It's going to be Liam Zock bringing it down. Zock being patient, going to the far side. Has Matt Melton behind. Christopher Fuente just presses high, forces a kick that goes out of bounds. And just like that, San Antonio gets a very, very easy stop, though do lose dodgeball control in the process.
Also see Nathan Digman coming on for Chicago here.
Zock looking to get to Blackwood as soon as they cross, but Blackwood just breaks Zock's ankles and easily moves down to midfield. Jay Stewart now has the ball in hand. No goals for Stewart yet, has played the whole game, as has Blackwood, as has, I believe, the entire Quadball Corps. Ball's now in the hands of Emma Gouveia. Just 19 out of the tech. Oh, just absolutely fakes out Digman. Gets the ball back, has space to take, happy to take it. Gets across to Cat Hay, but Matt Brown's there with the beat.
And Chicago looking to transition here. Matt Brown out in front, Digman behind with the quad ball.
Digman needs an option. Doesn't need an option. I lied. Knocks it down from 10 yards. The push shot, 4-1 Chicago.
Very confident. What I love so much about the Stampede is they always run with their eyes up. And we saw Digman eyes up, running down the field, scanning, eventually finding the best option and that far hoop.
Yeah, Digman, the triple threat, led his team in goals and assists and quad ball stops. Has been all over the place. Finally relieved of the role of head coach and really shown up big as a player. Matt Stewart tried to force one in there to Cat Hay. I like the idea. There was a high Chicago press. Cat Hay was trying to hide into it, but a really tough needle to thread.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now Digman's looking to run out in transition. Not to stop your point, but Chicago doesn't give us a lot of time to talk. Brown makes a beat on De La Fuente, gets a throwback to Brad Himes, which is going to at least slow down the transition. Goes behind to Melton. Melton gets Jay Stewart in the air and goes back to Digman. Digman shoots. Digman scores. It is raining shots down from Chicago right now, and they lead 5-1.
This Chicago team looks so confident. We're getting a timeout here from San Antonio, and they need it.
Yep, timeout called. And we mentioned that this crowd, we don't have a true home team at this tournament, but basically Kansas City and Chicago are kind of splitting duties. I think it's about a 5-hour drive from Chicago. This crowd is wildly pro-Chicago. This team is so hype and so confident, and they're coming out and showing it against San Antonio right now.
Yeah, they've been we saw a little bit of dodgeball control early for San Antonio with Chris De La Fuente and Bradley Himes, but ever since Matt Brown has come in, he's really made the difference. Chicago hasn't relented, and they've been using that dodgeball control so effectively, moving from defense to offense, and that's really what you want to see. The reason that dodgeball control is so important isn't always because you can use it to score. It's what you're taking away from your opponents defensively. And Chicago is able to find these openings in the defense so effectively and be merciless with them.
Yeah. And what's concerning for San Antonio is that, Chicago runs lines like it's a MLQ team. They run 3-4 lines deep all season long, all tournament long, every game. San Antonio still very much runs lines like a college team, which in a lot of ways they are. Really relying heavily on big minutes from their best players. If they don't get out to the early punch, which they didn't in this game, now it's just Chicago cycling in arguably their two best players in Digman and Brown. Meanwhile, San Antonio is slowly wearing down the likes of Stewart and Blackwood.
Yeah, I really liked what I've seen from Chicago, and I think this whole North Division. I just want to speak on that for 1 minute.
Yeah,
I think this whole North Division has looked really good so far this tournament. We've seen a fantastic showing. I even think from teams like Detroit, all the way up to Chicago and everything in between. It's been really impressive, and I think it only highlights. It's only to the credit of Chicago for going 12-0 in that division.
Yeah, it's really a growing division. A lot of young teams, a lot of players coming into these programs. As we see Matt Blackwood considering a quick step and then is going to slow it down. Oh, I think was about to throw it to Jay Stewart. I think noticed that Jay Stewart was back behind the half line, so then lost the ball instead, and all it's going to be is another transition. Digman, what's the hat trick? Digman gets the hat trick. He cannot miss right now.
And a really heads-up play from Matt Melton to bring that ball back to Chicago so that they could get forward offensively.
All Chicago here, as you mentioned.
And as you were saying, quick subs from the entire Chicago team.
Yep. And it seems like maybe we are going to get a slightly different Chicago in that maybe it's going to be a two-line Chicago this weekend because they are right back to that first line. Riley Andrews back in, Ali Menzel in, Emma Vasquez in, and Digman still in the game. Stewart looking for ideas, but it doesn't seem like they've had a ton of them, and in part that's probably because of how much Matt Brown has dominated the dodgeball game. This time, though, they're able to find a mismatch. Jay Stewart gets the quad ball line, returns the favor with a mid-range shot.
Yeah, I think Jay Stewart and Matt Blackwood need to attack more. I think that's why San Antonio hasn't seemed as effective offensively, is because the offense needs to start with penetration from those two to create motion and commotion around that activity.
Yakub back in the game now. Matt Brown's going to take a breather. And with Yakub, it is Michael Morowick. Vasquez gets the ball behind to Digman. I apologize, that wasn't Digman. That was Ben Peachy. Ball is called no good, and San Antonio's looking to run end to end. And that is finished with authority. San Antonio trying to get back into this game.
Yeah, and I think we're at a dangerous point in this game where Chicago's dominated, but still only a 3-goal lead, and Chicago needs to continue to force the issue, or San Antonio is going to creep back into this thing, and good things are going to happen for the Soldados if that occurs.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the depth. I mean, when I say depth, we're still talking about a player like Luke Langone, who scored that last goal, a former Team USA player, and then David Avia coming into the game. He's the one who just ripped a pass over to Alyssa Viaba, who had the door shut by Ben Peachy. But a little bit more physicality, a little bit more drive heavy, a little more of that attacking you want to see. And it's a nice little run here from San Antonio to at least hang around this game at 6-3. It's now Chicago's turn to respond as San Antonio has started to make some adjustments. De La Fuente has still played the entire game, but is now matched up alongside Maya Heimball, and they do have control. Menzel goes all the way behind to Peachy. De La Fuente trying to set the ball, does enough. David Avia wins the race to the ball, absolutely fakes out Riley Andrews. San Antonio, just like that, is back in this game.
And what a play from Chris De La Fuente to get just enough and create the fast break opportunity.
And the heads-up play by Avia to read that might happen and get to the spot faster than anybody else could.
Yeah, the San Antonio team has a lot of athletes. They have a lot of people that love to run. And if they can stay steady defensively, they're going to create offense going forward.
And De La Fuente, basically ever since Matt Brown came back out, is just so confident in the positioning. Basically meeting players at half court, does fade back into the play there. It is going to be a no dodgeball situation for us, though. Digman, who's now back in the game, is going to try to take advantage. Avia's trying to mark, but is going to run into Yakub. Yakub doesn't make the beat, now makes it. Langone steps up, won the green headband. Big contact in the dodgeball game. Now it's Digman looking to hit the lane. Digman shoots. Digman cannot miss. That's 4 for Digman. It's 7-4 in favor of Chicago. And then I think this time Zalk will try to make another one of those plays to, push someone back over. Langone had a bit too much of a head of steam, and the contact ended up illegal. I think a contact above the neck.
Digman's been fantastic so far, really finding lots of space to operate. The ball's been very stagnant in his hands, but obviously you can't complain with the results. 4 for 4, and just finding ways to score from every position.
9 minutes into this one, and it's already 7-4. Just to give you an idea of what the pace of this game was going to feel like over this one. It's so much fun. Avia gets it to Viaba. Viaba, what body control to put that one through. That is a first-year quadball player.
What a move.
Yeah, sorry, only about a half-year quadball player. The 21-year-old at UTSA, a huge part of that win for UTSA, and the key part of the infamous Jay Stewart steal on Leo Freed was her slowing down the play to begin with a wrap.
And San Antonio finding ways to claw back in this game.
Yeah, Ing now back in the game for the first time since the first shift. Zips one, and that's just going to go out of play. You know, it seems like San Antonio called the timeout at the exact right point. I think that Chicago might need to start thinking about one because we're on a 4-2 run. San Antonio in control and looking to run.
Yeah, and I believe that Jay Stewart also hasn't taken a sub yet. We'll see.
Either has De La Fuente.
If he goes now. Gonna take off running.
Luke Langley, not an easy player to stop. Draws the defense, though, and it's a big hit by Zoc. And then I think a beat was made on Avia. No, it's not going to be called. Avia keeps control. Avia goes high, turns the ball over. Huge play by Zoc there against the experienced Langlois. I thought Langlois was just trying to take the defenders one way to hit a pass, but didn't seem to either see it or at least wasn't able to position himself to find it.
Yeah, I think Langlois wanted to find Stewart cutting across, filling the lane on the opposite side, but just couldn't get the body control right and sort of lost the ball halfway.
7-5 here in this one.
And I think just we see how talented both these teams are. Like this game, it's felt dominated from the beginning by Chicago, and yet here's San Antonio able to claw back in, able to have a good spell, not going away, and this is why they're a threat always.
Yeah. Matt Brown now back in the game. Digman just patiently looking to work off of a screen here from Zoc. We all know what they want to set up. They want to set up those shots. De La Fuente, though, has control alongside partner there in Julie Picasso.
And De La Fuente coming high here, maybe to stop Digman from cutting across the defense.
Goes over to Zoc. Zoc right back. Langlois gets up in the air, and Stewart's there. Stewart considering wanting to run. Avia's going to go down the far side if he wants it.
Yeah, De La Fuente is going to engage Matt Brown here, and we'll see what happens off that action.
Doesn't have a partner, though, yet. It's going to be no dodgeballs, though. Jay Stewart is ahead of steam. And if that's legal, that is a heck of a tackle. I think we might have to talk about it.
Yeah, really good play there from Jay Stewart to recognize De La Fuente, engaging Matt Brown, and to create the drive action off of that, making things difficult for the Chicago defense. We'll see what the call is.
So Zoc gets a blue card for playing after beat. And I think the way it's going to break down the field is it's going to be very, very hard for Chicago to now defend this fast break. Because I think
we'll see where the ball ends up.
I think Byron Ing is smartly trying to get the ball as far from the two players who might score as possible, but Chris Lacapa's having none of it. Oh, yeah, David Avia can have that ball, no problem. Oh, Stewart tries the shot.
I think it was a pass behind the hoops to a cutting Langlois.
It just seemed like if he just got the ball immediately to Langlois on a line, it was a free goal.
Yeah, either way, I think that's just a miscommunication. The communication didn't happen while the play was stopped, which is what needs to happen there. Is those two players need to go and have a conversation away from the rest of the players about what they're going to do. That didn't happen, and the miscommunication occurred, and the turnover happens.
Yep. Dodgeball control still with San Antonio. And
great play by Matt Brown.
Yep, and Brown dodges the beat of Heinball as well. It's going to be no dodgeballs for a bit. And Byron Ing, so quick there. Pump fake goes right around Jay Stewart and finishes 8-5.
We've seen some really calm and composed finishes around the hoops from both teams, and that's just like that's a different level, I think, than we've seen earlier today.
Nick and I on MLQ Replay this season have been working on the concept of cheat codes. Those players that can just get you goals consistently game after game because of their talent. These teams are chock full of them. As there's a bit forced there by Langlois. And Digman's looking to run. Digman fakes around to Via twice. Digman gets it to Ing. Ing this time just draws the contact from Jay Stewart. It's a pileup on the ground, but the only dodgeball player there, I believe, is a Chicago player. It's Jim Richard. In the end, though, it is going to be Langwin who was able to get there with the green headband. Oh, and it's a mistake there from Richard. I think just gives dodgeball control back. And then Zock, it was at the worst time because Zock was about to pick up a free quad ball. This game is absolute chaos. Matt Brown's now in the play. Beats him. Oh, but did Byron Ing get beat? Byron Ing got beat too.
End-to-end work here. What I really like to see, what I'm liking from Chicago is that they're playing in the chaos, that they seem to be able to have a concept of scanning the field and understanding what play needs to be made within this chaos. Usually San Antonio is the team that thrives in a game like this. To see Chicago match and sometimes surpass San Antonio bodes well for them going forward in this tournament.
Now here comes the tester. Chris De La Fuente is finally off the pitch. Can Chicago start to run away with things in that environment?
Jay Stewart also off the pitch. Will Matt Blackwood be able to step up and provide offense?
Right now, ball goes over. I think it's Viaba who just gets hard wrapped there. Big hit from Riley Andrews, forces the turnover. And they're looking to run in transition. I think Riley Andrews is going to go. Riley Andrews has nobody in front, does eat a beat, and throws high.
Yeah, the decision there from Yakub was to go with a 1.5, a late 1.5. And it was a nice play there from the Soldados beater to step through it and engage Riley Andrews up high, forcing a mid-range shot.
Yeah, I do agree with you about Chicago's ability to live in the chaos, but also feel like Chicago's been very efficient in the half court and has kind of been denying any half court opportunities right now in favor of these transition looks. High pass there, Christian Cortez just airs it right over the head. Kind of a wasted opportunity there.
Yeah, like you said, this really is the danger zone for San Antonio. Without De La Fuente, without Jay Stewart, can they still be effective? Down 3. We'll see if that lead grows. Ooh!
Well, Riley Andrews gets it to Ali Manzella and can't finish. Blackwood's able to do just enough to affect the shot.
Yeah, I really like the look there from Andrews. Manzella, it's tough there as the player's cutting across. You think you're going to take a hit. Might have been able to push one through. But still very athletic to get 2 hands on it.
Cortez gets the ball all the way behind the defense. Doesn't have a ton of passing options. Trying to go around Riley Andrews. Eats a beat. Gets the ball over to Cat Hay, but Cat Hay is just kind of left out to dry. I think that was an unnecessary force from San Antonio, who I think in this exact point in the depth chart probably wants to slow the game down a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. That was actually a really good feat from Riley Andrews to keep up with, I believe it was Matt Blackwood behind the hoops. Really well done.
Far side there's Lauren Smith. Lauren Smith trying to go around. Matt Blackwood strips that one out of her hand.
Yeah, really good play there to step in and go for the ball arm. Riley Andrews on point defense. Matt Blackwood with the ball up top. Cross the halfway mark. It's going to be a turnover of dodgeball. We're going to have Chicago dodgeballs with dodgeball control.
And they're looking to press, clearing out some quad ball players.
Yeah, this is where the press needs to be triggered. Now that you've got the clear, we should get a press call. Here it comes.
But it's just an exchange. Now the next player runs up.
And it forces a turnover behind the hoops. And that is Benjamin Peachy picking up the ball for the Chicago Prow. Benjamin Peachy gets
never
beat
saw
high.
Tijerina coming.
And it's a pickup
Loose
here.
Ball. Oh, and it's a huge hit. Riley Andrews has been bringing the truck stick in this one.
Yeah, it looks like Riley Andrews got trucked there, but able to hold on and eat the blow and force the stop. Really nicely done by Riley Andrews there. And that looked like Javi Tierna laying the hit, but needed to find a way to score as well. If you drop that shoulder, it's going to be really hard to put the quad ball through. So it's better usually to go around players than through them. And we've got what looks to be a timeout here. Not a timeout, just a few refs talking out the last play. Still 8-5. I would say so far so good for San Antonio. They haven't put a lot together, but they haven't given up anything either. And in comes Bradley Himes.
Yeah, I mean, San Antonio, I think, has to count themselves lucky that they might be able to rest Jay Stewart here, that they might be able to rest Chris De La Fuente.
Yeah, if they can play even with Chicago in this time, that's a win for San Antonio, absolutely. And so far, it has been even.
Yep. It's going to be Cole Collins, I think, for the first game, alongside Nivas Jairam.
It's Vasquez on the wing,
yep,
out
Vasquez
behind.
Gets behind, and Bradley Himes comes soaring in, makes the hard beat on Graham Himmelman.
Yeah, this ball should be a turnover, Soldados. Yep, it is.
And, you know, we talked about how deep was this Chicago team want to play? I think this is the fourth line of quad ball players we're seeing from them. So they seem confident that they can beat a team like San Antonio playing all the way through. Blackwood bringing the ball down. Blackwood goes right around Vasquez. Oh, over the top, behind. Shot is no good, though. Leo Rodriguez can't get that one to go.
Cadhay trying to make progress down the wing. We'll see what the call is for.
So I think it's just a beat before call. And, the one thing we haven't gotten to talk about as we get closer and closer to 20 minutes is that one area Chicago hasn't been as good as they were in all other aspects of the game has been flag runner on pitch. They have one grab on the entire season, whereas Jay Stewart is one of the more well-respected, well-revered seekers in the entire sport. The tricky thing for San Antonio is how do you get Jay Stewart rested enough in the quad ball game to actually seek?
Yeah, and they need him in the quad ball game. We were talking about at 9 minutes, this game was 7-4. We're closing in on 20, it's 8-5. The defenses have really started to step up a little bit here, and it's been the mid-range game a lot as J-Rob makes a shot.
Yeah, but beat before. Bradley Himes has the answer again, and they're going to say it was even before the natural motion. Big hit over in the Quan takes a huge hit there. It was dealt out by Kyle Bryant. And we've seen a number of kind of game-defining cards, and this might be another one.
I think, yes, and I think that this card might be for Bradley Himes' extracurricular throwing. Never mind. It is a hit from behind on San Antonio's 32.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we've had a series of kind of game-switching beater fouls on this pitch over the last few time slots. There was the huge one at the end of the KC-Charlotte game. There was a big one as well in the KC-Boston game, and this one could really change the fortunes here as it's been San Antonio has been doing so well for a bit. Yeah, Bradley Himes is going to be allowed to stay on broom. I don't think it's going to matter. Vasquez drives, gets wrapped, and then the shot gets knocked down. Leo Rodriguez gets on top of it. Leo Rodriguez, one of the players who's been a bit of a revelation for this San Antonio team. Had a really nice season and playing big minutes here in the middle of this one. Blackwood's forced to just heave that ball away. Probably the smartest thing possible.
Yeah, that turnover on the other side of the field is always best. And we'll see if Chicago can force the pace here with.
Himes is putting on a show out there, really dodging a lot of these beats at the moment. As we get subs again from Chicago. But you're right. This has been a game of two halves, and not even in terms of which team's winning, but in terms of the pace of play and the pace of scoring.
Yeah, I really like Chicago's. We talked about Chicago's half-court offense earlier, and I think San Antonio's really come into their own in this game and made things really difficult. And Chicago's kind of, as they've gone deeper into their lines, they've sort of run out of answers.
Yeah, and I think that dunk just went right down the front side of the hoop and wasn't in. They're going to have to talk about it. Nuvas Jairam had another chance to score after the last one was a slight beat before, and this one I think is just going to go awry.
Yeah, and like you said, the Chicago team very deep, and they're in their depth right now. Goal is going to be good.
And that's a 20-minute timeout. So like we were saying, at the 9-minute mark, it was 7-4. At the 20-minute mark, it is 8-5. Chicago had gone cold for so long before that goal, so it has to feel good to see a quad ball go through a hoop. But now it's a strategy game. Now it's the chess match of how this period is going to play out. San Antonio managed to get Jay Stewart plenty of rest to seek if that's the route they want to go. Alternatively, they got him plenty of rest to score a bunch of no dodgeball goals if that's the route they want to go.
Yeah, I think I would rather have him seeking.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be their way through. This Chicago team, strength versus strength, I think is probably a little bit too much for San Antonio. But if they can find the edge in the flag runner on grounds game, that's going to be their way back into it very quickly, and they're going to try. I would try and play quad ball from there.
So I think that goal might have happened before the 20-minute mark. I promise you that originally the head ref did signal for 20 minutes.
So our set score is going to be 150.
No, I think we were still in before the 20-minute period. I think because nobody went off for a break. Blackwood's walking the ball down slow. Bryant back on the pitch. Hay moving the ball around. Blackwood zips one across. Oh, it was a great look all around, but a huge stop. And Leo Rodriguez picks up the rebound. Leo Rodriguez goes high and absolutely posterizes Jairam.
What a play. Going over the defender and then around the hoop to score from the front. Absolutely unbelievable.
9-6 the score now.
And that's the kind of momentum play that is going to force Chicago into a change in lines.
Yeah, those top players, a lot of them coming back on the field. Manzello back in, Digman in, Brown in. Dodgeball control with Chicago.
The ball has been quite stagnant with Digman.
Yep. Manzello's bringing it down, goes over the top, and then back to Digman. It's Peachy behind the hoops. Zock on the far side. Digman, I don't know if someone got a hand on that or what, but either way, Jay Stewart hurdles a beat. Jay Stewart looking to run. Zock trying to make a stop. Stewart gets around Zock. Stewart's heading for the hoops. Stewart puts it through the no look.
A nice long rest for Jay Stewart. Comes back in and gives San Antonio.
And, you know, as somebody who has had to play against a lot of these players in a big game, what is so scary about these stars are they are so special and they are capable of getting goals that a lot of teams just aren't going to be capable of getting. That Leo Rodriguez dunk was special, and what Jay Stewart just did in transition there was special.
Yeah, being able to take on the whole team 1-on-4 and still find a way to get the ball in the hoops, absolutely amazing. And this is as close as San Antonio has been just about all game since the start of the game. So going into snitch on pit, going into flag runner on grounds, I really like what they were able to do from the middle of the game all the way to the 20-minute mark, from about that 9-minute mark to 20-minute mark.
For sure. And, you know, even if they don't get the result here, I mean, this is a different series now for games 2 and 3 than it could have been if they let this game get out of hand, like it looked like they might in the early minutes. And I think two important things have happened here for San Antonio. One, they proved they could hang. But secondly, they proved they could hang playing through their whole roster, which is going to make them be able to better play across games 2 and 3 against this team.
Yeah, we saw some really good performances from people down their depth chart. And that's going to be important for the whole team in this series. If they win this series, if they lose this series, no matter what, it's going to be important going forward.
I got to say, the interesting vibes coming out of the San Antonio sideline where the whole team is huddled, and then Jay Stewart and Matt Blackwood were over by the bench talking separately from the team. Obviously, though, this team largely comes from one or two schools. There's plenty of camaraderie to go around. These players have played a lot of games with each other just in the past 4 or 5 months, not to mention the number of them that were playing together on DA at World Cup. So I don't think it's an issue, just an interesting thing to see. Jay Stewart having just subbed on, I do think that means not going to be the seeker. And in fairness, this team has gotten catches from plenty of players this season. John Alvarez has 2 on this roster. Christian Cortez has 1, and Trevor Smith as well has 2. On the other side, as we mentioned, Chicago only has 1 grab all season long. It did come from the man wearing the yellow headband to start here, Matt Melton.
And so our set score will be 150. And I think we're going to have a barn burner. I mean, we've seen both these teams really allow chaos to thrive at times. And I imagine that we're going to see more of that. And I imagine we're going to see more of that in this period of play.
Dodgeball control, importantly, with Chicago. Matt Brown in the game. Digman driving. Digman gets it right across. Really nicely worked play to Peachy right out of the gate. Quick goal. Chicago runs a nice set and gets what they need. They go up 3.
Yeah, the Chicago looks best with the ball in Digman's hands.
Yeah.
And it's really not. He's been fantastic so far this game.
Yeah. Ryan Stewart, flag runner, and my guess, not having watched so much, is probably a different kind of flag runner than you're used to. I think it's going to be a heavy running flag runner. As the ball goes over the top to Jay Stewart. Oh, Ali Manzella just strips Jay Stewart. A huge defensive play from Manzella.
Really impressive then for Manzella to be able to strip Jay Stewart.
Meanwhile, it is Trevor Smith who got the start in the Seeker game for San Antonio. Does get beat there. Zock gets hit hard by Blackwood. Ball goes to Stewart. Stewart has the world in front of him, but also has 2 dodgeballs there, so we'll have to slow it down. Melton's occasionally getting an engagement with Sue, but overall just having trouble keeping up with Sue at the moment. Dodges a beat there from Chris De La Fuente, though, who's back in the game finally. Pass to the far side.
And Matt Brown got really high up there, sort of taken out of the play. They're sort of trying to split. Right now, Chicago has dodgeball control. They're sort of splitting their time between the seeker play and the quad ball play.
Yeah, and I think Manzella might be headed to the book here. I think he initiated that wrap a split second before Cat Hay was able to pick up the ball.
Just going to be a yellow card.
Question is, Cat Hay is still obviously in a lot of trouble in that corner. There are 4 blue shirts surrounding her. Can someone like Jay Stewart get into a space to actually receive a pass from her is the question. I think Christian Cortez is going to ask the head ref what freedom she has, if any, to reposition herself on the field. The answer is none. It looks like she's aiming for the hoops. I think she just wants to kill some time. Smith's going to get some time, but immediately gets beat. Heimball tries to wrap on. Oh, it's a big beat there by Caleb Williams to give Matt Melton some time.
Damien with the ball up top for Chicago.
Yep, Via marking. Via's a tough point defender to get through. Maya Heimball is actually going to switch over to the quad ball game for a bit as Melton's finally getting some time with Ryan Sue, who's really running Melton all over the field. Digman lofts it up to Peachy. Digman, we saw the shooting all game, and now in Snitch on pitch, he's the distributor. We talked about a 3-tool athlete, and that is exactly what he's putting out there.
A stellar performance from Digman. We can't speak highly enough of him. Jay Stewart calling for the ball, getting the ball.
Has to beat Riley Andrews here. Oh, does it so smoothly. Might have been an and one. I thought I saw a bit of a jersey grab. But his ability to put a foot in the ground and completely change direction is truly impressive.
Yeah, that was an elite move. When it looks simple, the harder it is. And Chicago's going to be content to just trade scores here.
Yeah, fine with them. They've been able to basically keep the Seekers of San Antonio completely out of the quad ball game.
Big wrap there from Avia.
But now Brian Ing's going to hit the lane. Byron Ing's going unmatched. Oh, Manzella bobbles it. Ing's able to get there first, though. A lot of confusion there.
When we got a player down.
Yeah, Via's down.
Via's hurt.
And grabbing the knee. We'll switch over to us for a few minutes. And just a quick update from pitch 2, the other quarterfinal currently going on. At the 20-minute mark, it is 120 Washington, 40 Toronto, a series that I think a lot of people expected Washington to be favored in. That's on the other side of the bracket, though. The winner of this series will be taking on the winner of New York versus Minneapolis, which will be taking place game 1 on this pitch right after this. We saw a lot of that Minneapolis team, and this New York team has been a pleasure to watch. We've seen kind of the great game plan Chicago's been putting together. We've seen very similar things from New York this season, both offensively and defensively. So it'll be interesting to see how that series plays out. Minneapolis obviously riding a gigantic high from their 3 wins this morning.
Yeah, that Minneapolis team showed a lot of courage, a lot of heart, a lot of speed, a lot of strength, and I think they're going to be really happy with themselves going into that game, and they're going to feel good and like they can play with anybody.
Yeah, and I mean the play of their dodgeball players, I think, is the thing that they can be so excited about coming into a matchup with New York, who over the season has some of the most dominant dodgeball play in the league. The Schluter-Podolsky line to start has really been lights out. Even some of the younger lines hanging with Max Havlin and Louis Shu in that game. So it'll be fun to watch. And this, definitely an uphill battle against a really good New York team, a New York team that 2 years ago was in the finals, last year was in the semifinals and took a game off of Austin, is always there and just kind of keeps seeming to grow year to year. But should be a fun one. But we still got a lot left to play in this game. Avia helped off the field there. And we're about to get started again.
And I've really liked the play of Byron Ing around the hoops. Been really persistent and dogged going after the quad ball, finding offensive rebounds, and being really good and active, getting penetration. Yeah, and you're right. Sue, our flag runner, has just been putting on a show. I mean, getting east to west like we haven't seen in a while.
Watching him beat, it's not surprising that he's capable of doing this for 10 minutes in a row. Tim Kwan's finally engaging with him, though. Oh, Tim Kwan got close on the engagement. Meanwhile, I think we might have a call coming on Luke Langone. Luke Langone nodded to Chris LeCopp, so he clearly felt it too. So an opportunity for Riley Andrews. Has Ali Manzella wide open on the far side of the field. Nobody within a country mile over.
Yeah, the service to Manzella hasn't been great so far. Bobbled a couple of balls. I think the paths have been particularly difficult. It's hard to tell from our angle over here. But so far, been in good spaces and just needs to find something that she can handle.
Yeah, and in the flag runner game, we've talked about the seeker woes for Chicago, but I mean, what their dodgeball players have done has been second to none. I have not seen a San Antonio seeker anywhere near Ryan Sue.
Yeah, and if you're San Antonio, something has to change from now to the end of the game if you want to win. It's not enough to trade baskets. You're either going to have to change your strategy and try to regain dodgeball control and regain some sort of presence around the seeker, or bring them back into play and try and gain an edge there.
So I think Riley Andrews is still called off broom, so unfortunately Brian Ring was in a much worse spot where they couldn't pick out Manzella, but Tim Kwan might have the catch off of the reset, and if they have the catch, they almost certainly have the game. They'll need just one more goal, and San Antonio will need 7.
Yeah, big call here. We'll see. That's got to be a lot. That's got to be that's got to be confidence building for Chicago if they can get this one. Like you said, they've only had one catch all year.
Big catch. Tim Kwan, who has been on so many good programs, has been in so many huge games. I've never seen a ton of him as a seeker, but delivers for the Prow when they need it, taking them within a point of getting a win over San Antonio.
And if they can close out this first game quickly, they're going to feel really good about the way that they handled it. I feel like the way that Chicago managed this game was really interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, what they did, again, with the dodgeballs in flag runner pitch was absolutely dominant in all aspects. And now just looking for that one goal, all they need. Riley Andrews gets it behind. And Ings, once again, picking up the rebound like you talked about. It has a lot of steam in front. Oh, there's the service to Ali Manzella you've been looking for. She goes high. She puts it through. Chicago 155-80 takes down San Antonio in game 1.
Yeah, really good game there from Chicago. We saw San Antonio hang through the middle of it, but it was when Chicago went to their depth. I think the top-end talent of Chicago might be a little bit too much for the San Antonio team. And if they can continue to produce with it and manage the game well, I think we're going to see lots of situations like this where they control things wire to wire.
Yeah, hey, as the lights go down, the stars come out. And, you know, we saw on both these teams, stars absolutely perform up and down the rosters. I mean, we saw the moments from Jay Stewart. You know, we saw the moments from a Byron Ing, from a Nathan Digman, from a Matt Brown in the flag runner on pitch game. And then, obviously, Ali Manzella, who had an up-and-down game but finishes strong there to put the game away. Like you said, I think Chicago has a lot to hang their hats on. They should be feeling good going to this next game. And there's no doubt they will because, as we've talked about, this team's hype for itself and how confident they're playing is definitely translating to their success on the field. But that's going to wrap it up for us here in Game 1 of our quarterfinals. We'll be back probably with an interview from the game and then back for New York, Minneapolis Game 1. We hope you stick around. Hello and welcome back to the MLQ Championship quarterfinals. We've got a good one here between the New York Titans and the Minneapolis Monarchs. You know, the last time the New York Titans won the East Division back in 2021, the only other time they won the East Division, in this exact game, in this exact spot against a team coming out of the play-in bracket, they dropped game one with Ryan Davis raining down shots against them. Yes, they went on to win that series. Yes, they made the finals that year, but it was an unwelcome step. And if you need a high momentum team who might be able to do the same thing, you look no further than this Minneapolis team who won 3 games this morning back to back to back. Can they change things here? It's Mike Lee who gets the ball right off the bat, driving the lane, gets over to Lindsey Morella. Morella calms things down, gets it back to Lee. John Jackson, who's beat out of the play, has to come back.
Yeah, and this New York Titans team so composed, so confident with the quad ball in their hands. And it was a really impressive individual efforts from Minneapolis that have been able to take it this far. They've played so well, and they played so well to get here.
Devin Lee and Phil Kane out there as beaters for New York. Devin Lee has been an absolute firecracker for this New York team all season long. But it's a great beat by Schluter. Long distance with the team's only dodgeball to force the first turnover of the game.
Yeah, I was just mentioning individual efforts. Like, what a play there by Big 55 to make that beat so far away, but practically at his own hoops, force the turnover in the defensive stand.
Yep. And now it's Henry Bear Benson, so much of the heart of this team's offense and ball carrying, especially with Emma Persons out for this season. It's going to be Benson looking to drive. Bear Benson goes high. Zemet has it behind. Zemet has a lot of space to work if they want it. Waits a second, and Phil Kane's able to get back to the play. Schwartz is just going to reset it up to HBB. And with Bassard as an option, HBB is just happy to slow things down. It's a handoff play to Bassard. Lindsey Morella is just going to stay with Henry Bear Benson. It's a standard 2-2 from New York. We've seen so many different defenses from them. Bassard goes low. HBB gets the loose ball first. HBB eats a beat, but Bassard suddenly comes up with the ball. No dodgeballs are there. Mike Lee with the big hit, the absolute necessary answer in the no dodgeball situation.
What a physical presence from Mike Lee. So often able to play that one. Now taking it the other way.
And there's no dodgeballs back for at least a bit. Can Mike Lee get by HBB? Doesn't need to. Gets it to John Jackson. A nice, free, easy one. New York opens the scoring.
And this is what we're talking about when we say calm and composure. They have the physical defensive presence on one end. They're able to take the ball with their heads up the other, find the open man. John Jackson with an easy finish. Really great sequence there from Mike Lee.
Yeah, so what answers can Minneapolis have? Obviously, the first thing they need to do is try to get dodgeball control back. It's been all New York since the game started.
Morella still marking Henry Bear Benson. There's been some trades. Right now, there's Phil Kane is going to try and step. Another great tackle there from New York. Phil Kane there to clean it up.
Yep, and Lee's got the ball now.
Lee with the ball coming down on the right-hand side.
Lee pauses, just gets to Morella. Morella with all the space in the world, patiently operating, gets over to Jackson.
Devin Lee trying to make a play. John Jackson able to drive off it, dishes to Morella. Morella bobbles it. Morella goes back up top. Oh, and a great dodge there. They're going to call it beat.
Podolski misses the secondary beat. John Jackson doesn't get through in time. Alex Amadal says yes. Jackson's got 2. It's 2-0 early.
Really nice finish there and a little mid-range floater from John Jackson. But you can see clearly New York has a plan. They really want Devin Lee to create havoc. They really want him to press the issue in the dodgeball game so that these composed and confident quad ball carriers can do what they do best, which is come into space behind, find the open player, make plays, pass, catch, hoops.
Yeah, and, you know, there were some concerns about the New York offense with Yanko, who's been such a huge presence for them, out this weekend, sustained an injury, not traveling with the team. And so far, up to the test this first line, as it always has, with Vinny Iannucci subbing in.
On the restart, Minneapolis is going to have dodgeball control and the quad ball. Bear Benson bringing it up the middle.
Bear Benson bringing it down. Not much going on offense, but they did get dodgeball control, and they're looking to make something of it. Morella's going to get tapped out, which is going to free up space for Bassard.
Zemet was such a – oh, and there's a great dish there by Bear Benson to Bassard.
Yeah, it was the look they wanted. They tapped out Morella to free up Brassard. Brassard just couldn't finish on an overall good opportunity. Podolski can't make the play there for dodgeball control. Devin Lee is just beating everybody out of the play. No dodgeballs going the other way. Mike Lee looking to drive.
When Mike Lee able to take the attention of the beater away from the quad ball, just giving Mike Lee an opportunity, he runs to the corner though, unable to capitalize on it. Yeah, and so far, Zemet was such a big player for them in that Boston game, and I wonder if they quickly go to give him a touch to see if changing the defense from front to back allows things to open up for them.
Morella now has the ball up top. Gets it over to Jackson. Tessa Mullins dodges, and it's an easy feed. Morella down to Javid Cole. Finishes well, and Morella really has fashioned herself as a distributor this season. Almost all assists on the stat line, way fewer goals on the year. But, you know, so confident, taking the space, has every pass in the arsenal, and makes it count there.
Yeah, and Javid Cole just finding a really easy spot to post up and allow the defense to get drawn away from him, and an easy finish. Really good look.
Narveson, Gracie Johnson in the game for the first time. Still mainly the first-line quad-ball players, though Max Meyer has checked in place of Zemet.
Yeah, and Zemet, I didn't really get any touches there. We'll see if Meyer can direct the offense from behind. Here, the ball does go behind. Ooh, and not able to pick it up. And it's New York coming the other way. And that's Tate K coming down. Clearing space for John Jackson. John Jackson forward now to Cole. And it's Tessa Mullins and Tate K in the beater game for New York. Morella up top, always a confident ball carrier. Across to Minson. Minson works it back up top, just looking for space. Over to Jackson, back to Minson. Minson looks to shoot, bobble. It's a really good play by Benson to get a hand on it, but it just pops out as far as Jackson. New York able to retain possession. Meyer now on the point defense. Back up top. Back to Morella. It's going to be a pick here on Bear Benson. It's going to give Jackson space. Jackson hits it. Wow, Benson tried to go under the pick, and Jackson just able to hit that top hoop so easy.
Yeah, an early fat hat trick here for John Jackson. It's been all New York, and this is something we've seen repeatedly, how dominant this team can be. Minneapolis forced into the very early timeout.
And it's been so dominant for New York, and they've just been so composed, and they've been so suffocating defensively. Their beaters so quick to get out to the next ball carrier, and they've been so stout in the chasers, making really good tackles out on the wings. There's really has not been a lot of space for Minneapolis to get in this game at all.
Yeah, and, you know, I don't know really necessarily what the answers are because, you know, New York's just playing such a refined game. This isn't, you know, the chaos we saw from Chicago in the last game where San Antonio was just able to, you know, up a little bit of physicality, try to play into the chaos with them. This is just a team that makes so few mistakes and is so well refined.
And you said that New York likes to give so many looks, and they don't feel like they haven't felt like they've had to. They're just going to play their base 2-2 until Minneapolis proves that they can do anything about it. I think they want to work that ball behind, maybe change the point of attack a little bit. Zemet didn't get any looks. Meyer bobbled the ball and had a turnover way back at the back. I think maybe if they try to go there one more time just to see if moving the defense is going to be able to create anything for them. But at the point of attack up front is not working. So coming back to play here, I believe New York has dodgeball control and Minneapolis has both dodgeball control and quad ball control.
Yeah, real opportunity here for them to start to change the pace. New line, Cole Ackmiller, one of the, you know, heart and souls of this team with his style of play, and Terry Carlson very much in that way as well. It's really the full quad ball line sub here. And, you know, with dodgeball control, they've been able to open up some attempts. It's just that Minneapolis hasn't been able to convert on them. Ball goes out to the far side there.
Yeah, and Cody Narveson playing behind the hoops with the dodgeball now for Minneapolis. Maybe they're thinking the same thing. Oh, and really good wrap there by Morella. And the ball does go behind. Tate K swings out there really quickly, and Max Meyer with a really bad pass or shot, it's going to be a turnover either way.
Yeah, if it's a bad pass, it is what it is. If that was the idea of a shot, I really didn't like it. Flat-footed with a lot of space in front of them still. You kind of got to hit that space before you take the shot rather than taking the flat-footed version.
Yeah, and Take K pressing into that space. Max Meyer didn't receive the ball well, I think is really the problem there with the possession. Ooh, and it is going to be Minson way in front of everybody else here. Not a lot of help.
Yeah, unless he wants to shoot immediately, which I don't think he will, just reset it. I was going to say it was going to have to be an immediate shot. Were the only options.
Yeah, did ask the referee if he was allowed to bring the ball back at first.
Never a bad thing to get that confirmation before the play starts.
Jackson is going to make the sub.
Yeah, a beautiful 4-0 set for him. David Cole has the ball up top, one of those young Rutgers players. Lackmiller makes the wrap, but Cole just fires through contact and gets it to go.
A really sharp play there by Cole to keep the ball arm free to make the shot.
Dodgeball's loose on the ground.
Minson pressing high here.
Okay.
Mullins was beat out. Yep. It is just going to be one dodgeball for New York.
The long pass behind. Tough spot, but really well handled there by Saveda. Carlson, the mid-range. Oh, I thought it went.
Yeah, that looked good from where I was sitting, too.
Not that we have the best angle.
No.
Someone in the crowd agreed. 5-0 here early for New York. Leo Freed now in the game, working it down the side with Minson. Freed has a lot of space to take if they want it. Meyer now steps up. Gracie Johnson going to press from behind. Cole fakes a shot and then kills it back. Freed has a lane, but no, just back to Cole. Cole now just trying to move Lackmiller out of position and rips another shot. It's hard to really describe how easily New York is just having their way in this game.
Yeah. Might be do we have a timeout here? Yeah.
Minneapolis already used their timeout. So
we were talking about how Chicago managed their game against San Antonio, and the only thing to say about New York is that they're dominating this game against Minneapolis. There seems to be no way forward for the Monarchs if New York is able to continue to play this way.
And I think what's impressive is it's not one of those games where, you see a team get flattened in the dodgeball game so they never get to play quad ball. I would say dodgeball control has probably been maybe like 60-40 New York, 65-35.
Yeah, and this Narveson line from Minneapolis is really eating into that a little bit.
But the quad ball game is so one-sided. New York's making zero mistakes, and Minneapolis is making a ton of them.
Yeah, and you see the how physicality changes the game. Changes the game of quad ball. If you have chasers that are able to get up onto people, make hits, move their feet effectively, it can nullify some of that dodgeball advantage or disadvantage that you have in the game.
Meyer has the ball behind. Zach Armentrading stepping out. Armentrading using that length to get up to that pass. It's not the first time we've seen Meyer just kind of throw away a possession from behind the hoops. Freed tried to make a catch in traffic, not to be, so Lackmiller's just going to take control.
And that's the first time we've seen New York not get to the loose ball first.
And Lee just in the passing lane. Lackmiller, though, trying to do it all. Lackmiller gets it to go. We talked about how he is a tone setter for this team. That was a pure effort play to get that one through.
Yeah, and you see how hard it is for Minneapolis. So many things have to go right for them to find the score.
A floater to Freed. No call on the play. Didn't go. Freed, obviously a big aerial threat, a place a lot of players like to look.
Yeah, I think they might get a call for play after beat. I was under the impression that Cole Lockmiller of Minneapolis was beat. It is going to go to Armentrading.
Gracie Johnson's really going to have to try one in a hurry because Zach Armentrading, Cody Narvison's right there, so Zach Armentrading's just in a rough spot. Beat long before. I'm not sure Armentrading ever knew Narvison was there.
Yeah.
Max Meyer, though, nobody's stepping up to meet Meyer. Meyer gets a full head of steam. Freed's able to make the tackle, and Armentrading gets tall. And now Mike Lee's looking to go the other way. No dodgeballs. Carlson trailing. Tries to get across. Really good defense there by Lackmiller and Meyer to break it up. And things are getting a little more sloppy now from New York.
Yeah, I think they're getting into some of their depth a little bit, and you see that it's not as clinical all the way through their lineup, which will be interesting going forward if they're able to come through in this series. But we've seen some really good performances. Perhaps not exactly the quad ball depth that they would like or that they've seen in the past.
Saveda, ball on the near side. Well moved there, the ball. Goes all the way back up top. That pass just a little short from Carlson. Avery Oliver in the passing lane.
Yeah, it looks like New York is really trying to speed the game up here.
Looking for another fast break transition. Just a bad pass there from Mike Lee.
Long beat there from Christian Barnes, too.
And then Freed goes down. Path will be cleared. Gets it to Armitrating. Armitrating the big block. Oh, and then Carlson makes a second block. But Carlson does something that's not easy to do, taking down Zach Armitrating with a head of steam.
I think we're going to get a call here for a tackle off the hard boundary. We've seen it in earlier games.
Yeah, it's that one's legal, but there's a couple things that could be in question. Carlson may have left the feet.
Yeah, and so this beater duo for New York has started to spread out a little bit. We've seen Vinny Sioko and Christian Barnes sort of try and step really hard as the ball moves around the pitch, and that's going to allow space behind. They're not staying quite as tight.
Blackmore bringing the ball down. Carlson now has it. More dodgeball control out of Narveson and Johnson. The team needs to find a couple goals to actually start moving back into this game, and we saw how hard the one they got was. Sveda on the near side. Sveda taking her space, but Armitrating those long arms. It's just that this, Armitrating is off broom. It's not going to matter, though.
Yeah, and a quick shift there for Armitrating. We saw some good things defensively, able to read the passing lanes really well. Offensively, maybe got a little bit lost at times.
Yeah, but the length of this team on defense just makes it so hard to really get into their zone because they can just cover more ground on those incisive passes that most teams break down these 2-2 zones with.
And they're really quick at recognizing where the ball is going to go. I really like how they play within the compactness of their zone. That might be from behind. It might have started from behind. Maybe they're saying that Leo Freed turned.
No, I think it's calling the play. Really nice hit there from Jack Selner to get a stop, and Narveson at the top of the play made a really nice play, winning exchange with a catch.
Yeah, so John Jackson has come back into the game. It's going to be Jackson and Freed at the hoops for New York.
McDowell coming in now for Gracie Johnson. Narveson staying out on the pitch.
Molly Potter in the game as well.
Zemet back out there.
And let's see if Minneapolis can get Zemet involved.
Henry Bear Benson just kind of loses control of that ball. And she goes there to clean it up. The ball does go back to Benson, though, and it's a huge hit dealt out by John Jackson.
And Jackson gets the ball to Freed, really wants to get this break started, and there are no dodgeballs behind her. Pass to Molly Potter across the field. It's not going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think Potter took her eyes off of Freed right about the same time Freed threw that. And Lee just wanted to get one up to Freed, but Freed was cutting to the hoop.
A really good play there from Freed to stay up.
Yeah, Bassard. So I'm not sure what the call is going to be here. So it was a pass that I think just happened to hit McDowell's dodgeball. I don't think McDowell could have gotten out of the way of it. But on top of that, that ball just reflected right back to Leo Freed, who threw it through the hoop.
Yeah, that's as close to the Kobe the Kobe off the backboard to himself that I've ever seen in this sport. We'll see what the call is.
So it's going to be for interpositional interference, which I still feel is very harsh on McDowell there.
And takes away a great goal from Leo Freed.
Yeah, now he'll just get a basic boring one. In our hearts, he always got the other one.
Shot it early.
Leo Freed's had some bad luck in his career in situations like this. No issues there, though.
Yeah, really had some play there. Leo Freed really did a great job maintaining body control and staying upright and then continuing the play.
Bear Benson slides by Lee there. Blanchard and McDowell now in the game. They had a great shift against Haviland and Shu in the Boston win.
Molly Potter going to step really high here. Going to get a lot of air. And then going to could have been called.
I think it might be being called. I think an illegal swat will be called on this play. This is an extended advantage, and in this advantage, Minneapolis is really doing the least.
Yeah, that's a very veteran move to kind of like turn with the beat there. But these days the refs are good enough. And she's going to whine about it, but I think it's the right call.
Yeah, it's the Harry Greenhouse 2017 special. So Bear Benson has it. Blanchard makes a beat on Hickmott. Blanchard at least going to force no dodgeballs with the effort. But again, just an errant pass from Minneapolis. You know, as crisp as Minneapolis looked picking apart that Boston defense is how uncrisp their passings looked in this game.
Yeah, that should have been a pretty simple one from Bassard there. And I think Henry Bear Benson is a little bit upset about it coming down the pitch the other way.
Yeah, especially because Blanchard made a perfect play there on Hickmott to force all dodgeballs onto the ground.
John Jackson with the quad ball. Flanked by Freed.
John Jackson walking the ball down. All the good things that have happened in this game for New York has largely come through Jackson.
Potter back in. New York was just sort of killing that penalty.
Paguada gets the ball on the far side.
And now Minneapolis in a 3 trees defense?
Looks like it. John Jackson looking to operate. John Jackson to Leo Freed. Leo Freed right off the top rim. That's a way to get it by a hoop defender.
Yeah, just moved the ball too quickly for them to react. Really well done there from Jackson and Freed.
And it's the gravity of John Jackson and what he is doing this season. Just so confident, always in the right place, always making the right drive, the right cut, and the right find. And doing it all with, to his name on the year, only 9 total turnovers.
So impressive.
Meyer running the ball around. Potter, another big hit.
Yeah, really nowhere to go.
Yep.
Benson now almost alone here.
Yeah, running out of quad ball players. The Met smartly comes up to the top just to be an option. Hickmott is out of position, but does get rid of Blanchard. Bear Benson, I don't think ever saw Hickmott. Now it's all dodgeballs on the ground. Suddenly it's a no dodgeball situation. Oh, Zemet gets beat by that Jason Ng attempt, and now it's Eric Paguada looking to go. Little high step there, gets by Meyer.
Ooh, Meyer able to make a good tackle there.
Oh, Leo Freed just grabs out of midair, dodges the beat, puts it through.
Wow, that is so hard to do. To just grab that quad ball out of the air like that and put it home. What concentration and effort from Freed. Speaking of cheat codes you were talking about last game, that's impossible to stop.
Yeah, that is the Leo Freed special. That is the gloves at work. Majeski bringing the ball down. I think the first time we've seen Majeski in this one. Molly Potter just continuing that high pressure.
Gets a strip. She's going to be beat. That's going to be a play after beat. Nothing but effort from Molly Potter here.
Yeah, I mean, Potter's always been an offensive presence in this New York program and all New York programs. What she's really done this season is up her defensive play, both as a hoop defender, kind of getting in passing lanes, and also as a physical player. Lindsay Morello has always deservingly got so much of the praise in this program, but Molly Potter has been such a strong force for this team for a very long time.
Going all the way back to NYU, really, really fantastic player. Yeah.
Bear Benson tries a mid-range shot. John Jackson's all over it. Then John Jackson runs out and makes the hit as well, and the strip. Luis Mendoza, first time into the game, young player out of the Rutgers program, ends up with the loose ball and gets over to Paguada. And New York now is just comfortably playing into its depth, nursing a large lead.
Yeah, and it's been a little less crisp. We've seen some of the thornier sides of the team, but I think this team is really well coached. They really have a game plan. They move a little bit quicker than they used to. They have, I think, quite a few more options offensively. We've seen Leo Freed, we've seen Cole, we've seen John Jackson, we've seen Morella dish. As John Jackson just does what he's always done and drive through a defense, standing still and put his hand through the hoop.
Probably one of the toughest players to stop in no dodgeball situations in the world. Makes it 100-10. Similar result going down right now on pitch 2. Austin up 90-10 on Boston at about the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, we've seen a few really dominant teams. I'm really happy we've gotten to see the New Yorks, the Austins, the Chicagos come out and play and really show like what quad ball can be in today's age. It's really fun. It's fast. It can be sideline to sideline. It can be hoop to hoop, and it can be controlled and confident.
Zemet has the ball on near wing. Gets it back to Lockmiller. Oh, great effort there by Majeski to throw up a shot. Oh, I thought Lockmiller was going to get the little punch shot goal there, but doesn't fall.
Yeah, Potter taking a sub for Morello now.
I do think, though, if this Minneapolis team can keep a good attitude and regroup on the sidelines, it's not like they've gotten dominated for most of this game. They just literally have not been able to put the ball through the hoop.
And they are back in the 3 cheese. Yeah, the offense hasn't had any ideas. Like you said, where they had a bunch of ideas against Boston, they were able to make individual efforts. This New York team has been so much more physical.
Nathan Podolsky just made a great play, taking the ball off of Devin Lee, but then maybe got too aggressive and does lose the control, but it's enough to at least force another turnover. Do wonder when New York might, cut down a little bit on John Jackson's minutes, because while most of the team's getting a lot of rest here, I'd say Jackson's minutes have been stretched the furthest.
Yeah, and looks from Freed and Cole and Armin Trading, I think, would be good spells here for Jackson if they want to try and manage this game a little bit more.
Zemet, I think, got beat before. Oh, no, they say he wasn't. Zemet, so what you were hoping to see, Zemet getting more involved in the offense. Ball goes behind, rips a shot. Good way to attack 2-2, but yeah, that dodgeball did get there in time.
Yeah, and just trying to change the point of attack, I think, is really important when you're playing a team so skilled and who knows their rotation so well. You want to make them rotate because that's where the mistake is going to come. When Paguada the other way, puts his arm down, clears the lane. Ooh, but it's a bad pass there that might go out, stays in. Back to Paguada. Has Morella as an option. Going to go through one. The beat isn't going to get there. Gets stuffed.
Fixes the headband and then throws it through. I think had to fix the headband because I think it might have come down over his eyes, so he had to be able to figure out where a hoop was before he could stuff the ball through.
Wow, a lot of hustle, a lot of effort there from Paguada. No quit.
Yeah, that's the benefits of being able to play 21 deep and, even 25 deep if you want to look at it that way.
And it is Cole who spells Jackson. And we have Tate K and Tessa Mullins in. They had a really great first shift for this team.
Up against Gracie Johnson and Cody Narvison, who I think had the best dodgeball shift for Minneapolis so far this game.
And is going to be Zemet behind the hoops. I think so far had the best look for Minneapolis today.
Zemet has it behind. Zemet floats it high. Frank Midson knocks it down. Good defense. Oh, and that's a 20-minute timeout. So New York taking care of business. 1 goal allowed in 20 minutes, and now just has to put this one away from here. Obviously, I think very, very little nitpick about New York here, but Minneapolis just not quite able to hang, coming off all that momentum from the morning.
Yeah, they just didn't have a whole lot of ideas. I think it's so important to have a game plan against a team that's as well drilled as this New York team. I mentioned it a few times. Against Boston, it was real individual efforts, and we just haven't been able to see that explosiveness from Minneapolis against a really well trained New York team.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think in Minneapolis, there's things that they can point to and say we hung in these aspects of the game. But when it comes down to it, and when we really start to get later in this day, and you really break it down by the stats, the difference between the great teams and the good teams is these turnover stats, right? It's the less wasted possessions. And New York is the kings of that, maybe even more so than Austin is at this point. And this Minneapolis team, we saw those Max Meyer possessions wasted around the 10-minute mark, a couple of them, just bad passes from behind. We've seen the number of passing lanes New York has just fallen down into to just take away possessions before they even get going. And on the other side, New York's passing has been crisp. They're always finding the next player. They know when to go and when not to go, and the finishing's been there as well.
Yeah, it's been a super impressive performance from New York today to start their day, and I'm really excited to see how this team moves through this tournament, and who's going to step up on the auxiliary. We know we've seen this team go deep into their lineup in this game, and I'm really excited about some of the performances in the depth at the depths. And I believe it is going to be Titans dodgeball control coming back into play.
Let's see. Vinny Iannucci, who hasn't been with the team a ton this season, but is one of their strongest seekers, will be getting the start. Mo Hagag, who sought for Team USA last month, not with the team this weekend. But Iannucci, quite a resume as well, and does have two catches on the season. Jason Ng, who's also here this weekend, as we've seen him play in the dodgeball game, has 2 catches as well. So plenty of options in the Seeker game for this team. I think they are all fresh.
Yeah, and for Minneapolis, so far
it's been the Mike Devine show.
Yeah, Mike Devine's caught all of them.
Hickmott into the lane. Hickmott hits the mid-range shot. Doesn't play a ton of minutes for this team, but I mean, obviously he's been a contributor to a lot of good historic programs.
Yeah, and a very good player in her own right.
Yep. No dodgeballs on the field right now. Gracie Johnson going to pick up the only one from Minneapolis. It's going to keep Divine out of the play. It is no dodgeball if Minneapolis thinks they can capitalize. Really nice body control by Terry Carlson to catch the ball while already turning sideways to get around arbitrating. Frank Minson wants to run transition. It's going to be arbitrating with a head of steam. Lockmiller looked like he may have made a business decision there, down 10 in the quadball and pitch game. Doesn't go for the hit. Arbitrating scores. Iannucci really putting on the pressure right now, but I think might have sustained a wrist injury.
Yeah, and we'll see what's going on down on the pitch. You'll be here with us. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tough. It's going to be really tough for Minneapolis to obviously come back in this one. What do they need to do to gain confidence going to the next game?
I mean, things like what we just saw from Carlson, just getting a ball through a hoop is always going to feel good, just to remember what that feeling's like, because the passing was there and it was crisp in that Boston win, and it just hasn't been in this game. And, you know, obviously different personnel on the other side always makes you feel different. But, I mean, you know, it's not that I don't think there's many opportunities. We've just seen a lot of them go awry from Minneapolis. And I'm not saying there's any world where this could be like a 13-10 game, but I think it could easily be like a 13-6 game, which I think would feel a lot different for this Minneapolis team, especially given how strong they are in flag runner on pitch.
Yeah, and like you said, I think that in the beating game they've done pretty well, and the difference has been the physicality and the crispness of the chasers. And if they can bring back some of that swagger they had in the Boston series, they might be able to make a game of it.
Iannucci walking off under his own accord. See who the sub's going to be. I think Ing has the yellow headband on, so most likely. Freed also a seeker.
And on the restart,
it's going to be Minneapolis ball.
Looks like we might just have a little bit of a delayed. Looks like we might have a little bit of a delayed restart here. I believe maybe there was a nosebleed.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe there's blood on the turf.
Yeah,
but you know, we can keep an eye on us. You know, still a lot to go here in this quarterfinal round. We just watched that really intense game one, San Antonio, Chicago. We'll be following that series out to pitch 2 for game 2. Do you think that San Antonio can change the trajectory of that series?
I don't know. I want to think so. They obviously were able to keep it close, but they were able to keep it close against the depth of Chicago. It felt like Chicago, I think I said this a million times, really managed the game, that they were never really in any real danger of it getting out of control. I think anytime they can put Digman, and Digman was so spectacular, they didn't really have any answers, and they looked so practiced and prepared. I was going to ask you, who's been your favorite team to watch so far?
That's a tricky one because we're in kind of an interesting turning point so far. I mean, I think this Minneapolis team was so much fun to watch in the play-in bracket because they were playing with such drive in kind of everything they were doing. And obviously, I think that win over Boston was kind of the marquee moment of this early session so far. But I think Chicago is kind of the team of our season, right? And not to say they're going to win a championship.
Sure.
That's not what I'm predicting, but first-year franchise, first-year coach, going undefeated in the division, just playing a incredibly attractive style of quad ball. Mm-hmm. I mean, watching that San Antonio game, and San Antonio contributes to it as well. They also love to play a high-tempo game, but it was just fun. It was just players flying everywhere. And, I mean, I'm not saying I don't like watching the methodicalness of New York and Austin as well, but, you know, it's definitely a different vibe.
Yeah, and I think we saw so many different gears from Chicago. We saw them be methodical. We saw them have a mid-range game. We saw them have a half-court, and we saw them play in chaos and be able to make plays and thrive in that situation as well.
Yeah, and, you know, not that I would ever encourage people to change the channel on us, but just to give an update from pitch 2, Boston has closed that game to an 11-7 lead before flag runner on pitch. If you want to hang with us to watch this one play out, you know, we'll keep the energy going, that's for sure. But obviously the closer game now taking place over on pitch 2.
And we are about to restart here on pitch 1. It is going to be New York Dodgeballs, Minneapolis Quadball.
Divine's still in the game at seeker. Obviously, Bear Benson's a great option.
New York coming out
in
a big press. Oh, and a really bad turnover there.
Jason Ng has subbed in as Seeker, as we mentioned. Looking to make a grab. We're going to get stoppage quickly. I think one of the few sloppy turnovers we've seen all game from New York there.
Yeah, a couple of bad turnovers there. One from Minneapolis, one from New York. In the end, it's no damage done to either. We're going to restart from the original restart.
Terry Carlson ahead of steam, no dodgeballs in the area. Take K now coming back into the play.
Yeah, it looks like, ooh. And Take K fires one off the pitch. Maybe an AR could call that. Looks like they're not going to. It's going to be a turnover. It's going to be what I thought was going to be a turnover. It is going to be a turnover on Minneapolis. The ball went out of the hard boundary.
Ball cut out of play. Arbitrating in the game. Obviously, arbitrating one of the real threats in flag runner on pitch in the sport, just because with a head of steam, such a hard, tough player to bring down. Showed that playing against Team USA for African Nations at World Cup. Scored a couple goals, just dragging 3 Team USA players along with him.
Yeah, and New York content to play with their dodgeball in flag runner territory.
Yeah, and Ng definitely could deliver a catch, and a catch would basically be decisive. Only 4 points needed here for New York. Arbitrating gets in the lane. Arbitrating, great body control through the contact of Carlson to put it through, and now a catch would just be decisive for New York. Mullins holding down the area around the flag. It is going to allow no dodgeball opportunity for Minneapolis. Shot goes low there.
I'm trying to pick it up and go the other way.
Yeah, full head of steam, nobody in front. Another freebie. Oh, not that the last one was a freebie for arbitrating. This one, though, definitely a freebie. Only 2 more goals now needed for New York. Luis Mendoza has just subbed into the game for the Titans at Seeker.
Yeah, and let's see if Minneapolis can find anybody with a spark as they try ball carry against no dodgeballs. And Morella getting low. Oh, a nice little floater there, but John Jackson too big.
John Jackson's defense has, not that it's a surprise to anybody, has been so good in this game. Everywhere on the pitch, both as a hoop defender and a tackler. Mike Lee brings into the deep spaces of the field. Lee to Morella. Morella, the backhanded shot. Potter's there to gather. Potter goes down and can't get over to Lee. Mendoza definitely doesn't have the size advantage in this matchup with the flag runner. Doesn't seem to be getting too close. Zaveda trying to finish through John Jackson. Talk about size mismatches. Yeah. And now it's Mike Lee going the other way. No dodgeballs in front. New York gets to game point here, 160-20.
Yeah, in this game, obviously, all New York, start to finish, have been absolutely dominant from the beginning. And as Christian Barnes goes and retrieves another dodgeball.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, it's so hard in this modern game to blow out a good quad ball team like Minneapolis. I mean, we're just talking about how Boston's kind of hanging around with Austin, right? That's just who this New York team's been, though. They've been able to blow out just about any team they've seen. One close game against Boston and one close game against New York, as Henry Bear Benson does get one more goal for Minneapolis before this one comes to an end.
Yeah, and like you said, it's always nice to see the ball go through the hoop.
Emily Hickmott now in at Seeker. I think Hickmott's played every position but keeper now at this point in this game.
A true utility player if ever there was one. Mike Lee, who started this game so well, trying to end it.
Also the events director of the organization, so truly a utility player. Morella with the ball on the wing. Centers herself. Has Lee as an option. Just gets over to Jackson. I'm not sure what New York's waiting for, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know if they just want Emily Hickmott to catch instead of scoring one more goal or what, but Christian Barnes creates a no dodgeball situation. John Jackson looking to take it. Gets around Lack Miller. Molly Potter pushes Zemet right off of the hoop. Jackson, as he did all game, finishes confidently in traffic, and that will be a wrap. 170-30. Just a confident, dominant performance out of the New York Titans.
Yeah, and it's always nice to see the contenders like like be the contenders, right? This is going to be one of the programs that's in contention for a title this year, and to have them come out and stamp their name on this tournament with this kind of game one performance, I think is so critical for their psyche and their ability going forward to be confident, be controlled, and be all the things they were in this game.
Yep. This is going to do it for this quarterfinal one here on pitch one. Just a little programming update. We're going to be moving our staffs between pitch ones and pitch two to stay with the series, so a little probably less content in between games on this pitch, but please tune back in. Pitch two will still be active, and then we'll be back here with game two between Washington and Toronto. The Toronto Raiders playing for their lives against a very good Washington team.
And welcome back to the Mid-American Energy Company Recplex in West Des Moines, Iowa. I'm Jack McGovern here with Javed Cole, who just scored an early hat trick en route to a dominant New York Titans win over the Minneapolis Monarchs. Javed, congratulations. How'd that early hat trick feel?
Thank you very much. It felt really good. You know, I was just trying to go out and be aggressive like my coaches asked me to, and I didn't expect to score as many as I did. But, you know, I like to just take things in turn, and it felt great.
Yeah, you were playing a little bit with John Jackson, one of the veterans of your program. What's it like playing with a player like John and so many of the other great talents that you have in the chaser line, Lindsey Morella, Mike Lee?
It's great playing with them. You know, they've been just really good teachers and helpers and like leaders where, you know, at first playing, I felt really nervous joining a team with so many great players, and I felt like I didn't fit in. Yeah. But they were, you know, very great in terms of like helping me and just giving me the confidence to play just with as if like I'm one of them.
Yeah. Tell me about like how you kind of developed like that confidence. Like that's really interesting. Like
just a lot of work and practice. You know, just getting over the fear of messing up, because they're telling me, you know, if you mess up, you're not going to get taken out. It's not over for you. Just keep being aggressive, and the plays will come. And that's kind of like what we've just been building on all season.
Yeah, that's great. Javed, tell me for a second about your beaters. They had another like outstanding game right there. What's it like playing with them?
It's actually amazing. You know, they make the game so easy for us. The beaters like to joke and say like the chasers like don't do anything and the beaters carry us, but on this team, sometimes on this team it's definitely true.
Yeah.
And I just want to give our beaters a props because, you know, they bust their behinds all the time for us, and they keep working, and I just like feel like great when we can turn those opportunities into goals.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Javed. We'll see you in an hour for Game 2 against the Minneapolis Monarchs.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Major League Quadball Championships 2023 here in Des Moines, Iowa. We are here for Game 2 of the quarterfinal series between the Washington Admirals and the Toronto Raiders. Washington won Game 1 in pretty decisive fashion. Ben Mertens here with Atana Crow. Atana, what can Toronto do different in Game 2?
The two big things that we talked about last in Game 1 was finishing defensive possessions with quality rebounding. They struggled really to get that done there. And another one is to be a little bit opportunistic in the fast break opportunity.
Yeah, and on the Washington side, just more of the same, but they got to come out strong. We've talked about a potential trap game coming off a Game 1 blowout. This is a really good team that fancies itself a title contender and wants to be playing all the way through tomorrow. It starts by finishing this in 2 games, not letting Toronto force it to a 3rd game, getting your rest in tonight and being ready for a tough semifinals and finals series tomorrow. We're going to have the starting lineups in just a moment here. the starting lineups for the Washington Admirals and the Toronto Raiders in Game 2 of this quarterfinal series. A win from Washington ends Toronto's season and sends Washington to the first semifinals in franchise history. A win from Toronto extends the series and sends us to a winner-take-all Game 3. We have the starting lineups. The players are out there ready to run. Atana, what are you looking for in the first couple minutes from the Raiders?
Let's just go from the start. Last time they weren't unable to get the quad ball and gave up control. Let's see if they can just start off easy. Win a race. Small goals, right? Win a race, get a stop. Put up a shot. Like, you don't have to see goals all the time. Mm-hmm. Let's get small little things and get them to continue to avalanche into big positive things.
Looks like it'll be either Riley Stars or Dale Farnan running for the quad ball for Washington.
And it looks like we're going to have Stevie Vindua or Joanne Lamb running for this quad ball. And it's Vindua.
And Vindua is going to get there before Stars and hit it back to Lamb.
And we got dodgeball control here.
Not only that, but a no dodgeball chance for Toronto right off the jump.
Everything. Let's see. We have Stevie Vindua finding Andrew Custers. Let's see what happens here.
No dodgeball anywhere near the play for the Raiders. Can they make something happen? Custers breaks a tackle. Spun down, but gets the pass off. Oh, my goodness. Toronto with a no dodgeball in the play for about 10 years, and they still aren't able to finish through the big physical hits of Riley Stars and Dale Farnan.
Keep it a little positive. They're able to maintain control. They're able to get opportunities there. The quad ball players are going to have to step up here and match the energy that they're getting from their dodgeball players.
Yeah, that might be the single best we've seen the Toronto Beaters play in this series, the single best individual play. And now they're going to try to press that advantage, but this should be dodgeball control to Washington. Now Farnan's going to go to work. Hits Mulcahy behind the hoops. Working, rips a shot, but it's blocked. Rankin is beat, and Custers is going to get to loose ball. So Toronto gets a stop to start things off.
Gave up control, but it's good to see a little bit of confidence here from Emma Sherwood, cleaning stuff up in the back end there. And we have a high positioning here from the Admirals.
Yeah, Vindua needs to kind of get a little deeper and get behind this press from the Admirals.
Yeah, they're all a little bit congested up top.
Lamb gets the pass down. He's going to go all the way across to Custers. Grabbed hard by Farnan again, but gets the pass off. Vindua will be the first to it. Big beat, hits Stars instead of Vindua, and Vindua just rips a laser that goes out of bounds.
And Sugar recovers the dodgeball. Control regained back by the Raiders. Shot attempt, a little bit off.
But one thing we saw in the first game is a lot of Toronto possessions that didn't even end with a shot attempt. At least if you ended with a shot attempt, you had a chance to score, and they win dodgeball control off it.
Okay, so keeping it close, little things working out here. Now let's see if they can finally put one in.
Right. As the Admirals, I'm sure, also want to put one in here as Julia Rankin works it down the side. Sends it to Farnan. Farnan's trying to work. His teammates are encouraging him to take the space, but that is a tough point to finish up and to meet him. Long pass to Stars. Stars with a high shot/pass that goes to Farnan, and now Farnan will find the open hoop. So Washington takes a 10-0 lead. Stars and Farnan very patient, just taking those shot passes until they find one they like.
And great qualities from a veteran team. Getting flustered. They had a moment there where they had no dodgeballs on offense. Passed it, flipped the field, waited for someone to close out. Solid pump fake, easy shot.
Custer's handling the ball now. Subs on the dodgeball game for the Raiders. Custer's the Lamb. Back to Custers. Back to Lamb. She'll have to work on Farnan. Gets around Farnan, but loses the ball. Farnan, I think, was able to poke it from behind. She comes up with it, and she's called beat, so that'll be a turnover, and Washington gets the stop.
And there was a chance there. Got the step on Farnan and could have lasered a shot.
Right, tried to keep pressing the advantage. I think maybe just rip the shot there, and if you miss, you shot from behind, you've got a good chance of getting the rebound.
Exactly.
Here comes Rankin handling the ball. Very confident with the ball in her hands. A great shooter as well as distributor. She's going to send it down to Mulcahy. He's going to go back up to Trudeau. Trudeau across the Stars. And a nice beater play from Adrian Kretzky sets up a wide open hoop that Riley Stars takes advantage of.
And we have a quick breakaway opportunity here with no dodgeballs if Costa is able to recognize it.
Rob Rice relays it long. Koretsky is going to have to run for it.
Derek Taylor chasing. Pass off.
And just gets obliterated by Mulcahy and throws a pass to really no one in particular.
Heads-up defensive play there by Mulcahy.
Yeah, and these Toronto transitions are just getting swallowed by the tackling ability on display from the Admirals, who rival the Outlaws as one of the most physical teams at this tournament.
Well, let's see here if they try to work Trudeau into the offense a little bit, get cutting weak side and finishing off against a smaller Raiders player.
Goes to Mulcahy behind. Mulcahy now back to Trudeau. And Trudeau finds the shot that time.
I think we're going to get a delay of game
Yeah,
card.
Riley Stars continued the play.
And that's a frustration card there for number 18, Andrew Custers. But it was a direct result of the initial card. You have to trust the referees a little bit, that they're here. They've done a great job this weekend. They're going to make the calls. Don't hurt yourself when you have a chance to get an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Chris Lecomte, the head ref of this game, calls stricter than almost any other referee. Does not tolerate even players expressing frustration about a play, even if it's done, without bad language or anything. It's still going to be a card. So in Stars, on the other end for Washington, your coaches teach you to double tap and play the whistle, but when the whistle came in, he still kept running to the hoop and put it back through anyways. I think that crossed the line into being a card. But the goal will be good for Washington. They lead 30-0. Both teams will be down a chaser.
And so far, a similar script, even though there were little small good things happening in the dodgeball game for the Raiders to start. Washington up big early, and Toronto's going to have to catch up pretty quick before things get a little bit dire here.
I'd like to have seen from Michael Wanless, who's in for the first time behind the hoops. He's a good off-ball mover, and let's see if Toronto can get him involved here. Vindua probing. Goes to Lamb off the bounce. She handles it.
Both players in the box are now released, and dodgeball control in hand. Oh, and Michael Wanless, perfect positioning for the rebound. Sure hands, puts it in. They are a rock star.
In the perfect spot where Vindua could take that as a shot, but when it missed, Wanless was there to field it and get the easy push through. So now it's 30-10. Toronto should be feeling a lot better, but
no dodgeballs on defense.
Washington. Gretzky's going to try to create space. Trudeau is just going to. Trudeau is brought down hard.
You do not see that very often, do you?
What a hit from Melchior, who's one of the few players who can rival Trudeau for size and makes a big, good fundamental rep. And Toronto's going to come up with a stop. What a hit! I think Trudeau thought that was a gimme, but Melchior let him know.
And Brian, a staple in the Guelph region up in Ontario, sound big hitter, sound tackler, and also a big body when they get momentum to drive. So let's say if the Raiders can use Brian the same way that Washington used Tyler, as if they can get off the ball and attack a rotating defense.
Going to go all the way across the Wanless. TJ Jennerett's there to meet. It's Zane Bila and Melissa Smith in the dodgeball game for Washington.
And we got Devin Dutt going in for a 1.5. Disrupts. There's no dodgeballs. Back to Sarah Dykstra from Waterloo. Sarah to Michael. Oh, just through the fingertips.
Wanless is going to be first to it, and he's going to manage to throw it no look.
Over the shoulder.
And now here comes another chance to drive. That beat was blocked. No, it was not blocked, and we might get another card for playing after the whistle.
And you know what? This is great officiating. They are on top of it early in the game. No nonsense that we're going to see when the game gets a little bit more tense later on. We're going to nip this in the bud right now.
Right. If a player, you get frustrated as a player if the ref starts calling it this way 15 minutes into the game. But if they're calling it 2 minutes into the game, everybody knows, everybody's on the same page,
Exactly.
and it's going to stop things like that from happening. So another good look for Toronto, but eventually Bile and Smith get dodgeballs back into play. Beat Caldas, who will now go to the box, and a chance to run in semi-transition for Washington. 2 dodgeballs back, but no chasers back for the Raiders.
Two of the vets here on the Raiders in the dodgeball game, Corey Smith and Devin Dutt. Let's see if they can shake things up here and be a little bit aggressive here and potentially get out of a little press situation. They both have big arms and are tall in stature. Let's see what they can make up happen.
John Gaffigan handling the ball. Goes to Jennerett behind. Jennerett fakes one, and that's the TJ Jennerett signature. Loose back in front, gets the defender to bite and hits that tough angle shot.
He gives them a little bit of a too small. Oh, wow.
Zane Bila will win bludger control as long as he can inbound this to Melissa Smith, which he does. And that's dodgeball control to the Admirals, who now lead 40-10. Wanless with the ball, sends it deep. Oh, TJ Generate with the swap, but that should be off Generate, so Toronto will get the inbound.
Yep, good call, good call.
Call this back to Wanless.
What a dodge!
Whiffs!
Oh.
But Toronto settles. They see those open hoops, and they're settling for those long shots because Washington's done a good job stealing off those hoops. When you see an open one, you get excited, but that time, too much juice and had a couple good passing options he could have gone to instead.
It's a little bit of a fear factor here. I know they've been stuffed here a little bit by the hoops, but at some point, you're going to have to get Washington Admirals in rotation and still attack it. Even though they've shown that they can tackle, you have to continuously see if they can prove it, even if they're pulling on rotation. Not driving into them if they're standing there looking at you, but off of tap beat, off of quad ball pass rotations, you still got to attack those hoops.
Right. Julia Bear is handling the ball now. Melissa Smith creating space for her, tapping out chasers. Now to Generette. Fresh off his first goal of the contest. Finds John Gaffigan on a beautiful cut. The Raiders completely lost track of him, and now it's 50-10. But here come the Raiders in transition.
Looking like a wide receiver, just finding the soft part of his own.
TJ Generate is hit by friendly fire, but eventually Melchior is beat on the other side.
We got a 2v2. Tyler Trudeau slows it down.
It was Diana Howard who made the good beat to stop that play.
I don't think the Raiders are paying attention with Julia Bear right there sneaking back, with Gaffigan also going back there.
Now across to Generette. Finds Julia Bear, puts it over her head, though. She was open, as you called out, but Generette just puts it a little over her head.
Still a 40-point differential, but from last game, this is the pace at which the Raiders would like the game to go a little bit. And they're having a little bit of success. Oh, we're going to get dodgeball control back in the hands of the Raiders due to a dodge by Corey Smithson.
Yeah, just Red Howard's beat dodge it. Here comes Wanless, whose pass cannot be handled, and Colin Bourne makes the beat and gets the stop. So it's David Littleton, Shane McConaughey, Jarek Knipple, and Rachel Hill in the game. This was the starting lineup in Game 1. Washington chose to shake things up a little bit here in Game 2, but they're back in now. And the pair of Bourne and Howard in their third MLQ season together and have grown stronger and stronger every year. Ball goes to Littleton behind. Cross to Knipple. Howard's just trying to make chaos. Knipple rips one, but it misses the hoop, and McConaughey's not going to be able to save it, so Toronto's going to come up with the stop there.
And watching the positioning here, we have Vindua probably going to get the quad ball right at near half court, with Devin Dutt flanking and Andrew Custer's behind him.
Just got to be careful because Colin Bourne is there with the only dodgeball for the Admirals, but if he can bait that throw and get it off to a teammate, it'll create a no dodgeball situation.
I think we're gonna get a pump fake throw here. Yeah, pump fake.
I'll let Bourne drop back, but now Bourne is beat. Diana Howard is able to catch it, and another long shot from the Raiders sails wide. And that's the only thing the Raiders seem to have in transition is going for those longer shots rather than trying to string multiple passes together.
For a higher percentage shot, exactly.
Yeah, I think they are,
it's a little bit angsty,
It's smart to not try to just one-on-one these excellent point defenders in Washington, but there's another option right besides those shots, and that's passing around, looking to set screens and things like that to create movement, get downhill, and then go for those shorter shots with momentum.
Exactly.
Knipple passes to Littleton. Back to McConaughey. Back to Littleton. To Heald.
Going upstairs.
Finds Knipple, and he rips one. That one, no doubt, through the hoop. That was fantastic passing. The Admirals swung, I think, 6 passes there before Knipple finally finds an open hoop to shoot on.
And not just 6, short, useless passes. It went from side, flipped the field behind, brought it back, drew out a beater. These are actionable passes. They're purposeful.
Right. So it's Colin Bourne and Diana Howard in the game. Diana Howard is the only dodgeball for Washington. Toronto is going to end up with dodgeball control. They might try to just run and take out Howard here and see if they can create another no dodgeball situation.
So
I'd be asking my chasers to do something besides shoot if I went to all that effort.
And I think to bring up, the beaters have shown up here for the Raiders. Control has feels like has been in their possession more so than not, even though it just traded right now. It's been in their possession more so than not
Oh, Howard stripped from behind. That would have been control to Washington, but a fantastic play from Smithson.
We're gonna need,
like you talked about.
Yeah, we're gonna need more. We're gonna need more production here from the quad ball players.
Pass is high. It's gonna be saved. No, it did roll over the line. That first yellow line is the out of bounds line, so Savannah Campbell not able to save at time. And I think the idea there was a pass to Custers, but way over his head.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing Toronto can clean up is just getting their passes on a zip, on a line, right to each other's chest, and that'll force the defense to rotate and make it so you don't have to go through these top-notch point defenders, but the passes have to be good, as we've discussed.
Yep, step one.
McConaughey to Littleton. Heald's crashing on the other side, but it's just going to go back to McConaughey. Heald is still wide open. Now Toronto finally realizes she's there.
And it's Wanless watching the back line. Savannah with the back line defense.
Heald draws the beat, gets it back to Knipple. Knipple shot is low, but McConaughey's going to save it, but he's eventually beat.
And another stop and a good play there by Toronto. Corey Smithson in the dodgeball game. We got a quick press here. Dangerous pass.
And scores. Wow. So I think Littleton might have missed an initial shot.
It looked wide. It looked wide.
Well, and he ran after his rebound, which is always the tell. That's not what you do if it went in. So I think there's going to be discussion here because at some point he got hit with the dodgeball too. So is the goal good? Did Littleton play after being beat? A lot to discuss for the referees here.
But again, to go back, that came up because of a poor pass turnover in the quad ball game when they were pressed. And the Raiders quad ball players have really got to get their heads on right.
Yeah, saw the beater bearing down and said, I'm just going to get rid of this ball without realizing that a Washington Admirals chaser was lurking in the area, which means you got to get that pass either zipped right to the chest or high enough to go over Littleton's head.
It's tough
that pass
passing across. You're passing across the field. It's kind of tough there.
And that pass was neither, right? It was low, not high, but it wasn't zipped. It just kind of hung in the air, and that's why Littleton was able to hawk it down. We're at the 12-minute mark in this contest, 70-10. I think Toronto can feel pretty decent about their defensive effort and about how their beaters have played, but they have to put balls through the hoop on the other end in order to actually have a chance of winning this game.
And the first step there is stringing quality passes.
So this is a very, very long discussion from the referees
The
here.
longest I've seen today?
Yeah, but now we're going to get the call.
And just like you said, when a player goes after their offensive rebound, clear tell that they did not score the bucket.
And then was beat before the smart putback. So Toronto will get the stop there. And so they escape unscathed from what was an unforced mistake.
We're going to get a race for this red dodgeball here between the Raiders. Yep, there we go. Maintain control.
Yeah, Dutt smartly read that and just headed it off before Howard could get cued and try to win control back for the Admirals there. So now a chance to work with control for the Raiders. Let's see if they can make something of it. Bourne goes for the tackle in the dodgeball game.
Devin's a big boy.
And Lamb sends it over Custer's head.
And that's just a tough turnover.
And I think they're so used to Washington having a lot of beater pressure that when Lamb saw one beater running at them, they send it back towards half court. But when Washington only has one beater and the one beater runs at you, send it deep instead. There's a lot of room back there for Sarah Dijkstra.
It's almost like a boxer there just seeing ghosts or a quarterback seeing ghosts. They're just getting rid of it early before understanding what's happening.
So Jared Knipple has the ball. He should get immediately beat by Devin Dutt, but he could also quickly pass to Littleton or just reset it, which looks like is going to be his choice. Yeah. Got to be careful you don't put it through your own hoop.
I had the same exact thought.
McConaughey gets saves against the other team and his own team there. You can see McConaughey's the one handling the ball, but Rachel Heald is quarterbacking this offense with her voice right now, telling the chasers where to go with the ball. Now she's cutting weak side. Nipples into the lane. Beat misses. Thinking poster, but he's deflected. Littleton with it now. Shoots it high. Washington will get another chance, though. They're the first to the loose ball.
Emma trying to get the Raiders' only dodgeball back into the play to Devin Dutt.
She does, so now it's going to be harder for Washington. A dodgeball's in the play, and a hoop is knocked down. Goes to Littleton. Across to McConaughey. Lamb is beat. McConaughey's got space now. Fakes, finds Littleton. Littleton goes for the jump shot, and that time it hits home. 70-10, Washington in the lead. Littleton beat from behind by Emma Sherwood just to give her chasers a little bit more room to work with.
Washington with control, setting up a little bit deep here with their own dodgeballs.
Yeah, it's the Australian pair we mentioned before of Nathan Morton and Nicola Gertler. Pass goes deep, and that is a nice pass. But Rachel Heald gets the strip, and he's beat, and chaos fighting for the loose ball. Header for Crystal Lecomte is letting it play through it. So here comes another shot attempt, and that one also no good, just rims out. So Toronto does a good job getting their own rebounds there and gets 2 shots, maybe not as close as you'd like, but 2 decent shots, but unfortunately neither of them hits home. Heald handling the ball now. Goes deep to Knipple. He's got a one-on-one matchup. He's going to go back to Heald off of a great wrap. Across to McConaughey. Now here comes McConaughey.
And
his shot is high.
Andrew Custers is tackling every single soul out here, and these are good tackles.
Fantastic physical.
I may get a disagreement here from Chris Lecomte from what I'm seeing, but it looks like he's making and finishing tackles. The ball is out, but the tackle's already there. Finishing tackle, letting go. I don't see a reason. It's just physical, right? It's contact sport.
So the legal contact penalty.
Oh, Alex Scherger. It must have been for when they were reaching for the ball there and got a little bit too much body.
Yeah. So the tackling from Custers, as we thought, was clean. It's on a different player. And that's tough on the Raiders. We talked about how good Washington's pass is. And that time, they stepped all the passes, made 2 good wraps, and forced Washington to a miss eventually. But the foul in the dodgeball game is going to negate all that hard work and put it back in Washington's hands.
Exactly.
And Toronto's going to use their timeout now. So what are we thinking the discussion is in the huddle for Toronto here in this timeout?
It's tough. Like, are we going to focus on what we're doing good, which is our dodgeballs are closing out and creating turnovers, and we're doing pretty solid defense. They're scoring at a less significant rate as it was in Game 1. Or do we really harp on what's not going well in offense? And the main thing you called out earlier with Vindua running up a little bit too high, they need to space the field a little bit better. And I think that's going to be the point I should bring up. Can we space the field and get passes to allow Washington defense to work a little bit harder? The only defenders that are working for Washington are their dodgeballs, because they're going to have to run around and try to gain control a little bit. And then sometimes they go out and press, but they really they didn't have that opportunity right now. But their quad ball defenders are just standing there waiting for the Raiders chasers to either run into them or just to watch an errant shot go over their head. So space out the field, and let's get some passes going around here.
Yeah, Toronto's attacking from the dead center every time, which is the spot of the field where every defense is designed to prevent someone from just walking down the middle of the field. If you hold in the middle of the field, the defense doesn't have to rotate. If Toronto can have someone behind the hoops not be in a dunking spot, but just back right near the boundary, get a pass to them, and actually force either a beater or chaser to step to you, that's going to open things up. It's going to force Washington to actually rotate, and off of that, maybe you can find a pass that instead of just you're passing a pass, you're making an incisive pass to someone cutting, and that collapses the rest of the defense.
Something we saw Andrew Custers in Game 1, we saw in like one possession, was we have him positioned behind or at hoop line and attack and beat that one-on-one that resulted in a pass to almost a goal in that first game. Maybe positioning him away from that top position because the ball seems to gravitate to go to him. Players trust him. How about moving him somewhere else and then having the play just start at a different part of the field?
Right. I think he's a top-notch driver, but he's going against some of the best point defenders in the sport. You put him behind a hoop defender who's tall and a good shot blocker, but maybe not quite as good of a tackler, is going to have to be the one to close out, or the beaters are going to have to come out of position to step to, and that opens up the passing game.
Exactly, and allows offensive rebounds on your own side to restart and then run multiple offenses off of rebounds.
Right, which is something Washington's gotten a ton of. Toronto should really try to take a page from their book there. McConaughey, I think, is just going to send it back to Heald and reset the offense here.
Or run back. Yep, there we go.
Heald to Knipple. One dodgeball still in the play for the Raiders. Back to Heald, to McConaughey. Back to Heald, to Littleton. Littleton gets through the contact and finishes the play. Great passing and a great 1.5 there from Nathan Morton, who just kept Toronto's beaters from having anything to do with that play.
It's the Australian bread and butter right there.
Right. 1.5 is one of the oldest offensive beater plays in the book, and sometimes when you go back to an old thing that you might not see in MLQ too much, it just, and a team doesn't spend time preparing for it because nobody does that anymore, and Morton's been very effective with that in this Toronto series. We'll have to see if that continues as the weekend goes on.
With how stout the Washington defense is, or offense is, in terms of getting big bodies and barreling through when they have to, but really their passing sets it up. It would be interesting to see if Morton's 1.5 becomes valuable in the sense that they're able to keep control away from other teams once they start advancing.
Right. Yeah, I think with Toronto, they feel good about how their beers are playing. Washington has a lot of beers are confident. But if they advance in this tournament, they have to play Austin, Boston, New York, Chicago. Do you go for the 1.5, which is a lower risk? Like you said, you have almost no chance of losing control because worst thing, your unarmed beater who's going for the tackle just gets beat, tags up, and your dodgeball's just weighing back in the hoops for you. It's a lower risk play. And Washington doesn't need that big of a window with how good they're passing.
And that's it. You're putting your trust in your own quad-ball players, which have shown that they're high class.
Right. And a big beat from Nicola Gertler is going to win the dodgeballs for her side. Morton's in the box, so Gertler is currently holding dodgeball control by herself.
Balling out.
And Littleton pokes the ball loose. Lamb is first to it, gets a pass off, but Gertler connects on the beat. Gertler holds control and gets a stop. Eventually, control's going to rebound to the Raiders, but Washington comes up with a stop there.
They should just press
Raiders
right now. Raiders should just press. There's no dodgeballs even near, and they recognize, Sugar recognizes it, flipping the field.
But someone needs to be there on Littleton, who loves that shot. And nobody picks up McConaughey the cut. He misses the shot by an inch. Saves it, though. And that's been the frustrating thing for Toronto's offensive rebound. Stars is going to go back to McConaughey. Big beat from Kretzky. McConaughey back to Julie Neutzel. Haven't seen her much in this contest. Very strong with the ball in her hand. Hit, but gets the pass off. And actually, the opponent came off Broom in the tackle attempt there. Now Stars to Littleton. This time a chaser steps aggressively to meet him. So he's going to send it all the way back up to Stars. Very patient, composed look from Washington here. Now to Neutzel. Rob Rice creating a lot of space for his chasers, but it's a big catch in the bludger game. Now Stars is going to shoot. It's going to get deflected, and Toronto can run here.
Okay, Brian has a chance to get another breakaway goal like game one.
He breaks Littleton. Stars is there. He is broken up. That time he was trying to get all the way to the hoop, but Stars smacked the ball out of his hand, it looked like. Stars is talking trash after that one, too. Doing the big emphatic no gesture either.
A little Dikembe Mutombo.
Right.
No.
At his own bench, so you can't get carded for it, but Melker was also in the firing line.
And you got to get those. Like, those are gimmies. Your beaters created that in the dodgeball game. You have to finish it. That's the story of the game.
Yes. Toronto's actually had more fast break opportunities than I think people might have predicted coming to this game. They just have finished exactly 0 of them. Stars slow and patient in the center. Going across to Neutzel. Let's see if she tries to shake the defender here or just go back around. Kretzky steps in. Now back to Stars. Press attempt from Toronto again. It's just Farnan behind the hoops. All the way up to Mulcahy, and now Rob Rice is back in the play with a dodgeball for the Admirals. Beat misses. That should be dodgeball control to the Admirals. Neutzel is beat. So it's a temporary no blooders, but the call from Washington is slow down. Even when there's temporarily no beats, Washington likes to have full strength all 6 players. Now a deep pass to Farnan. He's got space to shoot.
They're struggling to mark in these press opportunities.
And he finds Mulcahy off the cut, but it hits the rim and does not go in. We've seen 2 like that where Washington's passing got right to the rim and then the person just biffed it off the front.
And you got to think it's maybe just a complete surprise that they were able to get an open catch right in the middle of the field.
You practice the tough shot. Sometimes you don't practice the wide open 1-foot shot as much as you should.
We have Levi in the back here behind the hoops. Hopefully we can get the ball cycled that way.
Nice pass. Now it's going to go all the way behind. Farnan was not able to intercept it, but gets in and makes a huge wrap that is going to eventually lead to the stop for Washington. And that's great keeper play from Farnan. Tries to deflect the pass, not able to, but didn't sell out to deflect the pass, so he's either able to transition right away into just a good, solid wrap that brings Dykstra to the ground.
And that's a very important skill, protecting your hoops, especially as we see over the course of the remainder of this tournament. How you're able to, your closeout speed, your decision-making on going up for blocking a shot or finishing a wrap and seeing if you can cover both at the same time. The best defenders at the hoop, shout out here for John Jackson, one of their best skill sets, just swallowing up everything that they get near the hoops.
We're less than a minute away from the 20-minute mark, so I think Washington is trying to just kill as much clock as they can here. Stars goes across to Farnan, and yeah, Farnan pump fakes a couple times. Now goes for the long shot, but it's easily deflected by Melchior, and that's probably the least patient offense we've seen from Washington this whole game. There was no reason to do anything but just keep moving it around there, and so they go for the tough shot. But they're going to try to force a quick turnover with some aggressive tackling. Rob Rice beats out a beater. Now hits the chaser. No, they're calling him clear. Koretsky's beat connects, and Julie Newitz will be first to the ball, so Washington gets another stop. Big beat from Rice. All the dodgeballs on the ground. Here comes Newitz on the drive. Goes back out to Farnan. Farnan goes all the way over the top to Mulcahy. Shot deflected again by Melchior.
All over the hoops, Melchior.
That one, I think, Mulcahy was going for emphasis. He shot on the one hoop Melchior was standing on. All he did was fake at that hoop and just cut right back to the no hoop, but I think thought there might have been a little more beater pressure than there was. And so Toronto comes up with a stop. Only down 80-10 here at the 20-minute mark.
So we're back here where we were last time, and last time we asked, where do you send your resources?
Right.
Like, where are you going to deploy your dodgeballs? And last time they kept it in the quad ball game, did not help the secret game. And it resulted in Washington pulling late and Washington still dominating in the quad ball game as, even without their own bludgeon, as their own beaters chose to go to the snitch. So let's see if Toronto changes it up and prioritizes the flag runner.
Right, and this is a different flag runner, more sleight of build than what we saw in the first game. So Toronto might think they can throw all their resources at that and come up with a quick catch, which would be the start of the comeback. I think they can feel really good, as we've discussed all game, about how their defense looks. Melchior's had those couple huge shot blocks in the last couple minutes. They've had some great hits, but only 1 point on the board. They got to figure out a way to fix that and come up with a flag runner catch to get back in this game. The set score will be 140, so Washington would need 60 points via scoring the quad ball or catching the flag runner to win the game. Toronto would need 13, so they're down but not out, but they have to put more points on the board than the one goal they've managed these first 20 minutes.
We've seen Toronto in the first half of this game. Now, in the dodgeball game, able to maintain control for a significant amount, even though it has not resulted in goals. It'd be really interesting to see if that translates in the flag runner on pitch game, to see if they're still able to give their seekers a chance, as they did not have much in game one.
And if Washington feels the need to step over to flag runner as well, we saw Toronto look a little bit more effective offensively in flag runner and pitch with no dodgeballs in the play. Can they make that the case again in this game and string together a couple of goals? And just as importantly, a couple stops on the other side. I think the thing that bodes well for Toronto there is they've had a lot of no dodgeball stops in this game just because Washington's beaters have gotten the dodgeballs out of the play, but then the Toronto chasers have stepped up, made hits, blocked shots. If they can do that in SOP and actually put some points on the board on the other side, suddenly they're able to claw their way back into this game. And for Washington, not as many goals this game as the first one. The offense has looked a little stagnant at times, and for as good as their passing is, sometimes you'd like to see someone just step in and finish the play. Then other times when someone is trying to do it, it's the wrong read. So it's just mixing those two things together to actually come up with the finishing the play. Obviously, they're in command of this game, but I think they'd like to have more than 80 points on the board.
Yeah, you wanna keep stringing good game after good game after good game, especially with your opponents watching you over the course of the weekend.
Right, the Austin Outlaws and Boston Forge are both here, as they'll be playing right after this, and whoever wins that series would eventually face the winner of this series. So those teams are getting a chance to scout their potential opponents tomorrow right now.
And we have Matthew Bunn out first for the Toronto Raiders in the second game.
Ball goes all the way behind, now back up top, just over the hands, and it's another missed opportunity from Toronto. That was a good idea, I think, just not able to come up with the goal. Toronto's got a lot of time with the flag runner here. Generate hasn't been able to get anywhere near him, and we'll see if Bunn can make this count. Here comes Zane Bila. And now they're going to let Generate just get right to the flag runner, who's running around a lot. Toronto's content to drop their dodgeballs into the quad ball game, so it's going to be one-on-one time for Generate. Loses his broom, though.
Oh,
no,
caught it back.
Pass goes to Mulcahy. Toronto should be trying to press if they're going to commit their dodgeballs to the quad ball game, but it's going to be control to the Admirals off of that big tackle from Melissa Smith.
Veteran seeker from the Raiders getting in there, Corey Smithson.
Now all day for Generette. Farnan on the drive. Finds Mulcahy. Met by a big, big tackle from Andrew Custers. And eventually Toronto's going to come up with a stop. So that was step one for Toronto.
Custers subbed out, came back in, and has continued tackling everything that exists.
Generate knocks the snitch over, had a good look, the flag runner over, had a good look at it, but not able to get the tail. Big exchange of beats. So no dodgeball in the quad ball game for Washington. Winless is going to get all the hoop. It's going to get knocked out of his hands by Mulcahy, and just another great chaser stop from the Admirals. Big chance for Jenneret here in the flag runner game. Not quite able to get it. Subs being made in the chaser game for the Admirals. Dodgeball control is in the hands of the Admirals. Snitch, flag runner's down for just a moment. Here comes Mulcahy, bringing it down the left wing in the quad ball game. And we've got it. Jenneret got enough time, eventually comes up with the tail. We'll see if the officials call it good. I liked what we saw on that last offensive possession. The ball goes to Wanless behind the hoops, but just a little too high, and they're not able to bring it down. But if that pass is on target, like we talked about, a ton of space. I mean, before that, we saw Wanless almost get to the hoop. Brian Mulcahy is a tough person to finish over, so maybe you think going for the shot there. We've talked about Toronto shooting too much. That's those 7-8 yard shots. If you're 2 or 3 yards away from the hoop, and this team's been putting you in the dirt all weekend, that's a fine time to go for the shot. But
and you have to get your hand in position to get ready to shoot. So
the catch is called no good. Jenneret sent back to hoops, so that keeps Toronto alive in this contest. Their dodgeballs, though, are pinned in the quad ball game. And Jenneret will have a lot more time with the flag runner. Patient, composed offense from Washington. Here comes Trudeau on the drive. Spins. Hits the shot. That pushes the lead to 90-10.
Oh, almost a catch attempted. Almost a successful catch by Alexander Sugar.
And now it's a chance for Toronto to come to the tail. Almost does so. Tabletops the flag runner in the process, but Smithson almost came up with the grab there. Big, big tackle again from Mulcahy. Tyler Trudeau's first loose ball. Knocks over a player trying to make a tackle.
Corey clutched up with the catch. We don't know if it's good yet, but oohs and ahs from the crowd.
And that would be a big change in the momentum if Toronto, after Washington's catch is called no good, has theirs called good, which would put the game at 90-40, which suddenly feels a lot more manageable.
It'd be the first time. I think they scored that goal within the first 4 minutes of the match.
Yeah.
It's been a long time to see points. And
there
the catch is good by Corey Smithson.
So Smithson makes the biggest play of the series so far for the Toronto Raiders. Score is now 90-45. Washington should still feel fine. They need 5 goals to finish, and Toronto needs 10. But we'll see if this puts some pep in the step for the Raiders here. They have one dodgeball in the play, but Trudeau has a lot of good passing options here. Just got to find the right one. Slight delay as Brian Mulcahy gets to get his headband back. So Trudeau has the dodgeball right on him, but has Julia Rankin, Julia Bear, or Mulcahy as passing options, who are all behind all but one Toronto chaser. Here comes Trudeau. Goes for the long pass to Mulcahy. Touchdown.
Took the scenic route.
That makes it 100-45 in favor of the Washington Admirals. And the dodgeball rolled so far off the boundary that we're going to get a stoppage here.
No, I think they're deliberating a call. The Raiders bench is celebrating, but I'm unsure what the...
Oh, it's on Toronto. That might have been a throw in their arms up of frustration, not celebration from Toronto. Hard to tell from this far away.
29 seems to be Brittany Kahane.
So she should be released right away because of the goal, I think.
Or depends on when it happened, yeah.
It doesn't look like she's moving towards the box.
Okay, there we go. Confirmation. It happened after. It happened after the goal.
So she is in the box, and Toronto will be down a player and a beater, which is especially deadly because now Washington only has one opposing beater to worry about, and then they can go on the press, which is their favorite thing to do. And here comes Bourne right away to try to make it happen. Ball goes down. Here comes Howard. Nice pass into the middle, though, and it's another long shot from Toronto. Not able to go through. Did find an open hoot there, but would have liked to see, obviously, the beater bearing down. Vindua tried to at least get through Rankin and get a step or two closer on that shot.
The most comfortable they've been against the press.
Yes.
Able to pass it through, find an open person in the middle of the field. But, yeah, 100% agreement. There's still an opportunity to get a higher percentage shot, even in that instance.
Kahane is back out from the box, so full strength to the Raiders. Tyler Trudeau is clear. That was Bourne's beat that hit him. Julia Bear fakes. And now there's a beater down. She sees a hoop to Sean or a pass to Brian Mulcahy. Even
And
better.
what a great pass. It wasn't to a stationary receiver. It was leading.
Yeah, a fantastic cut from Mulcahy, a great pass from Bear, and that puts Washington up 110 to 45. 3 more needed for the Admirals to finish this off. It would need 10 goals from Toronto for them to come out on top. Here comes Bourne right away. Big budger play. Pass is going to get easily eaten up by John Gaffigan, but he's going to fumble it. Trudeau's eventually going to come out with it, and he is the keeper, so that'll be a stop for Washington.
We're going to get an opportunity to run out here from the Washington Admiral. Oh.
Hit by his own chaser, but gets the pass off to Gaffigan. One beater back in for the Raiders. Gaffigan goes shot on a wide open hoop and hits it. The Toronto Chasers, I think, were a bit out of sorts, discombobulated, not sure who was supposed to be standing where, and Gaffigan saw an open hoop and took it.
Okay, Savannah Campbell just looking. Good screen attempt by
Oh, but
Scott.
beat by Rob Rice. Fantastic. Excuse me, Colin Bourne. Fantastic beat from Bourne there. And now Julia Bear is going to try to push the pace.
Already have a player leaking down the field.
Lilton's deep behind. Bear handling the ball with McConaughey and Gaffigan flanking her. So all 4 of these players are pretty good shooters. So Washington can move the ball to wherever they feel, and they'll be able to find a good play. Bourne makes the beat. Now the pass out to McConaughey. Back to Julia Bear. Beat is made.
Open hoop.
Bear finds Gaffigan. Gaffigan goes
Oh.
for one extra pass. McConaughey is beat. Oh, extracurriculars.
And that was a flop. That good no call by the
It's
referee.
going to be a turnover to Toronto. Shane McConaughey accidentally caught the beat from Sugar there, so eventually, because that stopped Sugar from picking the ball but beating someone else, it's going to be a turnover. And then, as you mentioned, Sugar and McConaughey collided, but the referees aren't buying it.
No nonsense ref crew right here.
So a good chance for Toronto now, but immediately Washington should have won dodgeball control off that exchange, and that's going to make it harder.
In a press situation, yep, turnover. And Toronto's only dodgeballs.
Relayed back towards the hoops, but Sugar's subbing, so no one's really there to pick it up. No, he's going to win the foot race with Bourne at least, but here comes McConaughey. Gets right to the hoop and finishes. Big goal from the Admirals. Big celebration from Shane Moneybags McConaughey doing his signature dollar celebration there.
Is it the Johnny Manziel?
That's right. Now Toronto in transition, trying to answer. Heeled beat into the lane.
That's
that
a goal.
hits the hoop and rims in, so finally some luck on the shots from Toronto.
And they got deeper in for that shot. They're right on the keeper line.
Used their beaters to tap out that initial defender and got pretty far into the lane, and you're always going to have a better chance of hitting those shots the closer you are.
And a goal scorer there, Matthew Bunn, or as we call him, Bunny.
Morton back in the game along with Gertler. Ball's going to go over to Heald. Heald sends it all the way down to Littleton. Here comes Toronto, but it's going to go right back to Heald. Big tackle from Morton. And we're going to have some discussion about the play back there. So Morton on that tackle is going to get flagged for contact from behind. So this is a quad ball turnover, and this should be a very, very good chance for Toronto. The third dodgeball is on the ground off to the side here. Toronto has 2 dodgeballs in hand.
And only one. They have Rachel Heald, who is parallel to Savannah, and the keeper right in front only.
But Dutt can come over and then just try to beat McConaughey out, and then it's just a foot race.
And
That's
he
what he does.
And if he does.
And she's winning the foot race. She should get there. Gaffigan gets there and manages to hit it from behind. Her shot goes high. What effort from John Gaffigan on that play.
You'd love to see hustle.
Gaffigan was way behind that play to start, and he got there just in time to get his hand on the ball.
And to not make illegal contact from behind, make sure
Right.
to play the ball only.
Yeah, that's high-level stuff there. So Toronto will hold on to dodgeball control. We'll see if they can turn this into another press opportunity with Morton still in the box. Gertler's beat. This should be a press chance for Toronto, but the ball gets to Gaffigan, and he might get to the hoop before Toronto can stop
Oh,
him.
this should be a successful beat. Yeah,
Big
it is.
stop, and now here come the Raiders.
No
again in
dodgeballs. All
transition.
dodgeballs on the ground. Devin Dutt just making
McConaughey
a
and Nipple
lane.
run into each other. That shot sinks home.
The second one in a row for Matthew Bunn as he's getting room service express by Devin Dunn and Corey Smithson.
Yeah, and that's fantastic from the Raiders beaters, just taking out the beaters and a bunch of Washington chasers, so he's able to get all the way in and hit a much more makeable shot. That makes it 135 to 60 in favor of the Admirals.
Sorry, 130-65.
130-65, excuse me. So the Admirals need just the one goal to finish this. But it's been several possessions without a goal here. Toronto should feel pleased with their defense. Big beat on Morton. This could be another press chance, but McConaughey's going to go to Jennerat, and Jennerat is thinking game. But Heald can't handle the pass. No, the shot was good from Jennerat, and that is the game for the Washington Admirals.
A good fight at the very end there with this beater crew here, Devin and Corey. And Bunny coming on, putting in 2 late goals. Good effort, good season for the Raiders. Tough here, matched up with a very solid team in the Admirals who look like they have a real shot here at the championship going forward.
Yeah, a lot to build on next season for the Raiders. Highest divisional finish in franchise history. And Washington, very business-like performance, easy 2-game sweep. They can relax the rest of the day. They are through to the semifinals tomorrow where they'll play the winner of the Austin-Boston series. Farthest they've ever advanced, but they're going to want more. They're going to win that semifinal series, win the finals, and lift the Benefit Cup. And at their best in this Toronto series, they've looked like a team absolutely capable of doing that. We'll be back in just a few minutes for Game 2 of that mentioned Austin Outlaws Boston Forge series. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Des Moines, Iowa, here at the Rec Park Stadium. My name is Reed Marchman. I'm joined by Ben Mertens. We've got Game 2 of the Boston-Austin series. We just watched Washington punch their ticket to the semifinals. New York doing the same, Chicago, doing the same on the other pitch. Right now, New York and Minneapolis playing their second game on pitch 2, but it was all Austin in the first 10 minutes of regulation last game. It was Boston screaming back in the final 10 minutes of regulation in that first game, but Austin just built too much of a lead. And now we're looking for Boston to keep that momentum going that they had in the second half and build on that as they hopefully can disrupt Austin in some of their rhythm.
And a change of plans already for Boston. Aaron McCready and Fiona Weishart are back as the starters after they did not start the last game. This is the starting lineup Boston used early in the play-in bracket. They're back to it now for Game 2 of this series. And it pays off because Weishart and McCready are going to come up with dodgeball control.
Yeah, and Olazaba does get quad ball control as
in the
well.
Hands of Skura now, yep.
Mayer back to Skura, but Monroe picks it off, staring down the barrel of the beater. One to beat and deflects it. Barely in front of the foot. No, they're calling it a deflection into his own foot there. I thought it was close, but I wasn't sure.
So a bad mistake by Boston to turn the ball over, but they come out of it unscathed due to some good defense from Leanne Dillman.
Honestly, maybe a little bit of bait to get Monroe to cross mid-pitch and be committed to the offensive possession rather than stepping back and giving the offense a time to step into the play as well. Dodges the beat, but also has to dodge the quad ball. Did the dodgeball hit the quad ball on the way?
It might have, and that's why it knocked out of bounds. Yeah, Doyle either way not able to field the quad ball because he was attempting to and succeeding in dodging the beat, but missed the quad ball too. So two kind of unforced turnovers early from Boston, but they hold on to dodgeball control, and we'll see if they can turn that into something here.
Not able to get your cake and eat it too, right? Monroe with the quad ball, looking to slow it down, get dodgeball possession on the side of Austin, on the side of Austin.
And a slight change in the Austin starting lineup, too, with Casey Beavers in the place of Mel Kite, who started Game 1.
Johnson calling his own beat no good. Now, dodgeball control. It's going to be a race for it. Josh Johnson now having to beat a play. Does not get through the contact. Boston showing up big.
Huge hit from Zach Doyle there. Josh Johnson is a big guy, hard to bring down, but Doyle's big, too.
Has been so sure-footed. Big score, especially in those first 10 minutes whenever Austin jumped out to that 100-10 lead. Now, if they can answer Josh Johnson, that's going to be 40 of those points right away.
But that makes it 3 unforced turnovers from Washington. At that time, there was some beater from Boston. There was some beater pressure in the play, but the pass to Skura not on target, and it's read well by Casey Beavers, who gets the stop. So a tight one early, 0-0. Both teams not really able to get into their offense.
Substitutions into the beater game as well.
Daniel Williams furious that Kieran Collier ended up with a dodgeball.
Yeah, now the work's cut out for them. Boston so much more confident with the dodgeballs in hand. Easy to say, but a different thing to actually deliver on these plays, especially whenever you've got Josh Johnson with so much momentum straight through the middle hoop.
But beat before by Leanne Dillman. And now she beats Monroe, and now the Forge can push. Daniel Williams is back, but Jackson Johnson is there. The ball gets ahead to Skura, and it's going to be a turnover.
Yeah, beat before the release. Skura recognizes that, doesn't want to interfere. Johnson driving through the contact, loving this here. Gets the screen, takes the shot, no problem, feeling himself, and I can't blame him.
JJ was, I think, playing a little angry after those first 2 plays that he thought he should have had. That time, no doubt, gets to the contact, knocks Doyle to the ground in the process, and sinks the very short-range shot.
Pretty even-keeled for the most part, but yeah, obviously the emotions coming out in the play. Nothing auxiliary, just strong effort on the offensive end.
Oh, yeah, channeled it positively. Daleman and Williams are going to exchange, so now it's a no dodgeball chance for the Outlaws. Collier's beat, too.
Josh Johnson, thanks to Jackson Johnson clearing the lane.
But what a group effort from Boston.
Yeah, Josh Johnson looking for the call, does not get it. Head ref Chris Lecomte favoring the Boston side there on the gang tackle.
Olazaba and Athena Mayer, total group effort to bring down Josh Johnson. Neither of them might have been able to do it alone, but together they were able to pull him down the ground and pin his arm so he can't even get a pass off.
Very little passing on the offensive end. It's been Josh Johnson driving on their successful offensive efforts, but Boston meeting him.
Evelyn and Zhu in now. Forge's preferred #1 beating pair. They've used their depth, but they want Haviland and Zhu out there for a lot of the minutes.
And that's one of the reasons why they clawed back. They scored 4-1 whenever they were in on their first shift in game 1. Looking to replicate that. Big pass towards the backside, does not have an angle. Back to Skura, shielded by Zhu. Skura looking to get towards that keeper zone line. Find a shot opportunity, maybe? No. Backboard is there. Olazarba does not reel it in before getting beat. Austin's going to come away with the ball. Monroe going to the left side.
That's more like it from Boston in the half court. They aren't able to hit the shot. They're very composed, moving the ball around, using their beaters to try to create space. And then Skura just misses the shot, but it's a good shot. Boston will take those.
5 minutes elapsed. It was their best offensive possession, I think, thus far. They did what they needed to do. It was controlled and paced.
Oh, but what a play from Taylor Tracy. Wins control and dodges Zhu's beat.
Josh Johnson has no problem this time. The pass to...
Oh, Boston, I think, is understandably upset because Tracy was eventually called beat, but because of the chaos created, there was no dodgeball play for Boston. And Max Haviland is pretty upset that didn't result in the goal being negated.
Yeah, if the correct call, just coming a bit too late for Boston to utilize that advantage.
Right, so Boston will get dodgeball control back, all that, but the goal is going to stand.
Pressuring the offense. Skura to the outside. Greg Bento. Bento shot. Anytime I see that ball deflect down, it's a good possibility. It's good this time. It goes outside. Esparza is going to strip from the backside, though.
Yeah, and Athena Manor initially gets Esparza off her with a fantastic spin move, but I think just needs to get rid of the ball a little quicker because even though now he's behind her, Esparza is very fast and able to catch up to the play.
Quarterback in the pocket, you have to understand, right? Sure, you slip past the defensive end, but they're still coming. Monroe to the outside. Irwin with the ball. Tracy, the dodgeball carrier for the Austin Outlaws. Needs to coordinate here. Kaiser pulls in the beater partner. Haviland and Zhu so passive on the defensive end. Now Haviland steps out. Esparza saves it. It's going to be a trade. Haviland catches, unloads, and is going to knock out Esparza. Irwin's got to hold possession here. Polzer gets it as well. All right, just delaying the offensive possession to make sure they've got enough on defense. The shot, we'll call it there. But now Tracy's too far. Skura using the screen, gets the pass. One hand, no good. Tough pass, I'm going to be honest, but it's something that we've seen Doyle come down with before.
Yeah, and Casey Irwin was the difference there. She wasn't able to, body Doyle entirely, but her body was in there too. She got an arm on it too, and Doyle not able to come down with it. Giving up a lot of size in that matchup, Casey Irwin is, but that she proved right there that size doesn't always matter.
It's bailed out on the possession, though. No dodgeballs back. Skura, one of the most dangerous ball carriers in the game.
Yeah, but unable to shake Augie Monroe.
Great catch by Tracy. Now they're pressuring Zhu beat. Tracy gets another one, has to toss back in order to keep it, and the press is there. Sanchez has to get it to the backside. The shot opportunity back to Miguel Esparza now. Austin maintaining control in the face of the press. One of the better breaks of that press that we've seen thus far.
Well, that's the most frustrating thing about playing the Outlaws. You can sure near their good defensive possession, and they're so often able to pass around against Irwin. But that time, a completely unforced mistake. Casey Irwin wasn't ready for the pass. And there's another chance here for Boston to run.
Deep pass down the backside. Sets up. Sanchez on defense. Esparza on the opposite end. Haviland misses the beat, but it's enough room.
Wow.
Yeah, strong move, confident move. Driving through the defense there, Peter Lawrence.
Peter Lawrence catches that behind. They bring it all the way back up. You're thinking that they're doing it to reset the play. They're using that to build up the momentum so they can get a nice head of steam, get downhill, and get all the way to the hoop for a big, big goal to put Boston on the board.
You're absolutely right. It really was just a runway
right
for Lawrence there. And I'm not talking about the Aviators. Sanchez. Skipping on the left side, driving to the right. One dodgeball to beat. Haviland's got it. Haviland's beat, though. Sanchez has an opportunity, driving in, sinking the defense, finds Esparza on the left side on the wraparound. and gets the goal.
Sanchez so hard to guard that Greg Bento lost his broom in the process of trying to guard him one-on-one there, and that eventually leads to Sanchez getting into the lane with some help from his beaters and finding Esparza for that nice finish.
I only laugh because it's relatable, you know?
Yeah, we talk about broken ankles. In quad ball, it's more likely you're going to lose your broom.
Bento out to Lawrence at the top there. Driving to the right side towards the back of the hoops. Gets the pass to the front. Shot's not quite there. Smart play. We see so many times that shot going straight into the hands of the defense. Now Bento finding an opportunity themselves. It pays off.
Greg Bento, and you're exactly right. Sierra Dog didn't force it, didn't take the okay shot, looked for the better shot, and Bento gets all the way downhill. It's 30-20. Boston has to feel way better about this game than they did about game one. And we might see another high press right here.
You mentioned keep it within 2 if you're Boston in regulation. If you're within 2, that's a win.
Right.
After that first game, so far, it's working.
On a much slower pace of play, which I think favors Boston a lot in this
Absolutely.
matchup.
Absolutely. And look
Havlin
at this.
dominating.
Yeah, another opportunity, but it gives the backside open for Esparza. I believe it's going to be no good on the call.
The goal was called good, so Esparza goes good, but Havlin is keeping all the dodgeballs out of the play. It's going to be a very long no beats. We'll see if Boston can get through it because now Havlin and Zhu are so far out of the play.
Look at Bento setting the pick. There it is,
That's
Lawrence.
what we talked about. Set those screens in
Beautiful.
transition. Peter Lawrence lets Michael Parada know about it after the dunk, too.
Oh, man. This rivalry is the most storied here at MLQ Champs, and no more evident than after that goal by Lawrence.
We got a blue card for something that appears to have been negated by the goal. Jackson Johnson's upset about something in the dodgeball game, but Havlin and Zhu just completely are dominating the dodgeball game. Okay, so it's Lawrence going to the box, I think, possibly for the stare down at Parada after the goal.
The too small.
So that's an unforced one from Boston there, but they do come up with the goal, which is huge in transition. Finally able to punch one home in transition.
10 minutes have elapsed.
We talked about pace of play. We're already halfway through this game. It was 10-1 at this point in game one. It's 40-30 in game two.
Tripled your output, more than halved the opponents.
Right, can't ask for
how
much
do you
more.
how do you beat that? You know, that's improvement. We went from brittle to strong on the side of the forge here, keeping this one close. Sanchez with possession, now to the backside. The aforementioned too small Parada. And Lawrence in the box having to look on longingly as his defense, or as their defense tries to stifle some sort of possession, unable to do so, giving up the goal, 30-50.
That time Boston gets a little too sucked into the dodgeball game and loses Michael Parada behind the hoops, and he's able to win the one-on-one. That's a veteran player back there.
Passing back. Florence after I don't know about a well-deserved break in a positive way, but a deserved break maybe in the eyes of head ref Chris Lecomte. And Bento on the front side. B going through. No, it's a trade. Johnson going to get beat as well. Small opportunity, but Lawrence wants to take their time. Now the shot, no good. Getting pressured there. The Outlaws coming in. It felt like that beat came in from the sideline. Zhu going to take one as well.
Zhu was so good at keeping Johnson and Casey Beavers off of her for most of that possession. Finally, Johnson able to win it back, and Boston unfortunately doesn't come up with the goal either.
Honestly, I think it's Zhu just kind of slipping on the turf a little bit, unable to get a possession or unable to get a catch opportunity. That's what she was looking for. So close. It didn't follow through. I think no contact made. Just going to be a back to hoops. Yep.
Prada's going to meet Bento right at the line, but Bento's going to juke around it. Beat, though.
Okay, backside's open. Shot, though. I don't hate it. You've crossed mid-pitch. You don't really have any other players in range, so you just take the Hail Mary and get back on defense.
His options were rip it or try to send it across the Delk where it might have got intercepted, and then Austin's running the other way. This way, look how far Yada had to run to pick up that ball. They got to bring it all the way up the field now. You can set up your defense.
Yeah, we hit the Beyblade approach and just let it rip. Get back on D. Save the possession. Esparza on offense, the Outlaws with dodgeball control. It's been flipped back and forth.
Yeah, Havlin and Zhu out now, so we'll see if this pair of Johnson and Beavers, we don't see a ton. Casey Beavers have played both Chaser and Beater this season. We'll see what they can do as a pair.
Axtell stepping in for the first time this game. big minutes in the first one. This time, Parada able to go up top over the defense of the Forge.
Parada gets Lawrence back for the poster.
Yeah.
Wisely does not repeat the taunt and avoids the blue card for himself there,
I think
but
the
that has to feel good.
Game speaks for itself. I think Parada would agree with that after that play.
And dodgeball control to the Outlaws. We'll see what the Forge can do without Haviland and Zhu in the game. Obviously, McCready and Montero, a very experienced pair in their own right.
Delk driving to the right towards the backside of the hoops, but I mean, just when you've got a beater on the backside with a dodgeball, it's tough to make that pass whenever you're passing closer to the defense than you are. Miguel to the backside. Esparza
Not this
Parada.
time for Parada.
Yeah, wrapped up, brought down. It's tough to beat the defense twice whenever it's the same play. They know it's coming and a lot quicker to react.
And I would have liked to see Esparza. Like, he saw that Parada had a lot of space back there, and that's why I went for it. But if he takes one or two more steps, then those hoops chasers can't fall on you like that because they have to respect Esparza's shot, and it's an easier goal, or maybe Esparza can score himself. Trying to be selfless there, but I'd like to see him take all the space first, then hit his teammate.
Yeah, it's the adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It broke on that possession. It needs a fix, right? As far as I'm sure we see that play a third time, it definitely unfolds a little differently. Step one, fine. Step two, that's where we see the deviation. And I think you're right. Plant a foot in the ground, get back in front of the hoop, see if you can find something open, and then look for that pass.
That high-level quad ball, just like any other sport, isn't just about athleticism. It turns into a chess match at this high level.
Absolutely.
And the Forge had seen that play with Yada scoring the first time. They defended it much better the second time. Now we'll see what the Outlaws try to counter the counter with.
And who more familiar than these two teams?
Right.
It's not knowing tendencies. It's played through the tendencies and developed new ones. Boston shot, no good. Another kind of Hail Mary, stall the possession. They do have dodgeball control.
And we'll see if this makes their defense easier to run. Doing a good job keeping Austin out of transition. I think that's why this game is so much closer.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great call. I hadn't even thought about it, honestly. It's all half pitch. The only fast breaks we've seen have actually been for Boston. Monroe to Johnson. I mean, it works so well on their first shift. They're right back at it as if they never left.
Yeah. And that's like a shot from Johnson, but it's a shot with such a head of steam, and he's able to put the ball exactly where he wants that even though it's a shot on the hoop that's being defended, he's able to put it in anyways. When we think about great shooters, we think about from range. Johnson is a great short-range shooter. He gets into the lane, and then he puts the ball in the one spot where the hoops defender can't block it.
Montero, the lone beater with the dodgeball, gets the trade, but it's not favorable. Williams going to be able to pressure. Skura backed into the corner. Dodges one.
Here's Skura's
The
chance.
other one's on the ground. Has to get something here. No, wrapped
What a
up.
play by
Williams is
Irwin.
going to be able to get the play. Yes, knocked out for Skura. I think Skura didn't feel the first beat if it did make contact. Can't blame him. Getting spun around by Irwin there, you don't know what's body and what's ball.
Yeah, I think that was so quick after the contact that this shouldn't be a card. It should just be a turnover to Austin. But fantastic defense from Casey Irwin. We talked in the first game, too, about great at wrapping, but nobody's better about getting the wrap and then getting the arm right on the ball, too, so that Skura had nowhere to go with it.
Yeah, it's weird to call it a like tackling mechanics after the initial contact is made, but it's absolutely right, and never more evident than in like two-arm tackling that we see nowadays. So
yeah, so it's going to be no card, but Skura will be off from. Monroe will have the ball.
But with bulletproof vest comes armor-piercing rounds. It's the offense or offensive players learning to ball switch a lot more. It's very rare that you see a ball carrier who cannot utilize that kind of play to keep things on the offensive end, at least within your possession. You can get the pass out. Monroe stepping to the left. Little pump fake to make the defense respect it. Johnson, there's that ball switch. Does get it back into the shot arm, but it does sink too low.
And Harry Greenhouse defends that well. He's given up a lot of size, height-wise, in the matchup, but able to keep right on the hip of Johnson and force him to at least shoot through contact, and that's why the shot goes low.
Skura with the quad ball. At the top of the key, passes to Greenhouse. They do have dodgeball control here, but they're pretty passive offensively with it, at least in the game that we've seen thus far.
Right. Either they have to ask the beaters to try to create something, or someone has to actually be willing to test Andrew Axtell, which no one is interested in doing
Collier
so far.
now finding this opportunity to go. Does avoid the contact. Williams having to find that dodgeball back. The shot.
There.
No good. Outside of the hoop. It's going to be rebounded, but Austin comes away with the turnover on Boston's best opportunity in the last 3 minutes.
Skura so hard to guard because Johnson puts the clamps on him horizontally. He's not able to really create any space, and then he gets a great shot off anyways that doesn't go through. So unfortunate with the result there, but that's what Ian Skura brings to the table.
And unfortunately for Bertram on the backside, it bounces off that hoop and makes it so difficult to read the ball.
Right. Easier if it was a clean miss to field.
Yeah. All right, pressure from Boston. Sanchez to Monroe. Sanchez gets knocked out. One less offensive player. Monroe does deflect that one. Takes another one. Johnson, you cannot commit 2 beaters to one player whenever you've got all of the other ones here on Austin's, especially somebody like Johnson who's lit up the scoreboard thus far. 5 goals?
Yeah,
maybe
since
at this point?
Both of his shifts, Austin's game plan has just been draw the beater out of the play, then give JJ the ball, and we'll probably score. And he's mostly proven them right.
And honestly there, though, credit going to Monroe. Deflecting the first bludger or dodgeball and then forcing the second one out of the defense. Really, really checkmating here.
Still dodgeball control with the Forge, but they're going to have to do something with it, or now Axel's out. Someone has to test Luis Sanchez. Here comes Bertram. This might be a mistake from the Outlaws to give her that much space.
Doyle on the backside takes the shot, but the rebound is there. Skura looking for Doyle to be the rebound themselves, but it gets knocked out. Skura goes to the backside, tries to find the short hoop. Doesn't go through. I didn't think so either. I think the hoop going down with it means the ball never fully crossed.
That was a mistake from Austin to try to run in that situation, though.
Absolutely. On 2 dodgeballs. It's a rookie mistake from veteran Monroe. Greenhouse going the other way. This shot is good, and he's fired up, getting the sidelines.
Huge goal from the Forge. After that initial start, it kind of been all Austin for a bit here. That Harry Greenhouse vintage bullet shot in transition past the outstretched arm of Monroe puts them back on the board, 80-40.
And then we somehow see him pick up a second gear, running back down the pitch and pump
use as much energy on the celebration as the goal, I think.
Hey, but, I mean, when you score, that energy pours right back into you. And honestly just fuels the sideline as well. So love to see it. Sanchez now finding the opportunity, says what you can do, I can do better.
And that's tough. Collier and Dillman committed hard to Austin's beaters trying to create a press situation, and they needed their chasers to just come up with a stop there. And no one ever gets a hand on Sanchez, and that hoop was just sitting open.
You know Sanchez was going for that hoop the whole way. Starts the steps left, immediately plants goes right. 2 steps later, the ball's already through the hoops.
Right, all the path of the hoop is all about just pulling Skura a little bit off to the side to keep that hoop open, and then he finds the shot.
All right, Skura looking to reverse field. Hands it off to Greenhouse. Greenhouse finds a shot as well.
Greenhouse is heating up. And we're seeing Boston do a little of what Austin does, where Monroe and Johnson are both so deadly that if you have them both up top, it's hard to guard. They're doing the same idea with Greenhouse and Skura. They can both hit the shot on that medium hoop. Point defender can only guard one of them if they overlap like that.
Looks like they're calling, or at least discussing.
There's going to be a card on Casey Beavers for an illegal tackle in the dodgeball game.
If that comes after the goal as well,
then it's suddenly a press chance for Boston.
Yeah.
It's going to turn right back over to Morgan Bertram. So because the penalty happened after the goal, it's an immediate quad ball turnover.
And they possessed the quad ball before the card.
Dillman and Collier clear out Tracy.
Collier looking to make some room.
There it is for Skura.
Another long-range shot for the Forge. Getting this to they were down, it was 4-9, I think at that point, 40-90, now 2 unanswered
Very
goals.
Quick turn.
It was Josh Johnson building that lead for the Outlaws. Now the Forge screaming back on 2 straight greenhouse goals, followed by a Skura goal shortly after.
And we've talked about how important Haviland is to this game. Boston goes positive with Haviland on the bench there, which is huge for how this game is going to turn out because he's back in now with Leanne Dillman this time.
Dream scenario. Edging closer to the end of regulation. Shot? Are you kidding me?
And there's just a perfect timing play. Kaiser Polson is there, taps out the chaser, staying in that hoop. The ball goes to JJ exactly as the beat's being made, and JJ just sinks the shot.
And this is Boston. Austin punishing Boston for the positional play of their beaters. They're playing more of a stacked beater play where you've got one in the front, one in the back, given how strong Austin's been with that passing attack towards the backside. The only problem, you lose that side influence, and it means that your side chasers can get beat and open up those shots for Austin. Sanchez has shown proficiency there. Obviously, Johnson with 5 or 6 goals here in this game out of the 10 is going to be proficient in. It's a give and take for Boston, and Austin's recognizing that and taking it as well.
And great players make the hard stuff look easy. Go test that out with your local college team. That is a hard play to get the timing right, or a beater taps out a chaser right as you get the ball to your chaser can shoot. But Austin makes it look easy. Clinical. Polson makes the beat at the exact second the ball goes to Johnson, and he shoots before anyone on the Forge can react.
Yeah, we can't state enough how small the margin of error is. If you're going to be any team here in the quarterfinals, you're going to have to make shots like that. If you're going to be any team here as an underdog, you're going to have to make every shot like that. And when Austin's having them fall like this, it is a tall order. Boston, though, showing up better than they did in game 1. A little more momentum. You mentioned it. Positive with Haviland and Ju off the field. Now that they're going to be coming in closer to the end of regulation, if they can control the dodgeball game and get to a manageable point with flag runner on pitch, grab a catch, see what you can do.
Right. They might have been even now that I think about it. I don't have the stats exactly in front of me, but Boston, the point is, put up like a very good effort with Haviland and Ju out of the game, getting those big, big goals from Harry Greenhouse as well as Ian Skura. So 100-60 now. Flag runners out. A Forge have to feel pretty decent about this, right? Down 40. If you come up with the flag, now you're only down 1. You're right in the game, but you're going to have to come up with the flag. And again, Austin is putting in Cameron Castle at start, who we saw exclusively defensive seek in that first game just to try to keep the Forge away. So it looks like Austin might try to win by running up the score in the quad ball game. But the Forge have been much stronger in the quad ball game in this game than they were in game 1. So we'll see if they can make Austin pay for that strategy a bit.
And the Forge have dodgeball control. That means that there is going to be some time, some alone time with this flag runner play. They've got quad ball control as well. Jackson Johnson, the lone
But if he does this, Boston should just be trying to get down the field and come up with quad ball points then.
Looks like they opt for that kind of play as well. Johnson now having to sink back, and now Ju. Look at this give and take out of the beater game. Lone time here, almost a catch under. I got to look at the quad ball game now.
Ooh.
Pass it. Potential shot?
Yeah, I think that.
I didn't see.
I think that was a shot attempt for Lawrence. It actually almost went in, and it was pretty far out, I think, in the face of some beater pressure, but that was pretty close to going in.
I didn't see any contact, especially with the beater play, chaser play, obviously, after a shot like that. The only thing I can think of would be some sort of beater interference. Interpositional contact.
Oh, so Castella, the seeker for Austin, interfered in the play somehow. So she's in the box. And that should turn that quad ball right back over to Carson Olazaba, that close to the hoop. That's a big break for Boston if Olazaba's going to get the ball right there because of a seeker penalty.
Yeah, Olazaba looking for the shot, does have Delk as well.
Easy.
Gets the shot.
And meets Sanchez immediately.
You love to see it, never shying away from that kind of contact. Sanchez, high arcing pass to the backside. Slips one tackle, though Monroe dodges the beat as well. Gets wrapped up and brought down. The pass, though, is clean. Melkite on the backside. Wrapped up as well.
Tracy slammed down by Olazaba.
Excuse me, thank you. I am cursed, I think, of claiming Melkite as somebody different and then overcompensating at this point. Now everybody's Melkite.
So Boston's within 3 now, so a catch would put this into a tie game, and we saw Middle come very close to coming up with the catch earlier.
70 to 100.
Here comes Tremple again. Tremple's going to have a long chance here.
Pass to the outside. Ball cuts across. Mayer unable to handle it. Now Outlaws going the other way. Irwin driving, cutting back.
What a wrap from Athena Mayer.
Crossing mid-pitch, though. If Mayer can get Irwin back across, no, Irwin's going to drop the quad ball. It's going into Sanchez. Sanchez now having Tracy pick it up. Now driving through as well. The shot is good. Tracy.
Someone needed to step there. Olazaba and Lawrence were both worried about the pass to Augie Monroe from Tracy, but so they both just stood there, and then Tracy went all the way to the hoops. Heads-up play from her.
Says, you're going to commit those resources everywhere else. I'll take this. Boston down 4.
Zoo gets the best of Daniel Williams again, so that should keep ledger control. And a quick goal.
That's what we're looking for. Olazarba sneaking in from the outside, actually around Jackson Johnson.
And we're about to get into very, very interesting territory strategically if these teams keep going goal for goal about when you go either harder at the flag runner or pull out of the flag runner game entirely, right?
Two of the most strategic teams in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. They've all practiced this scenario. They've all thought about it. It's like there's no decision made for the coaches. They know what the call is. It's just when are we going to see that call get made?
Pass back to the middle. Sanchez bobbles, but no harm, no foul. Possession stays. Cut to the right. Pass back from Irwin. Sets the pick. Pump fake. Shot. Sanchez so strong on that medium-sized hoop.
Two things I like, give and goes and screens. How about a give and go into a screen?
Unbelievable. The giving green. That's awful. We are never using that. Ben, we never speak of this again.
Oh. Bento's going to have a short chance here, but Jackson Johnson dodged Lulu Zhu's beat.
Covering dodgeball, opting to not go for the second. Okay, they will.
Axel stops Athena Mayer's drive, and now he's going the other way. Olazaba's beat.
It's free. Axel has no problem beating the defense, doing what he does best.
Lawrence tried his hardest to get there, but Mayer, I think, needed some better passing options with her. Was looking shot, and so all 3 Outlaws are able to look at her. But if she has good passing options, either the shots open or the passes, but just nobody with her on that drive.
Austin now, if they come away with a catch, it will end the game. 80 to 130, set score 160. Deep pass on the outside, but not only sails over the defense, but anybody else on the offense as well. Turnover.
Yeah, the dodgeball pressure from the Outlaws is starting to overwhelm the Forge a little bit.
Yeah, the chaos of this flag runner on pitch favoring the Outlaws.
I think Forge need to split the gap a little better about just getting their dodgeballs back into the quadball game because, as we mentioned, Austin Seekers are just standing there defending. They're not really trying to catch, which gives you a window to make sure your chasers can get a good offense set up.
Garza into the game for the first time. Johnson out to the backside to Melkite. This time it's for real. Slipping one tackle, stepping into the pressure on the second. Olazarba lands a hit. Kite goes down.
Yeah, what a luxury to be able to put Sammy Garza in the game for the first time, like 22, 23 minutes into the game. You're talking about someone who can put up something like, I don't need to say something like, I have the stats in front of me. Sammy Garza had 35 goals and 17 assists this season.
What a bench player.
The Outlaws feel like we can just save this guy for flag runner on pitch. That's quite the luxury to have.
Yeah, but it is quarterfinals. It feels like every team has that one player coming off the bench, adding some impact to this game, whether it's in the goals, the assists, the defensive effort.
Right.
Like somebody's bringing something on these kind of teams. But you're right, Garza stepping in 25 minutes into the game for the first time. You love it. Boston going hard and comes
Will
away
Andrews
with the catch.
has it. Will Andrews has it. And that would set us up for a very exciting finish if this catch is called good. So the score is 130 to 80 right now. Set score is 160. The flag runner catch, if good, to make it 130-115. And Peter Lawrence has the quad ball in pretty threatening position on the wing here with a nice pass to Carson Olazaba available as well. Forge could get this catch and use this kind of stoppage here. Exactly what Lawrence and Olazaba are doing, planning out how they're going to attack this, which could lead to a goal. And Will Andrews' catch is good.
Listen to this crowd.
Will Richardson, sorry.
Electric. Loving these close games here. Honestly, it's been a day of close games. Everything has seemed at some point a back and forth. And Boston delivering on the most historically contested series in MLQ history. Now game 2. Austin, after playing 8 games last year at MLQ Champs, maybe looking to repeat. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they were looking to, but potentially if Boston can really shore up this end game. Garza going the other way, though. Olazarba was beat, so it's going to be...
What a hit from Athena Mayer!
Are you kidding me? Mayer does get the stop. It slows down Garza, but not stopped. The shot, good. Gets stripped, is able to pick it up.
What an effort from Mayer and Garza on that play.
Two great players meeting at the middle of the field. It's unstoppable force, immovable object. The ball was the loser, honestly, going down on the play, and Garza able to keep their feet barely and get back on the offensive end.
No, we've talked about how good Irwin is at getting her hand on the ball in a tackle. That's exactly what Mary did. Knew if she just tries to stop Garza with a bunch of head of steam, it's going to be a tough ass, but gets an arm on him and gets the other arm on the ball and knocks it out. That's a huge play. Unfortunate that the dodgeballs were so far out of the play that it still eventually is a goal for Austin, but that is a huge effort from Athena Mayer.
Going to need a few more, too. Austin's only 2 goals away here.
The goal's good, but it's third dodgeball interaction for Austin, so it happened after the goal, but this could be a chance for the Forge to run now.
Yeah. So third dodgeball interaction just results in a dodgeball turnover instead of the quad ball. It doesn't impact the quad ball game in that sense.
And Tracy has his 1 dodgeball back, so Forge won't get to run, but they have dodgeball control, which they've been very effective with in this game as opposed to game 1. Let's see if they can make something happen here.
115-140 is the score. The Outlaws.
And it's crunch time, and Harry Greenhouse is coming back into the game. Annie and Skura. I think this is the line Boston probably feels the best about. Skura, Greenhouse, Lawrence, Bertram.
Especially offensively.
Yes, absolutely.
Lawrence with the ball.
Wants to test JJ a little.
Collier looking to clear the way. Spreading this defense, going to the backside. Quad ball and dodgeball. Skura testing Johnson. Greenhouse gets a pass back to Lawrence. Lawrence shot, pass back to Skura. Skura pump fakes, gets the shot through the small hoop.
That's textbook ball movement. The pass goes to Greenhouse, forces Austin to throw. He goes to Lawrence. Lawrence gets the chasers to look at him and gets it to Skura, who finishes the play. Austin nearly got their dodgeball back in the play, but the beat attempt missed Skura.
Lawrence has been so strong. Their vision this game has been incredibly potent. Last game against Austin, it was a lot of driving, a lot of physicality. This time, much more of a facilitator now.
What growth from Peter Lawrence, who 2 years ago with the New York Times was mostly used just as a dunker and finishing plays. Now handling the ball in crunch time for the Forge and making great things happen.
Johnson to Sanchez. Trade's made, but Johnson's caught sleeping. Sanchez kind of hanging out, the receiver to dry, deflected that one though. Passes to Monroe, easy give and go.
Boston almost gets the turnover twice there, but Jackson Johnson stands over the quad ball so his teammate can get it. Sanchez blocks a beat, and now the Outlaws are just 1 goal away from finishing this contest.
Yeah, a lot more manageable than the 1 goal, or the stop plus, I think it was like 9 goals that they had to get last time.
Right.
However, that does still mean you have to stop Austin.
It's got to be a 4-0 run.
Oh, my goodness.
That's the second time Doyle, I think, has successfully dodged a beat but not been able to grab the quad ball at the same time. It's hard to do both.
And I think both times the dodgeball did contact the quad ball as well. If I had a nickel, and it's weird it's happened twice, you know? I had to expedite the saying, but I think we all understand the Outlaws looking to end this right here, right now.
Ball in Monroe's hands.
Jackson Johnson with the dodgeball. Sanchez to the backside. Sanchez back to Johnson. Johnson's got daylight. Steps left, pumps right, but gets dragged down by Greenhouse. Still has the ball. The beat before, though. Great tenacity to hold on to the ball, shake the contact, but you cannot shake the dodgeball.
That's grit from the Forge. He blocked Haviland's beat. He beat a point defender, but bodies collapsed on him. Haviland got him with the second beat. That's championship level, even if the Forge don't end up winning a championship this weekend, depending how this game and this series goes. That is championship level effort.
Skura with the ball. Johnson on defense. Beats made. Jackson Johnson knocked out. Skura's got another opportunity. This shot's good as well.
Skura gets the better of Josh Johnson on that one. Really for the first time all game that we've seen them go one-on-one and Skura win the matchup.
Has to get back on defense. Skura getting hyped. 135, 150. Johnson driving down, stepping left, dodges one dodgeball, gets the shot. It's good. The Austin Outlaws are moving on to the semifinals.
And huge effort. Skura was running back trying to hype up his bench. Josh Johnson already saw a hoop to shoot on and started running down the field. Eventually goes for the tall hoop instead, but Haviland goes for the beat there to try to get it out of Johnson's hands, which worked in the previous session. Johnson dodges it, and then that middle hoop is just too easy for a shooter like that.
I think JJ just saying, you give me enough possessions, one of these is going to go through before Boston can score 4.
Yeah, proving why on this team with all this talent, all these Team USA chasers, all these past champions, they trust JJ with the ball in his hands at the end of these games. Fantastic from Josh Johnson.
And big credit to Boston coming in, playing through the play-ins for the first time, getting tested down there as well. Dropping a game to Minneapolis, having to play through the tertiary, or I guess the secondary bracket. It's our third total for Boston just to make it to the quarterfinals. Testing Austin here as well. 135 to 160 here in game 2. Big improvements from Boston, but too little, too late. The Austin Outlaws move on. And, I mean, that's going to be it here on pitch 1. New York, I believe. Yep, all right. Every series is concluded. New York takes care of business against Minneapolis and moves on as well. That's going to conclude day 1 here. Ben, thanks for joining me. My name is Reed. We will be back here tomorrow in Des Moines, Iowa at Rec Park for day 2 of MLQ Champ, the semifinals here to shortly follow. Thank you to the production team. Thank you to all of the commentators, the refs, the volunteers, everybody out here. We will see you again shortly. Just 20 hours. Less than maybe. I don't know. Maybe a late start. Who cares? I'll see you soon.